This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard.
I think we're getting something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哦，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Huh?
Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Okay.
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Oh, wait, bro.
Yeah.
Tapi je connect so.
Tak, tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
Thought it's veiled because of the wind. Oh. I got it.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe ah. What's that familiar? eh?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This one is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
he said
the powers was not like featured in the pocket.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not
Ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Oh, deluxe. Okay.
The first player to guess blue. The first player to guess blue. Yeah. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know it? Yeah, you not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard. I think we're getting yeah.
3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Huh?
Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Wait, bro.
Tapi je kan exo. Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
Thought it's veil because of the wind.
Oh.
I got it.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Wait.
Like a universe ah. Who's that familiar? eh?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This one is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
he said
that powers was not like featured in the pocket.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not
Ah.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Oh, deluxe. Okay.
The first player to guess blue. A lot of people guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Welcome one and all to MPL SG Season 7 Playoffs Day 2. Now, as we approach the playoffs, we see 6 of the top teams right here in Singapore duke it out. And yesterday, we have sadly said goodbye to 2 of our teams, and that is Evil as well as Vanguard Esports. Now, the top 4 teams stand before us, and unfortunately, by the end of today, we will be saying goodbye to 1 more of our team here at MPL SG. So, who will emerge victorious and vie for that crown? And that is the champion of MPL SG. And head on over to the MSC 2024. We can only find out on Sunday. Now, we're located right here at Scape. Now, this is in the hearts of the iconic Orchard Road. So if you're watching stream right now, head on over and join us here in the crowd to feel the buzzing energy that we have. And that is the live playoffs that's currently happening today and tomorrow. Now, the first matches that are going to come up real soon, we'll be seeing them in a few moments' time. But first, let's take a look at the match schedule. So now, on your respective screens, we can see starting off the show, and this is the upper bracket finals. We will see MIP Flash going up against RSGSG. A little bit of a replay as to grand finals in MPL SG Season 6. Now, match 6 will be the lower bracket semifinals, where we see Asteris going up against Bleed Esports, happening at 5 p.m. today. Wow, what a matchup for today, and it is a promise. Close fights with high-octane gameplays. It's going to be happening at the Land of Dawn. Definitely matches that you don't want to miss, as we see for our boys vie for hashtag our pride, our passion. So without further ado, introducing to you guys match 1 for the day. A little bit of a recap as to what happened in playoffs of MPL SG Season 6 Grand Finals. We see the same 2 teams, NIP Flash going up against RSGSG. But this time round, if you think you know the outcome, both teams now have brand new different rosters, exciting gameplays, and more to offer. And this is why it's a match that you don't want to miss. Starting off with the familiar faces of NIP Flash. Now, NIP Flash stands before us confident as ever. Will they be bringing out surprise picks right here for this draft? We can only find out here today. Going up against our defending champions, NIP Flash, presenting to you RSGSG. So yes, RSGSG has made a wonderful win earlier on yesterday for match 2, pushing Bleed Esports down to the lower brackets. Now, will they steamroll on this victory from yesterday and take this match against NIP Flash? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you match 1 for the day. Now, the boys are getting ready to head on over to their respective battle stations and logging into the Land of Dawn real soon. Now, once again, this is a promised high-octane game that we can be anticipating perhaps a rematch of what happened earlier at MPL SG Season 6 Grand Finals. How will the tides turn? I don't know, but we're definitely excited to find out. So let's hand our time over to the casters to find out more. Take it away, boys.
Guys, playoff day 2. I'm Kwasong. This is Abstract. This is Holler. Guys, how are we feeling?
Well, coming into day number 2, after a pretty hectic day 1, I think that looking at 2 BO5s is gonna be, well, kind of like a bittersweet feeling, I guess. More games, but it's also kind of more tiring for the players.
That's true, but look, I am super excited, right? This is the Season 6 Finals, but we get to see it one day earlier?
No. I mean, we are where we're supposed to be, right? We're going into this season, we knew what the top 4 was going to be. I called Asteris. I feel great about that. I need to brag and I need to show that to the world, right? Because of the fact that they're in. But now that we have all of the top 4 teams into this one, I think this is going to be super exciting to see what happens at the end of the day.
That's true. That's true. You know, I'm a little curious about how the storyline is going to turn out, right? I mean, last year we had Flash, of course, managing to win the whole thing. RG being this close to winning it. You know, so I'm pretty sure this time around we're not going to see any misplays like that. But I'm really excited to see whether RG this time around will be able to take over Flash. But speaking of Flash, bring us through the lineup, Abstract.
A very different Flash as compared to the previous season. We have Diablo, Hades, Katizi, Lolzy, and Vanix. All 5 of them together, as well as Puski and JPL are vying for the crown. And it's very obvious that they have went through quite a lot of practice, a lot of training to get them to where they are now, where they are now your fan favorites.
Yeah, fan favorites. I mean, they've shown us a stellar performance during the regular season where they weren't even really taking things seriously. But on the other side of the field, we have RSG SG. Holler, floor is yours.
Okay, RSG SG, this is a team that was the only team that beat NIP Flash in the regular season. So let's introduce, of course, Closer, Bray, Godzilla, Derry, and CS. This is the team that we have huge expectations for. In the beginning, we didn't really understand where they were going to be, but seeing them now and starting to kind of hit that peak, this could be a monumental game.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, this team has grown exponentially, right? I mean, when they first fielded the first week, they were looking as if they were a little bit shaky.
Wonky,
a little bit wonky, a little bit shaky. But as the weeks went by, they grew stronger, and now they're finally here. Upper bracket finals, right? So, honestly speaking, my expectations, pretty dang high.
I do want to see a little bit of a flip of the script because we have saw before between RSG and Bleed. I mean, we know that RSG definitely played a very strong game, and of course they have practiced a lot in order to make sure that they don't lose to Bleed again. But are they going to be doing the same thing whereby they will be able to hold themselves against Team Flash?
Yeah, that is true. Now, taking a look at NIP Flash's stats at this point in time, guys, Vanix 806 GPM. This is actually an improvement from yesterday.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely better by, I mean, probably like 20 or 30 GPM, but that 20-30 GPM is a big amount.
It's a big difference, especially when you're crossing over the 700 GPM threshold, right? So honestly, Lord Vanix is epic when it comes into the gold lane. So all eyes will be on Vanix versus CS, in my opinion. But not to mention, we also have other players like Lolzy, Katizi, Hades, and Diablo. Lolzy yesterday, he was on fire. His kill participation was 71.58%. You know, not the highest, but like I mentioned yesterday, he could just be that statue. He just needs to maintain his zone control of protection for his team. Any others?
I mean, this is quite literally an all-star team, right? When we're talking about Vanix as well as Lolzy, we also can't forget about the fact that Katizi is extremely consistent. Hades and Diablo very flexible when it comes down to being who is the win condition of each different series and games.
Of course, but looking at RSG SG, you know, we also have, you know, CS. I mentioned before, CS and Vanix, that's my kind of focus for today. His GPN not as high as Vanix. KD 5.11, very respectable. But any of these players stand out to you, Holler?
Derry. This is a guy where RSG, when they are flying high, it's when Derry is doing well. Okay, it tends to, when they play poorly, Derry tends to have an off game, right? So there's a lot of pressure on him. I think that a lot of the other players are very consistent. They know what they need to do. But I think that really, if Derry shines, this team is really going to make some waves.
That's true. And, you know, Derry has been adapting as well to what his team needs, right? Previously, he was only really good at playing aggressive style supports like your Grok, like your Edith. But as of late, he's also switched to the Enchanter style of supports, where he's been playing the Rafaela, he's been playing, I think, the Matilda as well, you know. So honestly speaking, this team, both teams, having extremely strong lineups. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to be crafting the games to get together today.
I'm excited to see their growth, let's be honest here. They have quite a long road ahead of them, I gotta have to say, especially if they do not win this game against NIP Flash. They're gonna have to slug it all the way from the bottom to the top.
That is very, very true. You know, RSG has gone through a lot this time around. The question is, when these two titans meet, we're going to have a bloodbath today, right? So, enough from us, though. Let's see what the audiences have to say about this. And wow, it is closer than I thought, guys.
Yeah, it's definitely closer. I mean, I think that these are teams that are going in, and this is the upper bracket finals. Even if you lose, you're going to continue on. Yeah, you have to a little bit more of a more difficult route ahead of you. You might have to play 2 matches going into tomorrow, which is very difficult and tiring. But this is the thing where, are you saving strats for this one? Or do you want to just go out and make sure that you're in the top 2 and get yourself into that grand finals? Or are you going to kind of play it safe a little bit?
That is very true. But looking at us today, guys, what this... 3. Okay, so all of us agree that NIP Flash should be taking it, but you guys really think it's going to be a 3-0?
I would want to believe that could happen, right? Because when it comes down to regular seasons, we have talked about it before. NIP Flash, they are just kind of fooling around. We have Lord Vanix that is quite literally playing every unique marksman that he could possibly play. We don't know what kind of ace they have within their sleeves, and I think that today, this is where they start to show some of their cards. In fact, I believe that this series, is not exactly a game of who is the better team, but it's more about the game of foresight and the game of attrition. Do they want to show everything in the cards again? Because there could be a very high chance that they will face again one another in the grand finals.
I also want to say something on my prediction. The reason why I predicted 3-0 is because NIP Flash has only lost 2 games, and that was to RSG Singapore. They have not lost a single game throughout, right? And seeing as that they're on this like mad train, they're going to be undefeated throughout, unless they lose 1 game, and then who knows when the wheels might come off.
Yeah, which is why I predicted a 3-1, right? Because to me, RSG SG has taken games off, you know, Team Flash, NIP Flash before, and I believe that they will be able to do the same yet again. We just saw briefly on the screen the head-to-head between Vanix and CS. That is also my featured lane matchup for today. And honestly, yes, Vanix is looking a lot better when it comes to pure stats, but CS, man, this guy, when he gets going, he really will be able to carry the team on his back.
I mean, this is a team game after all. We did see Bleed versus RSG. We've got Seiji being ranked #1 when it comes down to GPM, and he performed flawlessly throughout the entire regular season. But when you put it close, when we put CS versus Seiji, somehow we got RSG that managed to get himself the win because of teamwork.
Wait, you're calling this a team game? How come in my ranked games they're never like a team game? What is going on?
It depends on who you're playing with. Let's not talk about the time where we played together.
Yeah,
okay?
you were definitely not listening to me. I'm just saying.
Hey, let's just be honest here. You know, sometimes it's kind of hard to listen to you.
Shots fired, my friend. Shots fired.
Yes. But looking into the drafting phase, going into it, we have from RSG's side bans Valentina and Roger, and for the side of NIP Flash, once again, we actually have the respect ban of the Kadita for Godzilla, as well as the blanket ban of Harith on NIP Flash's side of things. Rounding up the bans from RSG, we have the Loi E ban. Honestly, pretty standard picks and bans so far as of now. I am curious to see what NIP Flash's final ban is going to be.
At this point in time, I would say that they are just trying to finalize a bit more of, pretty much more of blanket bans, because when it comes down to both RSG as well as NIP Flash, both teams, they are pretty flexible and they do have a very wide hero pool. When it comes down to who they really want to eliminate, these are the heroes. At least for Valentina, Roger, as well as Loyi. It doesn't necessarily give us a very strong idea as to what is the weakness within their composition or the weakness within their lineup. Because normally when it comes down to the banning phase, we have a very strong idea as to, is it because they are backline divers, is it because they are tanky, or is it because they create range, they have large range, etc.
This will be an easy game for us, says Bray. Wow, that is one spicy comment. But, you know, they say actions speak louder than words, so I am looking forward to this game even more. But going into the picks, Moskov has been rising in popularity, especially during the latter half of MPL SG Season 7. Moskov has been a premier pick and actually was originally identified as the counter, so to say, against Roger. But on the other side of things, NIP Flash picking up the Farsa and the Tigreal.
And of course, on the other side, we do have the Terizla that's going to be picked up by RSG as well, hinting more on the side that closer than the EXP, as well as a Bray onto the Xbox. So understandably, whenever we see an Xbox, we are just assuming that it's more of a soft ban onto tanky heroes on the opposite side, and we can pretty much expect more of a backline dive coming in from the jungler, because for now, we haven't seen the jungler being picked up from the side of NIP Flash just yet. We still need some time for NIP Flash to kind of show their cards, perhaps later on.
Sorry, the player comment, Bray, Diablo with the call out. Bray, remember to wake up early for your lower bracket game tomorrow. I love it. I love it. Ex-teammates going at it.
Spice, baby, right? I mean, look, these two teams have a lot of history with one another, right? They've often, even previous seasons, they've often been looked at as team number 1 and team number 2. Right, so honestly, like I said, going to today feels like one of the matches to watch. If you don't tune in for any other of the matches, you know, throughout the season, this is the match to watch, right? Speaking of which, Natan being rounded up as the first batch of picks and bans. Honestly, NIP Flash, the first 3 bans, the core 3 trio, looking really solid right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it really boils down, what we are looking out for is that all these 3 are very solid picks, and you can't possibly go wrong. But what is going to be the X factor when it comes down to these 3 players, or rather these 3 heroes? What are we going to be adding in to further improve this lineup in fighting against RSG? So at least for now, what they might be afraid of is going to be the dive when it comes down to Terizla as well as Moskov, the possibility of being able to jump over to the back lines. Terizla is able to disrupt Farsa, so they need someone that can really hold down the lines pretty effectively. Yes, they got Tigreal, but Tigreal, he will mostly be away from Farsa because you will want to look for these setup opportunities. So we will still need a rather tanky anchor coming in from Diablo, which is going to be playing on the EXP, and preferably someone that can work with some crowd control. Yuzhong with a Petrify, that could work too.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to say Yuzhong with Petrify is going to be one of my top, I think, predictions coming in for the side of NIP Flash. If you've seen Diablo on it, it is one of his premier heroes that he plays, and he's shown us time and time again that he is proficient with the Yuzhong. But we'll see whether RSG agrees with us and decides to throw a ban to the side of Yuzhong. We do see a Benedetta ban, which is actually honestly interesting. Could actually reveal some of what RSG is trying to do by preventing some sort of split push strat. Keep in mind, Paquito is also still available. And
right as you said it. No more Paquito, no more Benedetta, and we can pretty much tell that RSG is really focusing quite a lot of their bans onto Diablo, assuming that he's going to be the one that really holds a very strong position in the team. As for Lapu Lapu, I can accept that, right? Because same thing, we just need an EXP lane that is sustainable, or the fact that he's able to be the anchor of the team while also having a good amount of crowd control. And Lapu Lapu fits the bill.
Yeah, not to mention the Lapu Lapu matchup against the Terizla is actually, in my opinion, slightly favored to Lapu Lapu. So Diablo is going to have a little bit of field day on his laning phase. Keep in mind, on the RSG SG side of things, we are still looking for the roam as well as the mid laner for the side of RSG SG. Going to be interesting to see how they want to play against the Farsa, because keep in mind, Farsa moves around the map. She's able to really move around and have a lot of mobility. But we have Braze Ling coming out for the first match of this upper bracket finals, as well as the Florin, which we teased a little bit when we talked about Dairy picking Enchanter type supports. And I think this, honestly, this lineup coming up from RSG looking really good.
Okay, not exactly what I was expecting. They went full flex down onto the X-Borg pick. So now we are looking at Terizla that is going on to the middle lane, by the way. So the Terizla will be played by Godzilla, and this is very reminiscent to Jay playing the Terizla in the middle lane. So they're not necessarily going to be doing the typical stuff that we should be able to see, whereby they get themselves the lane priority, etc. But to close things out, we are also going to be looking at a Nolan that's being picked from the side of Hades, and we have seen the superior slippery menace that Hades have brought upon the Land of Dawn before.
Honestly, Nolan is one of the premier picks all across MPLs, even in Philippines, even in Indonesia. Nolan is one of the highest picked heroes, and I'm so happy to see Hades piloting this in the first match of today. Speaking of which, we are heading straight into Game 1 of the upper bracket finals for MPL SG Season 7 RSG SG versus NIP Flash.
All right, going into this one, we know the drafts. We know you talked a lot about the intricacies of the different drafts. But if you had to just choose, which one has a somewhat easier time or easier composition to work with, who would you say?
Personally, I would say NIP Flash.
Yeah, I ditto that exact sentiment, because honestly, NIP Flash, they have range that they can deal with. Honestly, RSG is looking really, really short range, so they have to approach NIP Flash. But keep in mind, they've got the Tigreal. NIP Flash has the Tigreal that can just shove them back and use his ultimate to keep them together. And we have skirmishes starting off.
Godzilla already getting low. He flickers back. He's trying to get back to safety. Diablo, Hades, I don't think they're going to commit, and they've gone too far. Hades is the first to fall. Diablo's next on that list. Lalzi will just kind of walk back and just be like, hey, what happened, guys?
Very efficient movements coming in from the side of RSG, immediately responding to the call of duty whenever they saw someone that is in danger. In fact, NIP Flash started up with a pretty good initiation on the Lalzi.
The Blaze chops in. He gets stunned under tower. Doesn't even be careful, and Lalzi somehow survives. Woo!
Oh, that was so close. Bray hit level 4, by the way, in that first team fight. So he used the ultimate to try to get an early kill onto Lalzi, but unfortunately was not able to get anything more than that. And wow, RSG off to a very strong start.
It is. In fact, this start is not exactly what I'm expecting, because when it comes down to NIP Flash's lineup, they do have the very conventional start, whereby they have a mage in the middle lane, and understandably, when it comes down to mage, once they hit level 2, they already got the biggest power spike as compared to any other roles that is in the game. First skill and second skill are always going to be damage abilities, and it will always help them to work out with the early game engagements. Which is why when I see NIP Flash started in the team fight,
solo, Hades is going to take that one out, and Tempest the Blades, he goes in, and it looks like closer. He's going to be focused here. The spear's a little off the mark, and now RSG are going to back off.
What a steal coming in from the side of Hades. Bray decided that, you know, look, I have the level advantage, so I should be able to win the retry fight. But Hades hits level 4 right as the turtle was down to half HP, so Hades decides to scoot on over and manages to steal it with his retribution. And guys, Brave Smite on Dairy, Lauren?
Brave Smite on Florid. Well, it pretty much just assume for me, I would just assume that he would want to have probably a better time when it comes down to laning together with the Moskov, or perhaps it's just more of a better survivability throughout the entire game, just so that he has more time that is always going to be around. But the problem is,
does need to be careful. He's going to back off. He's going to be fine.
It's fine. But the problem when it comes down to Florin is that whenever I look at Florin, I will always assume that the best way to use a Florin is when your team actually utilizes healing healing capabilities, regen, spell vamps. But unfortunately, RSG doesn't really quite have that. So the only thing that I can expect is only when CS picks up a Heart's Claws for himself, and that is probably the only time where the anti-regen debuff will be shredded off.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, looks like they're going to go. Lousy gets the nice stun. He's been charged, but he's going to go down. Bray will get credit. Derry trying to walk into it, and Hades actually cuts him off, and Bray gets over the wall. He's going to be fine.
Lots of mini skirmishes happening all across the map. There is no room for us to take a breather, man. These teams are bashing heads on against each other, and we are seeing just so much death on the field. But even then, only 300 gold lead to RSG so far. Honestly, we'll probably see a next fight in about 2 seconds or so when the turtle spawns.
Right now, we got
Hades going in. Feathered airstrike right on. Hit does connect onto Derry. And Hades now, he's going to be jumped on from the backside. Godzilla running after him. And Hades does gets away.
Not a lot of HP to work with, but we do have the turtle that is currently available at the northern side. So it really depends on whether Hades will be able to get enough HP back in order to really take onto this turtle fight. But EXP-wise, we gotta have to look out for this because Bray is currently at level 7 and Hades just... Okay, no, both of them are level 7, so it's not too bad of a deal.
Oh, Lousy gets him, lines him up with Bray. Diablo going in for this one as well. Closer trying to back off the feathered airstrike. He's trying to connect onto this one, but Lousy's so low. Closer going down to the ends of the earth to get him, but he might have gone too far. He's gonna fall, and it looks like that's gonna be it. It's gonna be a 2-for-1.
2-for-1 trade is not what RSG is looking for. Now we have a 500 gold lead, which is going to expand 800 gold lead to the side of NIP Flash. NIP Flash taking that second turtle of the game. Honestly speaking, things are starting to look like the tables turning for the side of NIP Flash.
It will definitely be a lot more difficult for RSG to execute their game as compared to NIP Flash. But I will say that right off the start, they're actually doing a pretty darn good job. I am pretty much expecting that the amount of skilling and of course the farm from RSG is going to slowly and very gradually work out for Bray. Bray is understandably going to be one of the main heroes that we need to look out for, and he needs to snipe down onto Katisi. Godzilla understandably have some other jobs that he gotta have to work out on, because Vanix understandably is super slippery.
Yeah, look, Vanix is going to be really hard, but once he does use the ultimate, he is also going to be a very prime target, I think, for RSG to pounce on. Honestly, really liking the composition that RSG has brought to the first game today. Honestly, who would have expected Godzilla to play Terizla, right?
Yep.
But
that's not really what I expected.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like Xbox, yeah, sure, you can be a little bit more flexible about that, but to see them pull kind of like a J move, that's not what I expected.
No, but I love it, right? Because this composition makes sense. It allows them a tanky front. It gives them a tanky front line in Xborg as well as the Terizla, but it also gives them opportunities to pounce the back line with the Ling, with the potential Xborg as well, and you also have sustain in the Florin, right? Not to mention Moskov as well. He just does his own thing, right? He just shreds through the entire team with his spears. So honestly speaking, love how RSG has brought this lineup together. And as you mentioned, the later they go in the game, the better they're going to be. On the other hand, NIP Flash, their lineup spikes probably mid to late game as well.
But I'm always afraid of damage output, right? When we look at the fact that a mage has been substituted by a fighter, which is going to be an initiating fighter such as a Terizla, you might actually lose out quite a bit of damage, because look at this, the entire cost of Godzilla's damage pretty much just tickles Longzi only.
That's true, but we did see the damage graph earlier with Feather Airstrike.
Doesn't seem like they will be able to take much of a fight from this point on. Katisi already don't have the Feathered Airstrike. The turtle is currently available for the picking as well. So when it comes down to the ultimate economy, understandably, the NIP Flash would have a rougher time for this taking.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to stop them. Actually, RSG opting not to contest for this third turtle, opting to take a fight in the upper river for some reason.
Yeah, they're going to get the stun here. They do have with the feathered airstrike. They're going to snipe him down. Godzilla, though, sticking around. Diablo and Kurtzy are just going to scurry him away.
That's what they have, right? NIP Flash. Burst damage. And RSG doesn't really quite have that.
Honestly, a little bit confused as to why RSG are taking these fights. Honestly speaking, they should be targeting for objectives like the turtle. They opted to fight for the first one second and third one, they just kind of gave it away and they didn't do any kind of cross plays. You know, oftentimes we see teams when they give up the turtle, they often choose to take another objective on the other side of the map, such as a tower push or perhaps a jungle invade. But we saw none of that so far.
Bray gets sniped out. Hades with the outplay. I mean, he's got the level advantage, so that made it much easier, but Bray did not expect that one.
And Bray just, look, deaths like this should need to stop happening for the side of RSG, right? They're losing players, they're losing life for no good reason. And at this point of the game, right, NIP Flash, this is where their power spike hits. This is where, if they are given, if they're given leniency of the game, if they're given full control, it's going to be really hard for RSG to come back.
NIP Flash, what they want is team fight. They just want to fight, fight, and fight, because understandably, they are really strong in that very aspect. But RSG, though, that is not their forte at all. What they want to do is they want to create diversions. They want to play the map a lot more. They want to play onto the macro game and just go for split pushes.
Yeah, Lalzi up front. He gets the charge. He's got the knock up as well. But all of this for the Fenrir, it seems like it's quite a bit on the backside. The Feathered Airstrike, Vanix and Lalzi's are still there. Bray getting focused here. He's going to be killed. Diablo will take credit for that one now. Lalzi's on the run. He needs to back off. He's getting sniped out by CS, who's going for this. He does get the kill. He wants Diablo as well. He's gotten a double kill. And continuing on, it looks like Hades continuing forward. Godzilla will then flicker back, and that's going to end most of this fight here.
Katizi still trying to look for something, perhaps just wanting to get vision, I suppose. But the first Lord has been started for the side of NIP Flash. Once again, I'm not surprised that RSG is not trying to contest with this at all. It's once again given.
Yeah, I don't think they can.
Contest
it's not that they don't want to, it's just that Bray was down, they didn't really have the retribution, so you're kind of in a bad spot to begin with.
I can kind of understand what NIP Flash was trying to do at that point in time. They did manage to kind of go in for a team fight that favored them a lot because of the amount of real estate that RSG can maneuver around with, which actually inhibits the growth of a Moskov, because positioning is key when it comes down to Moskov. But it also plays a very difficult part for NIP Flash. The moment that they are all huddled together, it actually also helps Moskov. So by the end of the day, NIP Flash, they went in, they found Bray, they got him they got a kill off of him, and they're like, okay, there's a lot as well. The moment that Bray goes down, we can focus on the standing up onto neutral objectives, which is exactly what NIP Flash did. But by doing that, they backed off and lost 2.
Oh, the Feathered Airstrike, in addition to the Lord, making it difficult for them to even get to it. Yeah, they did a little chip damage on the T3, but that's the first Lord. They'll take that.
Yeah, the first Lord doing damage to the tier 3 turret is definitely what NIP Flash is looking for. Diablo being a little bit cheeky.
Force the flicker.
Force the flicker, that's pretty much it. But the Feathered Airstrike, right back off on cooldown. He's going to go for this. They get the T3 bottom. That is an opening. That's what you want as NIP Flash.
That is
Especially
great.
since this is the first Lord.
Yeah, not to mention that they're up also 6.4k gold. That's 2 entire items right now. The gold, keep in mind, guys, just about 2 to 3 minutes ago was very, very close. And right now, the game has blown wide open to... Sorry, the game has flown to NIP Flash's side. At this point, NIP Flash looking extremely dominant.
Itemizations-wise, we do have Vanix that has pretty much gotten themselves with a total of 3 items, the Feather of Heaven, the Scythe, as well as a Holy Crystal. While Hades, he's got 3 items as well, with the Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, as well as the Blade of Destruction, almost with the Endless Battle. So from maybe about 2 minutes from now, it's pretty fair to say that NIP Flash would have quite a lot of lead, and they would have a full item away from their counterparts.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit grim for the side of RSG, but the silver lining is that CS has completed his Holy Trinity and looks as if he's building towards potentially a Has clause. So honestly speaking, I think CS is going to be the saving grace for the side of RSG.
I mean, they rely on Bray, right? They're trying to funnel as much as possible. He hasn't had the greatest of games. He's died 3 times already. He's 2 levels behind Hades. So this is a pretty sizable advantage that they need to overcome. And RSG right now, they don't really have a whole lot of farm. They're getting choked out. It's going to be very difficult for RSG to get back in this game.
But with that all said, RSG's game will only really start when Ling is at level 15. That is when they will be able to play on more of their macro game. They will play around the Lord's Dance and take the opportunity of putting and applying pressure on the opposite sides of the map. Because right now, there's still a lot of pockets of gold in the NIP Flash's territory, right? We have a total of 5 standing objectives that are still available for the picking. However, RSG, they don't have that kind of opportunity to create space and to make some diversions because of the fact that they just cannot fight for the Lord.
This is so difficult to watch as an RSG fan. If you're watching here, you're just watching them just like sitting around waiting for the next jungle cramps to spawn. Like, it's a very difficult situation because you've been pushed back, you have nothing. You are literally so hungry, you're starving, you have nothing to eat, so to speak.
Yeah, and look at that. Diablo is just walking in, trying to steal as many jungle camps as he can, choking RSG out even further. Honestly, this is, as you mentioned, painful to watch, Holler. I mean, it's as an RSG fan, this is not what you want to see for the first for your first game, especially with how things were looking at the start of this game, right? Now NIP Flash up 8.6k gold.
Feathered airstrike, more to zone, but they're going to take this T3 middle. Diablo getting a little bit low. He does need to be careful. He's going to be focused in, and they do get the kill, and that's a good start. Closer will take credit for that, but they do trade the middle and the top T3 for that. Now, NIP Flash still sticking around. The Lord is still up there. The Tempest of Blades. He wants to go for Hades. He's not able to get the snipe out, and it looks like they're going to back off NIP Flash.
Very worth it, to be honest. Only one death on themselves while getting a total of 3 inhibitor turrets? I'll take that over. I'll take that any day.
Oh, but Lalzi all up in front. Yeah, he charges. He's got the knockup as well, and Godzilla taking most of that. The penalty zone, but he might have gone too far, and he does fall in the end. CS is going to be next on that list. Closer getting focused now as well, and NIP have found that opening all off the somewhat greed, so to speak, of Godzilla on that one. The base wide open. They're going to wait for the next minions. It's just a matter of time. Bray's just going to try to do what he can, but with the base wide open, they do chase him out. Ex-teammates, the Feathered Airstrike, they're going to take game 1.
Oh, what a way to close the game, unfortunately for RSG. I don't believe that Godzilla's intention was to jump onto that Tigreal with his penalty zone. I am almost 60-70% sure that he wanted to use his penalty zone to actually go back to base, but accidentally tapped on it instead. Because he was zeroed in directly onto a Tigreal. When there's still quite a lot of space to work around with, you could hit the small little pixel bush right next to Tigreal as well, but he just intended to just zero in onto the Tigreal. So that's my conclusion. It was a big blunder.
Yikes, a misplay to end the first game of the day. Feels kind of bad, but you know, I think regardless of whether the misplay actually happened, RSG, I don't think there was a way for them to come back.
They still could. The game really starts when Link is level 15, when they can really start to play around, dance with the Lord, and Godzilla is pretty tanky as well, we have saw before. So the moment that he starts to become tanky, you can just kind of like pull and push on the Lord, and then you can expect Link going all the way to the bottom lane, split pushing, and then slowly getting all these pockets of gold out of the turrets.
Potentially, so many what-ifs, but unfortunately we won't get to see any of them happen. We will go straight into Game 2 in just a bit. But guys, for Game 1, who is your MVP? Holler.
You're putting me on the spot. To be honest, I felt like everybody was really playing as a team. But let's see what the studio thought about this one. And they think it was Curtis. I thought, you know, 404. Okay, look, he wasn't making like the flashy plays. His feathered airstrikes were more for zoning and to kind of clear things out. He wasn't like getting all the kills. But 404, 72% kill participation, that's exactly what you want from your mid laner. So Curtis really stepping up in this game.
Consistency is what we're talking about, right? And Curtis is always that one guy that is able to bring us the consistency. In fact, whenever the team is going down or the team is not doing well, it's always Katisi. There will always be that neutral standpoint. And the team will know how do they level themselves back up to where Katisi is.
Yeah, not to mention as well, right? I think you mentioned zone control. Zone control is very key, right? We saw Katisi using the feather airstrikes to, for example, push into turrets, right? If you use a feather airstrike, you're dissuading RSG from coming in to defend the turret, because if they do defend, they're going to get chunked out. And if they do get chunked out, they can't defend. Yeah. So it's a lose-lose situation for the side of RSG.
So unfortunately, that is one of the main things that RSG don't have to deal with the high ground or to use a high ground for themselves. In fact, the highlights that is upcoming up will most definitely be able to tell us a bigger story as to the advancements of NIP Flash. Why did they got to this specific point, despite not having a very good start? In fact, having giving 3 kills right off to the RSG at 3 minutes in.
Yeah, so looking at the highlights, you see just, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of skirmishes happening at the early game. And honestly speaking, initially, RSG had the advantage. They had the first 3 kills of the game, but then they started giving away kills in the middle of the game for free. They started giving away turtles for free. So as we see here, these skirmishes start to pay in favor towards NIP Flash. This is actually where we see CS starting to pop off just a little bit, managing to get 2 kills off Diablo as well as Lalzi. But unfortunately, even with those 2 kills, was not able to do anything with it. Right, so honestly speaking, and this is the play that we saw could potentially have been a misplay, which actually ended the game for RSG SG.
Yeah, I am a lot more sure that it was a big mistake. Wanted to get in, but accidentally tapped on the button or maybe accidentally released his finger, and in the end, zeroed down onto the Tigro. I find it really gut-wrenching to see that kind of thing happen, especially having that outside of a base, knowing that NIP Flash don't have a lot of resource or don't have any reason to really push into the base and end the game, but Godzilla's mistake ended up being the catalyst for NIP Flash to be like, you know what, we got this, let's go.
I don't want to put too much blame on Godzilla on that one.
Nah,
It might have been a misclick.
blunder,
You know, it might have been one of those things where he wanted to go in. Again, we don't really 100% know. I think we all have our own theories on what happened. But I think that this is something that I'm happy to see this in Game 1 as opposed to like a Game 7 in the Grand Finals.
Man.
Right? Get it out of the way. I mean, shake it off. Let's go back to the draft. Let's, again, let's pretend like a 0 set. Yeah, like reset this thing.
All right, so let's go on to Game 2, guys. For Game 2, what do we want to see actually RSG do differently?
Honestly, when it comes down to RSG, I think that they did pretty well in the early game. I don't really fault them for anything. In fact, they have more or less been playing according to what their lineup allows them to. They are executing exactly how I would believe that they would be able to do. The only thing that I am not a big fan of is just the Florin pick, right? The Florin is the only one that feels a little bit iffy, a little bit off to me, because out of this entire lineup, there's only 2, technically right now, right, at the game ends, there's only one person that really makes full use of what was that again? The anti-heal debuff, you know? Because Florin, whenever you go when you pop your ultimate, you immediately shred the debuff of Dominance Eyes or NOD or perhaps even the CE Halberd, and that is the beauty about Florin's ultimate. But right now, it's only Brave that has the House Claws that can really make full use of it. Godzilla that's playing as a Teresa doesn't really make use of that, and the other thing for Florin is global presence. We don't really need that kind of global presence here, do we? But technically speaking, they wanted to play split push, and they couldn't get there, because the game only starts when Ling is level 15. So they needed a lot more of that early game advancements, which is why they decided to have a Godzilla to play as a Terizla, because it will hold down the fort in the early and the mid stages of the game, just so that they can be a tank, they have a tankier front lines for the Lord's Dance, or perhaps to even open up the map.
I think the biggest takeaway from that game was the Bray Hades like jungle diff, right? If we're looking at 12K net worth lead versus like a 7K, right? You have a huge sizable gap there. That's something that they really need to figure out, how to get Bray some of that farm. Then the second piece is, if we're going to go back to the highlights, it was pretty much highlights for NIP Flash because of the fact that every single team fight they were taking, RSG was like down a man, right? They would go like 2 versus 5 or 3 versus 4, and they were making it very difficult to win any of those team fights. Yes, they have a team fight comp, but it just seems like they were not really on the same page.
Yeah, the team did look slightly disjointed, right? As well as, like I mentioned before, they were kind of giving objectives over to the side of NIP Flash, and we see here, right, on the stats on the screen right now, every single major objective was given over to the side of NIP Flash, and I would argue almost none of them were contested, except for maybe the first one, which was a good steal from the side of Hades.
Well, you can, in MLBB, you cannot give anything for free. That is the biggest thing, right? If you're going to give up the turtle, fine. And Kwasang, you said this, right? You got to take the tower elsewhere. You got to split push. You got to take something. But just stick it around and be like, we can't fight, we don't have smite, or whatever it is, that is unacceptable.
Correct.
You will definitely need to find a trade one way or another. You know that there are a lot more people that's going to be congregating around the turtle, so why not bring our resources somewhere else? I would say that the mid stages of the game, when we have Florin as well as CS just kind of like working around together, they didn't really manage to do too much things that is fruitful, unfortunately. So I guess they just needed to nip that in the bud. How do they find trades outside of playing for turtles. If they can't find that kind of stuff, and if they can't find an answer to that, might as well go for other conventional picks that actually contest for turtle instead.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, moving on to the side of emblems, I'm actually really questioning Davies' emblem choice of the Brave Smite. I would have much preferred to see the Focusing Mark instead, right? I mean, typically when you see Enchanter-style supports, you choose a Focusing Mark to amplify the damage that your teammates can do to your opponents, right? Honestly, Brave Smite, I don't know. Help me see a reasoning why.
The only other thing that I can think of is just, I mean, understandably, Brave Smite helps you to survive longer, right? And surviving longer might actually be the key to a proper team fight. Because if you are playing a split push composition from the side of RSG, you don't really have a lot of people that is within the main bodies. And the only main body that we can expect to see is the Terizla, the Axebog, and very potentially the Florin. Sometimes the Moskov may be away, or sometimes the Ling may be away. So you gotta need someone that can really hold onto the fort and to throw out more of these crowd control, which is something that they lack. They don't have a lot of crowd control that they can just casually throw out. It's only the Florin that has that. Otherwise, they can only rely on Godzilla's penalty zone, and that's pretty much all.
Well, that is fair. Now moving on to the post-game stats, guys. Honestly, I don't see anything super outstanding. We see 100% kill participation by Davey, which is great. But I mean, with only 7 kills, 100% is not super hard to reach. But honestly speaking, guys, I want to talk in the next game, right? NIP Flash, I think they don't need to change anything. I think whatever they're doing is working for them. RGS, you talked a little bit about what they can do, who they can focus on. The question that I want to throw to you guys is, do we want to see a mage mid again, or do we want to see them trying out this Terizla?
They picked it first, right, in the far side, right? So they kind of shoehorned themselves into this sort of draft. I think that was kind of a difficult situation to be in, especially for Cartesi, right? But it's one of those things where RSG, they need to kind of figure out ways to get some sort of objective-based damage in, right? They need to kind of, again, just group elsewhere. They need to figure it out. I mean, if we're looking at turret damage alone, it was all NIP Flash. RSG really had no answer to that. But their draft, you talk about Florin, but it had sustain, and they have potential, but they weren't really clicking, right? The spears were off the mark. Bray was kind of going in solo at times. There was no real, like, wombo combo that this RSG lineup can really do.
Wombo combo is not exactly what we want to see from RSG, but it's also one of the main ideas and the main thing that doesn't help them during the laning setup, whereby they can't exactly push NIP Flash away because they want this turret. They don't have one thing that is the most important, which is zone, range.
Yeah.
We are looking at a good 3 heroes, 3 damage dealers that are close ranged, and when it comes down to far range, or not really far range per se, Moskov isn't all that far range.
Yeah.
So the range coming in from RSG is extremely small. And in the meantime, they are countered by this one hero, Farsa. Just a single feather airstrike, and no one can be touched from the side of NIP Flash.
I mean, it's not only the Farsa, right? The Tigreal. Dude, if you step close to the Farsa, he's gonna just shove you all the way back, and you're just in CC land. You're in the bouncy castle, basically. Right, you're not allowed to move. You're up in the air, and then suddenly you get implosion in the face, and then you're just grouped up together. And the feather airstrike is, by the way, just bombarding you at every possible second of the time.
Which is why it's kind of sad, or not say sad, but it's rather unfortunate. Because I do like split push, and when it comes down to split push, it's basically a rock paper scissors game against a dev comp, right? You play split push, the dev comp gotta have to split up, and they lost the main identity of that comp. Unfortunately, because they couldn't exactly pave the way for the level 15 game for them to actually execute that kind of split push, solely because of the fact that they have small range and countered by the Farsa. If the Farsa wasn't introduced in the game, I'm pretty sure that RSG would have done so much better.
Yeah, honestly speaking, I love spicy picks and spicy team compositions like that because, honestly speaking, we don't... like I said, split push is great, but having the Terizla in mid is super, super spicy. You know what else is spicy there?
Chicken McCrispy.
Chicken McCrispy.
It's the McSpicy, not the McCrispy. But nonetheless, you know, I think there was a lot for this one. I think, you know, we're not just talking about spicy foods from McDonald's, but we're also talking about, you know, just a spicier team comp, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you know, with the chicken McCrispy, right? The bite, the crunch that you can get from it is almost as good as the team fights that we saw just now.
I think I can still taste the chicken McCrispy in my mouth right now.
You just had lunch, man.
Did you have it for lunch?
Yeah, I
You had just this. Okay.
Yeah, I had it for lunch.
Well,
I can still taste the spice and the crisp.
well, guys, if you guys are hungry for more matches like these, you know, you can always key in.
TMC XMLBB.
He still remembers it. This guy, like, he said it once and he just memorized it the entire time.
You know what else I remember? Is that with 850 points, I believe, in the McDonald's app, you will be able to get $4.50 off for your next McDelivery order.
Yo, this guy is the walking McDonald's atlet.
This guy.
That's what we're doing.
I have no idea why I know that.
Well,
but that's also my happy place. So go up to the McDelivery, McDonald's app and play the My Happy Place, and you could be able to get yourself a couple of deals over there as well.
I love it. I love it. Okay,
McDonald's.
let's look at the draft, guys, and let's see. Let's kind of break it down and let's see how things could have been slightly different. Honestly speaking, for the side of RSG SG, I think they actually didn't didn't plan on putting Terizla in mid. Right? I think it was more of an adaptation that they took later in the game once they saw Farsa, once they saw what I guess the NIP Flash was trying to do. Is it worth it though?
It doesn't really lose in lane. It has so much sustain so that even if you get ganked, Godzilla's going to be fine. So that lane can be independent, but it's one of those things where I think it's more towards the last two picks of the Florent and the Ling, right? Bray really had a hard time getting anything going. His jungle was constantly getting invaded. Just a very difficult situation. I think that if they go with the first three picks of Moscow, Terizla, and Xborg, but they kind of round out the draft with the other two heroes, I think that they would have a lot more success.
So, looking at the picking order, right? When it comes down to Moskov, Xborg, and Terizla, it doesn't necessarily tell us that, well, we want to play split push. Or, in fact, it kind of tells us a little bit more that we can play Death Ball.
Yeah.
Because understandably, right, we are looking at Terizla, Penalty Zone, Xborg with the Last Insanity. They are great in small little encased areas. But only when the Ling and Florin popped up, that it was when the team went an entire 180 degrees change. Whereby, okay, so we have a secondary body that will tank the front lines, and then we have a Ling that can actually go for split pushes. And only because the Ling popped up and the Florin popped up, they wanted to play all around the map. So the draft of RSG is only finalized literally on the 4th and the 5th pick. Yeah. While in the meantime, for the side of our friends here in NIP Flash, right off the start, they picked up the Fasa and the Tigreal. There's no way that you can kind of pivot off of that anymore. So they just pretty much went all in, but their X factor here is to pick up a jungler that have the mobility to really match that of Link's, which is Nolan. Nolan has so many dashes that is currently available on his kit, solely because of the purple buff. Purple buff, I believe you can get like, what, 6 or 7 dashes in a row?
Yeah, something like that.
So you do have the mobility that you can actually go for split push because Ling is a jungler.
Yeah.
Nolan is a jungler. If Ling is not in the turtle's pit, then as a jungler myself, I don't exactly need to be too anxious about it. I can go after him. So there is a lot of nuances that NIP Flash tries to do in their composition. They still stuck to their main core game plan, but they have this small little ideas as to how each hero will be able to tackle the opponent's composition.
Okay. That is very, very true. Honestly speaking, I'm just trying to rack my head, right, guys? If you guys were in the shoes of Pacifist, right, what hero would you swap out for the Florian? Because I think we all agree now, right? Florian seemed a little bit sus. But going into this drafting phase right now, who would you swap out for Florian if you would go for the same team composition?
If they really want to play the Terizla in mid and Xbox in the EXP, having a Florin is basically the global. It is basically just for the global. What's that called again? The global heal, right? Yeah. Global heal, global presence. But there is definitely some other ones, such as I'm not too sure. Is Matilda banned previously?
No, Matilda was available.
Matilda was available. That actually helps them with more mobility and get closer, which is something that they have a lot of issues with. So I personally would say that Matilda would have been a better help for them. Not necessarily for the healing, because they don't have healing for Matilda all that much, but it would aid them in the mid stages of the game, whereby it helps them get themselves to level 15 earlier to get their main game plan rolling.
That is very true, but like, let's check in on the picks and bans right now. For the side of RSG, we've got the Lloyd, the Roger, the Moskov ban coming from the side of RSG, and for the side of NIP Flash, we've got the Valentina, the Kadira, as well as the Harith being banned out, and immediately we see NIP Flash kind of coming in with the same kind of team composition, with a Farsight and Claude picked up for them for the first 2 picks. And for the side of RSG, we see them first picking a Natan. Honestly, first pick Natan, and probably a denial kind of idea coming out from the side of RSG for NIP.
Pretty early for the Natan pick, but I think it's still okay. But we have the Grok being picked up from RSG as well as the Terizla. So very standard pick that doesn't really quite pivot anywhere just yet. Their jungler is still unshown, and we have seen how Terizla was flexed over to middle, so we can't be too quick to believe that Terizla is gonna be the ESP lane. So we still have a couple of X Factor there, and Pacifist did manage to make NIP Flash believe that this Terizla is flex.
I really like the Grok pick here. I think it's more to Derry's style. He's had a lot of success on this hero. Picking it early, making sure that he has the hero that he really wants, you know, in the draft going into the game is going to be super helpful for him. So I really like it how they're kind of changing things up with RSG, making sure that they've got themselves in a much better position going into the late stages of this draft.
Talking about better position, we see NIP Flash on picking up the Fanny for Hades. This is one of Hades' main heroes. This is, you know, arguably why, like, arguably why Hades is so darn good.
Oh,
why he rose to fame. His Fanny gets chosen, and this spells doom for RSG.
Wow. Okay, this is kind of tough to absorb, because now for NIP Flash, the last 2 pick gotta have to be someone tanky, for sure. We need someone tanky, we need someone that can really anchor the team down. Lapu Lapu can technically still be played by Diablo, and we have seen Diablo played quite a bit of Masher in the yesterday, but that is quite literally not gonna be possible anymore, unless they kind of want to go for like this all-strike combo, this all-strike composition, whereby every single one of the heroes from the side of NIP Flash is have some kind of threat to the enemy. But I doubt that that is what Adamir would want to have for their team.
Yeah, honestly, I was going to say Minotaur is going to be a very solid pick for the side of NIP Flash, but Minotaur gets removed off the board from the side of RSG. We also do see a Paquito being banned out from the side of NIP Flash, as well as the Barats to round up the phase of picks and bans. Honestly, for RSG, probably want to ban out another tanky hero, someone like the Lapu Lapu perhaps that we saw the Diablo play, or maybe even the Yuzhong actually. Yuzhong would be pretty darn good on the side of NIP Flash onto Diablo.
I think Yuzhong is picking a Yuzhong kind of fulfills 2 conditions, which is being able to be relatively sustainable while also having a lot of kill potential. And I think that that's something that NIP Flash may actually still want to pivot themselves into. Every single one of these heroes can kill people, and that is scary. That is scary to think of. But for now, we still have, we have Cho that's actually been taken away. As much as I want to see Matilda being picked up from the side of NIP Flash to further incorporate that very aggressive, high-octane, super mobility team, I highly doubt so, solely because they don't have that anchor of the team. They can move around a lot, but with no one that can really play around the Lord's dance and really just hold the Lord, I find that very difficult to have.
Why the Cho ban though? Do you have any insights into that?
Generally just a hard lockdown, I guess, because NIP Flash, they got 0 form of lockdowns. No point-click ability stuns, no AoE stuns. It's only Fasa stun, which I would say is completely unreliable. You gotta have to hit twice in order to really get the stun in. As such, having the Tigro being introduced into NIP Flash lineup is perfect for what I want. You've got the tankiness, you also have got a setup, you have the crowd control that I am just specifically looking for.
Yeah, the implosion for the side of NIP Flash is looking incredibly tasty, right? I mean, look, there's so many small combinations that you can do, right? You have Tigro that can go in and use implosion, group everyone together, and then Farza can Farza can use a feather airstrike to just delete people off the mat. If not, you also have Claude to use his ultimate to just wipe, well, more people.
Just wipe out everyone. As long as anyone is just being caught by the implosion, well, everyone's doomed to a certain extent. I mean, if they don't have Purified at this. So RSG is going to be moving on forward with a Novaria pick and a Fredrin. So the Terizla, in fact, it is not Flex. It is going to be going over to the side of Closer, and for Novaria, it's going to be played by Godzilla and bring onto the Fredrin. So crowd control-wise, yeah, they never got it because Fredrin himself is is chock full of crowd control. I'm not particularly too afraid of that. When it comes to the wave clear, they've got that. When it comes down to high ground, they have that for Novaria as well. In fact, a very good answer to the pick of Farza from the side of NIP Flash.
Yeah, because Farsa is going to be stationary when she uses Feather Airstrike, right? So I think the Novaria's comments is going to be able to hit her mark pretty darn easily. But now question is, how is NIP Flash going to round up their lineup?
There we go.
And true enough, as mentioned before, Lapu Lapu rounding it up. Honestly speaking, their lineup looking very similar to how Game 1 went, with the exception of the Natan going over to RSG SG, as well as the Fanny instead of the Nolan.
If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Exactly, and honestly speaking, I would argue that this lineup is almost better, right? I mean, with Fanny has just so much more mobility than Nolan, and she's able to just go across the map and invade and get out of there faster than what Nolan can do. Honestly speaking, terrifying lineup to play against.
Now, the only other thing that kind of gets me is the fact that NIP Flash did pick up the Fanny on top of the Grog. So I'm not too sure whether how are they going to be playing around the Guardian's Barrier that will be erected by the Grog. But I'm, of course, super stoked to see how our friend here, Hades, is going to be piloting this Fanny.
Upper bracket finals, game 2. RSG down 1-0-1 going into this one. We're going to have NIP Flash going into this. Do you like which draft do you like better?
I kind of still like Team Flash's lineup still.
Okay.
I still kind of like Team Flash's lineup. It's pretty simple, pretty easy to work around with. But in the meantime, RSG, sure, they do have quite a lot of problems that is filled up already. In fact, it's a pretty balanced draft. However, one of the main damage dealer is a sniping hero. It's all about skill shot, being Godzilla. So this game's outcome is also very heavily dependent on if whether Godzilla hits his Star Shatter.
Okay, you say that it's a simple lineup. Are you saying that NIP Flash are not smart enough to play a more complex lineup? Such abstract?
Nope.
They can find you online at such abstract.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah. I think they're simple-minded.
Come at it.
I think they're simple-minded. All right. If anyone finds anything wrong with me, look at me at Holo TV.
At Holler TV, remember that if you want to pick a fight together with Abstract or Holler, I guess, in that instance. But going into the game, guys, Hades already hitting level 4, trying to get an assassination on the Closer, heals half of his HP. Nothing to scoff at, really, to be honest. Bray also hitting level 4, so this first total fight is going to be pretty balanced, I think, for the sides of both teams.
They are, both teams, I would say that they're definitely going to be on a stalemate. I don't see how RSG may have too much difficulty dealing in the mid stages of the game. They have a tanky frontline coming from Dairy and Bray, and even perhaps even closer. They have the damage coming from CS and Godzilla. The only time that they actually would have a problem is that Godzilla's not hitting his shots. And it's kind of difficult for Godzilla to not hit his shot. Because we have Lawsy on the opposite side, a very slow hero. We have Farza, whenever he pops with the Feathered Airstrike, is quite literally stationary. And Hades, yeah, you Dream on landing a shot onto Hades. So Closer have got a very big play.
He's gonna have to the Feathered Airstrike right onto Bray, and he's gonna give up first blood, and Diablo will take that, and he'll be like, thank you, ex-teammate, I will take that.
Honestly speaking, like, this was not a fight that RSG SG should have taken. Like, the team was not together, if you notice, right? Like, actually, Davey was at the opponent's side of the jungle, was nowhere near there to contest for the turtle. And honestly, like, Terizla, Closer, and Closer and Godzilla weren't also super close. It was just Bray against the world, and it just feels like kills are once again being handed over to the side of NIP Flash.
On hindsight, yeah, that wasn't a very good challenge. However, I still applaud them for trying it out because this composition actually allows them to do so. But in the meantime, in the middle lane, Godzilla finds himself completely picked off by both Longzi as well as Katizi.
Lalzi's been on point, and look at this, how much damage Derry's taken. Hades doing most of it, but it looks like they're going to back off. But Lalzi on this Tigreal has just been on point. Do you actually have to ban this against NIP Flash?
I don't think that I don't think the Tigreal is the problem though. It's just the way the NIP Flash is playing. And of course, with RSG's lineup, it will definitely take some time for them to really go online to put some pressure onto Longzi as well.
Yeah, not to mention, right, Lalzi is 1 times beefy boy, right? So honestly speaking, even look, they've got 4 or 5 people on him, and he's still like walking away. Yes, he finally falls, but it took a while.
Yeah,
it took a while before he died.
It took 3 of their teammates to get him, RSG that is. But now Diablo continuing to fight. He does have it. He's doing a lot of damage on a Bray, who Brave assaults back to safety.
It all boils down to the wet noodle fight when it comes down to all of these heroes combined. If Hades is not in the fight or Katizi is not in the fight, yeah, it's all wet noodle.
Wet noodle fight, I love that. But you know, Lapu Lapu was not really slapping of a wet noodle, right? He can use his bravest...
Okay, pool noodle. That's a pool noodle from Lapu Lapu. You can't convince me otherwise.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Honestly speaking, this game is looking like NIP Flash is in the driver's seat once again. 1.8k gold lead up towards the side of NIP Flash. Gold is pretty evenly spread across across the whole team. Rather nothing, no significant advantage over their counterparts in RSG SG. We do see Natan building up his first item though.
I do believe that there is still a lot of opportunity for RSG to come into this game, but I will always keep my eye on to Closer. You gotta have to land the right penalty zone, because at this point, you kinda have to consider, do you want to go for the penalty zone onto Katizi, or do you want to ground this bird? Because Fanny is pretty darn annoying, but do you have anyone that can really deal with Fanny aside from yourself?
Ooh. We have a kill happening at the top side. I think Katizi as well as Vanix is just dual killed CS there. So the gold that's evenly spread is not going to be so even after all.
Oh, the charge forward, the knock up onto Derry, who's taking a lot of damage, but they're going to back off here. Now, okay, one thing I like about RSG is that they're focusing more on that turtle. Obviously, you left CS wide open in the top lane, and he was vulnerable to getting ganked, and he did. But it's a situation where RSG have made some changes in their playbook, so to speak.
Yeah, made some changes, but the thing is that they're still not grouping up fast enough.
They do feathered airstrike right on top. The charge back pushes Bray away, and they're doing a lot of damage. The 2-man knockup, Lalzi, Closer first to fall. Kurtizi will take credit for this. Lalzi will fall in return, but Derry now a little bit low. Hades gonna back off. He's gonna recharge that energy.
Hades wasn't exactly very present in that previous team fight. Maybe he had a little bit of a mishap here and there, but NIP Flash could use a lot more of his damage. To be fair, his items probably not quite there just yet. The only thing that he has is a single blade of the Haptoses, so we would expect a lot more assassination attempts rather than proper team fights coming from NIP Flash. It will still take some time, especially also we are looking at Vanix that's playing as a Claude. We gotta have to wait a long time before Vanix is coming in with proper damage. Kurtizi, understandably, will be the main damage dealer here. So RSG, all they gotta have to look out for is to go for the penalty zone on the Kurtizi and really ground this other bird.
Oh, Derry being focused. He's been within 5. Hades will take credit for this. Bray now is going to be energy erupting the Diablo, but the knockup onto Godzilla, the penalty zone now being committed, but it looks might be a little too late. Bray does get the Appraiser's Wrath, and he does get a double kill, but he does fall. Closer now on the run. Diablo's going to chase him out. Kurtizi, I don't think they're going to commit for this one, but 3 members still surviving from NIP Flash.
This is hands down a pick-off comp coming in from the side of NIP Flash. They pick off one, and then Lalzi just like, you know what? I'm going to flicker out this one random Godzilla. Why? Because I can. And they went for it.
Diablo flicker back. Kurtizi will take the credit for the turtle, though, so that's a win. But Vanix now images back to safety. They do have the Echo if they want to go. The wild charge is going to be committed, but now Derry trying to find him, but it looks like Kurtizi and Vanix are going to back off.
Honestly speaking, the previous fight was going to be absolutely disastrous for the side of RSG SG. Thankfully, Bray manages to pick up 2 with the Appraiser's Wrath, right? And if he didn't do that, oh wow.
Last-ditch effort though, damn!
Yeah, like really props to Bray for being able to pick those last 2 kills up. But once again, RSG SG looking completely disjointed. They were spread across the bottom half of the map. Yes, they were starting to group together, but they got picked on before they could group as 5, and that is the problem that they're facing right now. If they do not group up once again, and they take another fight like this game is close to unwinnable.
They're going to slowly take their time to really settle into this game, right? They are about 5,000 gold behind of NIP Flash, and when it comes down to items, they can't really go for fights. But in the meantime, we do have the feathered airstrike that somehow managed to hit quite a lot on the Godzilla, and I believe that is all about the lethal ignition that burned him out.
Oh, they've got the knockoff, the 2-man. What they want, they got Derry. They're going to take him out. Vanix joins the fray. He's got his blazing duets, and he's going to flex, but he's taking a lot of damage. But Hades on the backside cuts him off. All members still up, 4 members down from RSG.
There's no answer. There's no answer to Kha'Zix at this point in time. I think the closer is not exactly actively going in and jumping onto Kha'Zix. They're gonna have to find the right opportunity to do so. And maybe they just haven't seen that opportunity just yet.
Look how much damage. Closer's already half life with that feathered airstrike.
And only 2 hit, by the way, right? Yeah. So honestly speaking, like I said, this RSG is not grouping up. They keep getting picked off one by one. Godzilla had no business there, and he got instantly eliminated right from the fight. So realistically speaking, RSG right now, what do they have to do, boys, to survive to the later stage of this game?
It's kind of tough to say this, but it's back again at the level 15 in the game. Because in the early stages, when it comes down to the early and the mid stages of the game, they can definitely still pick up a pretty darn good fight as long as they focus onto Kha'Zix. They had the Terizla to really answer to this this dub, but now they don't really have an answer to that because
Godzilla
of the
picked
Blood
off
Witch.
again.
Guys,
time again.
I'm honestly speechless, right? Like we saw Lalzi. I'm not sure if you guys saw the interaction just now, but Lalzi was approaching the bottom tier 2 turret. Closer was near the turret, and Closer had no choice but to flicker out.
Oh, they're going to go for this massive stun. Tigreal goes in for this one, but Bray taking a lot of damage. He gets back to safety. Vanix is going to somehow survive. Lalzi, he's so low. He's on the run, and I don't think they have a follow-up as Diablo has joined the fray. But this T3 now, they do have Echo. They do spot him out if they want to go, but I don't think this is going to be a full commitment. Hades gets the tower. Now going to focus on the T3. Bray trying to get something. The energy eruption onto Kha'Zix. He's focusing him in. The Appraiser's Wrath shuts him down. That's one way of doing it. And CS does get Vanix as well. So that's a good win for RSG.
Okay, the answer that we needed. At least for the side of RSG.
They just need to do that 5 more times and they're good, man.
They just need to defend. Time and time again. Just keep on defending.
Y'all make it sound as if it's so easy, man. Y'all make it sound like it's so easy. I mean, they barely survived doing that. By the way, right, they didn't have 5 members of NIP Flash there. They had like 4.
Yeah.
And they barely survived that fight.
Yep.
All right, I mean, look, I'm playing devil's advocate here, right? It's extremely hard for RSG SG to come back into this. Yes, if they hit level 15 where gold doesn't make that much of a difference, they may be able to pull something out of their pocket. But look at the HPs of the tier 3 turrets right now. It's very, very low. One more Lord should be able to shove the turret down.
Oh, that was foresight coming in from Dairy. Expecting that there is going to be Kha'Zix inside or someone that is inside the brush, but unfortunately doesn't have the flicker. If you have the flicker, that's probably going to be a dead Kha'Zix anyway.
Look at Hades. This being so annoying.
Oh, but he's being focused. He actually might be killed.
He's okay.
Oh,
he's
Steel
okay.
Cables gets on out of there.
He's perfectly fine.
Oh, Derry, though, not as lucky. Diablo takes him out. They've got the knock-up on a Bray as well. So, you know, 2 for nothing. I mean, they might have gotten Hades.
They almost got Hades, but unfortunately they didn't. So we'll focus on what they managed to and what they didn't manage to. So we have got about 25 seconds left until the Lord eventually spawns. The middle lane is going to be crashing in soon. Bottom lane is going to be synced up as well. And for the side of RSG, they don't have Bray, they don't have Dairy. So they're going to have to force the issue here.
Oh, Hades is now here, but Diablo's the first to fall. Hades gets sniped out as well. And, okay, I said there was, what, 5 more times? It looked like 4 more times now.
There's only one person, my man. There's only 2 people, my man. I mean, it's not exactly a recap of what happened just now.
Okay, but this is an opening. They technically have numbers. They have the 2-man advantage, plus the fact that the Lord is here. But Derry getting a little bit low. They do need to be careful where Cortese and Vanix are at all times. Bray gets in, the energy eruption, the wild charge, the feathered airstrike, but Bray's the first to fall. Lalzi's at half-life. CS getting so low. Oh, the pullback by Lalzi. He's got him charged, but he charges him the wrong way. Lalzi trying to get the snipe onto the CS, not able to do the damage. That's the roaming life, but Vanix a little bit low. He's been echoed, so he doesn't need to be careful here.
At this point in time, I kind of feel like there must be some kind of negotiations between Closer's inner thoughts, right? Do I reserve my penalty zone for Cortese, or do I actually try to reserve my penalty zone for Hades? Is this an either or? What's the right answer here?
I do not want to go in the minds of Closer right now. I think that it's too dark, it's too scary. I can't do that right now.
You forgot to bring a flashlight with you.
But Diablo will take credit for the Lord here. Derry just spots it out. He's going to run back, but he's going to get focused in by Vanix, who images back. Lets Derry live.
Honestly speaking, I think he just didn't want to push that far forward. There's no reason for him to kill Derry at this point in time. And honestly speaking, if Claude is doing that much damage to your tank, I'm terrified of what he can do to the rest of his teammates. I mean, look, Brave just got insta-gift just now, right at the Lord. So things aren't looking too hot for the side of RGSG.
Look at Lalzi and Derry. They're like running around hand in hand. This is Romeo and Juliet. Are they going to be lovers? I don't know. But Hades is going to be killed. He was trying to go all the way deep. The base is wide open. The feathered airstrike is right on top of him. They do end up killing Bray as well as Closer. The base is being wide open. They do take game 2. NIP Flash with another victory.
NIP Flash with a 2-0 start, guys. Hey, look. You know, the reverse sweep can still happen, right? I mean, it's still possible.
It is definitely still possible. But RSG, their draft and composition needs to answer this one question. How to deal with the Farsa? Because after this game, after the game number 2, we can if we are going to show the MVP screen, we know who is going to be up there, without a doubt, right? So we look into game number 3.
Spoilers, man. Spoilers.
What must be the answer for the Farsa? They picked up a Terizla, right? They picked up a Terizla, and that is understandably a very good answer to the Farsa already. But I haven't exactly seen that presence from Closer just yet. It's either I don't see presence Closer, or I don't see the penalty zone that is used on Closer. In fact, it feels a lot more as though the penalty zone is used as a counter-initiative tool, rather than to react based on what the main damage dealer is doing.
Sorry, not to interrupt right here, but I think the Farsa, Cortese is doing such a great job because he has so much space. Lalzi's just he's like that ultimate best friend, big dude who's just going to protect, you know, his milady, so to speak, on this one. But he's keeping him almost, you know, scot-free, so to speak.
Maybe at this point in time, we need someone that can dive to the backline and apply actual threat. So, congratulations over to Cortese for an MVP. Wait,
I called it out. The big bully, the best friend is the way you want to do it. It's the Rome life. I love it. And then Lalzi, I mean, he was on point. He completely protected everybody else. And he was, you know, again, it's 0-3-12. I mean, the 70% kill participation, that's exactly what you want out of the Tigreal.
Yeah, you know, and I want to add on to what I said yesterday. So yesterday I was calling Lalzi the statue, right? He's like that bodyguard. The statue just stands there and just prevents people from coming in.
Stand there and look pretty, huh?
Well, I guess look menacing, right? I mean, because the thing is, I mean,
are you saying Lalzi's not
right
pretty? Are you saying Lalzi's not pretty?
He's pretty and menacing. Right. Oh, I guess you could say that he's pretty menacing.
Hey!
No, but look, I mean, in all seriousness, right? He's playing these heroes. If you notice, what do Minotaur and Tigreal have in common?
Is this a joke?
No, the CC bots.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I thought we were talking like sex appeal or something.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting some kind of joke.
Minotaur, some people are kind of
Minotaur, Grok, they are big boys.
I mean, not wrong, guys. You guys aren't really wrong there, so I'm not going to dispute that fact. But what I am...
So you're into Minotaurs?
So you know about
you're going that way.
Maybe. For me to know, for you guys to find out. But like I said, CC bots, Tigreal, Minotaur, right? These guys, they prevent people from coming in. And if we see in these MPVP highlights, right, that at all times, look at where Lawsy, okay, maybe not this one, but at all other times,
How about this one?
Look at where Lawsy is. Wait, where is Lawsy?
I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Look, he just imploded.
Always in the middle.
He just imploded everyone together and gave everyone the space they needed to, continue the fight without having to worry about getting crowd control. Honestly speaking, I don't think banning out Lawsy is going to be possible for the side of RSG SG. Potentially banning out the Farsa at this point in time could be what RSG SG wants to look at. Once again, it's a problem if Farsa is able to use the Feather Airstrike the entire duration without worrying about getting CC'd or getting destroyed, right? Farsa is squishy. You could go for a full dive composition or just ban out the Farsa.
The amount of crowd control duration is actually pretty darn long, not gonna lie, coming from the Tigreal. So, technically speaking, maybe Tigreal is the problem, right? They have been locked down for an extended period of time. Maybe there should be some respect to the amount of crowd control that Lawsy is able to bring out. So, Purify might be one of a good idea, one of the good battle spells that you may actually have to consider.
No, but I mean, keep in mind, right? If you're planning on banning the Tigreal, you need to ban out the Minotaur. Because if you don't leave either of them open,
Unless
you're gonna
your
get
first pick, I guess.
Yeah. So, but are you gonna first pick Minotaur or Tigreal?
Why not?
I mean, then the opponent can just pick Diggy.
Yeah, let him.
Change it up.
Challenge NIP Flash. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
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 All right. So looking into the item builds, lads. Does anything immediately stand out to you guys?
I wouldn't say really stand out, but I do highly appreciate the Blood Wings that's being picked by Kha'Zix very early into the game. Understanding that he is one of the pivotal player of NIP Flash at that point in time. Mid-game, Kha'Zix, full-on damage. You gotta have to respect how much zoning potential this Farsa is able to put in and how much just pure damage he can do to the front lines of RSG. Because even if, let's say, Closer do land the penalty zone on the Kha'Zix, he's not gonna die solely because of the massive amount of shields that he has got for himself.
Okay, my biggest worry here is, again, and I'm sounding like a,
broken record?
A broken record here, but Bray, the 7K net worth versus the Hades 11K, I mean, it's a slightly better advantage than the last game, but this is Bray on Fredrin, which is his, I would say, comfort hero, and not being able to really shine is putting themselves in an awkward position. Where do you go from here, especially with Game 3 coming on? This is, your backs are on the wall, what are you going to do?
Have Bray play his assassin.
Okay.
Again. Yes, we have saw Bray actually going in to play Link in the previous game.
Yeah.
But with this current composition, I thought that the backlines require more threats. Because Kha'Zix is the one that managed to bring the game from the start to the end very convincingly. And there was an answer to Kha'Zix. Yes, like I said before, Closer, jump, the rest collapses, etc., and the rest is history. But I still pretty much like the fact that whenever Bray plays an assassin, he feels more at home.
Yeah.
And understandably, Bray started more as an assassin jungler to begin with, and he started to play more utility jungle to accommodate for his team, because they want to have a stronger EXP laner, for example, to play damage EXP, and so on and so forth. So in this situation, where the EXP laner is utility and the jungle is utility, the damage is absent.
Yeah.
And in this game, having Bray playing an assassin might have probably been better.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to bring up before the screen changed that I realized that Athena shields were actually built much later, and they actually prioritized the anti-cuirass before they built the Athena shield, showing that they were actually more afraid of getting bursted down by Hades instead of Kha'Zix. And boy, oh boy, I think they got punished for that decision, right? They're not really respecting the damage output that Kha'Zix is dishing out with the Farsa, and that's potentially something that they need to address for this third and potential final game of the series.
That's kind of the problem, don't you think? It's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Do you build the Dreadnought armor to deal with Hades? Do you upgrade the Dreadnought armor into Anticuras to really deal with Hades? Or do you build the Athena shield to deal with Khaleesi? But in the meantime, have a probability that you can just be completely, well, wiped out by a random flying Fanny. So, at that point in time, they're gonna have to make a decision. And the decision is that they respect the Fanny more. But in this, it gives Khaleesi and it powers up Khaleesi and enables him to be the one that really goes the team way.
That is very, very true. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But looking at the post-game stats, honestly, damage taken by Bray, said the sandbag, nothing surprising there. Vanix, by the way, 2 times in a row being both the rich guy as well as the carry. So Vanix really showcasing why he is one of the premier marksmen, one of the premier gold laners in MPL SG. Lalzi as well, finally the best wingman, 12 assists. He was pivotal. He was the MVP of the previous game on his Tigreal. Honestly speaking, like I mentioned before, shouldn't ban out, I think, both the Tigreal as well as the Minotaur. Very hard to target ban Lalzi as his pool is so wide.
Yeah, the more you see NIP Flash, the more you see how the team is really starting to gel well. Like, everyone has that specific role. They know exactly what they need to do, and they play really well with each other, right? Obviously, they've gotten a lot of reps throughout the regular season, and they're in this moment where they're in the playoffs and they're really starting to shine. But it's difficult for an opposing team and to kind of like, oh, how do we shut down Khaleesi? But then Hades kind of pops off. Diablo really steps up. Like, how do we deal with Lalzi always in our face? Like, there's so many different questions you have to answer, and it's kind of a difficult situation for, any team that's going up against NIP Flash.
So with that all said and done, we've got 2 games. There's one by NIP Flash, and at this point in time, RSG is still trying to figure out what is going to be the answer for Team Flash. Or do they really want to find out the answer right now? Because, like I said before, it's a game of attrition.
Are you saying they have like a cheat sheet? They know how to beat them, but they're like, no, we're going to save this for the final exam. This is not now. It's too early.
That could be a probability. All right, that could be.
Well, look, guys, if they have a cheat sheet or not, I'm interested to see what our analyst Kindofu has to say about the first 2 matches. So, my man, take it away.
Welcome back. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu here. Now, first and foremost, I think, RSG is the pacifist mind. Right, so I'm going to cover both Game 1 and Game 1 fell swoop. I'm just going to start off by saying that it's kind of difficult for RSG to execute across. Right, so let me just show you what's happening at this point. Right, hang on. I'm going to have to throw it back to the casters for a little bit. I think we have some more information that they have to relay.
Thank you for that little sneak preview of the analyst section, guys. Unfortunately, we haven't heard too much from Kin today, but we will hear more from him in just a bit. But boys, what are we looking for RSG side of things for next game?
I think it's more of like the draft. Right? Going back to this, like, they have no answers on how to get to Khaleesi, how to get to the Farza, like how to get anywhere, right? It's very difficult. But hey, what are we seeing here right now? 23,000 viewers?
23 currently? Okay, we have 23,000 current PCU, so I'm pretty sure by tomorrow we'll hit 100,000.
Guys, look, if you guys want to redeem your skins, right? If you key in that code, the higher the peak current viewership is, the higher rarity of skins you get. So, get your friends, get your family, get your partners, get your kids,
Goldfish
get
and
everyone.
cats and dogs and cats and parrots. Sorry.
Tune in to MPL SG Season 7. I mean, look, this is where all the action is happening. And if you want more skins, or rather better quality skins, do make sure to tune in for, I think, the rest of today and tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so we've got a full day of games for you guys here. In fact, even after this entire series is done, we still have one very scary game to stream, and that is Asteris versus Bleed, which I'm pretty sure that the Custer's desk may actually have some very interesting opinions.
Ooh, I can't wait for that. I am excited for that.
But we already know his answer, so we don't really have to ask him.
But what's his answer?
Asteris.
Is it?
Yeah.
No,
Spoiler,
did
dude. We're gonna get to that. Coming up.
Dude, there's no spoiler. You said it at the start of the show.
I know. Did I? Shoot.
I feel like I'm seated in the wrong spot. You guys should be like next to each other.
That is perfect. We can kind of like have a quick little boxing match tonight.
Well, it's time for us to throw it over to our favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu.
All right, welcome back. So let's kickstart the analyst here. So first and foremost, I want you to keep your eyes onto Godzilla here. He actually missed his penalty zone, landed only on the one guy, which is going to be Lolzy, and he is the worst target you actually want to catch if you're from RSG. Now what's going to happen next is a series of unfortunate events here. First and foremost, CS gets caught out. He's the main damage dealer here on that Moskov. Unfortunately, he gets caught out by two big ultimates here. It's going to be the implosion into the feather airstrike, and I mean, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes at this point. And, you know, this is kind of where things started to go awry because end of the day, you're supposed to have the heals coming out, but what happens when your healer gets taken out? There is not much options for you to explore, and that's exactly what Vanix had in mind. Once he set his sights on it, it was Dairy no more, and you know the rest was history because at this point, Bray has nothing to offer because Tempest of Blades has been used already earlier in the first part of the fight itself. And from there on, it was just flashes of victory. All they had to do was to make sure they created enough space so that Bray didn't have an entry point back into the base to try and clear the creep wave. I mean, end of the day, it's really just about the backdoor protection, right? So Bray, no options left. Game 1, it was quite a smash coming out from NIP Flash. Now let's move on to the second game as well. Now, second game, I think at this point, we're going to see a very big issue here, right? The strength of RSG's draft is the fact that they have very strong AoE crowd control skills and huge ultimates that play off big team fights. But at this point, the way that NIP Flash plays, they can play as each individual. And so you have a lot of strength on one side for the side of RSG, but they're extremely weak on the other, which is individual team fights. And for those of you that don't know, this is kind of like a reference towards a stroke itself. So RSG itself couldn't handle the pressure, and this is how it all went down. Now, this was unfortunate, but I think this was kind of a planned move, actually. Hades obviously didn't want to die at this point, but he had to be unalived from the side of RSG with the help of Bray as well as Godzilla. Gets the kill, but more importantly, this actually sets the stage for the Lord to come in. At this point, this is what I'm talking about. This is about individual efforts combining into one, right? You will see that Lolzy is actually pulling Dairy away, and Vanix does have the option to choose, right? Does he want to go for the base, or does he want to help out and kill Dairy? And of course, you will see he has made the smarter decision here to actually go and attack the Crystal instead. And if you take a look at the composition on the side of Team Flash, you'll notice they're never together because that is the win condition for RSG. We want that epic Guardian's Barrier wild charge, and NIP Flash never gave that away, and this is the result of it all. Vanix gets to have a free hitting session here, while Lolzy, our lovely Tygo here, gets that 3-man implosion combined with the courtesy Fed Airstrike, and the rest is history as NIP Flash take game number 2. Now, big question is this going to be a 3-0? I hope not, because RSG, I know they have more in tank. It is now the time to rise up again and hopefully bring this to a 2-2. Now, boys, it's back to you. This is all my time for the time being.
Thank you for breaking that down to us, Kindofu. As you mentioned before, I think NIP Flash looking very much like a cohesive team, right? Especially when Lolzy, redirects attention to him, and then Vanix is off to do his own thing. That summarizes this first 2 games up really, really well. It seems that RSG is not on the same page yet, actually. It feels like they're writing different essays with each other.
Yeah. At this point, though, are you worried? Because your prediction was 3-1, right?
Yeah.
Both of us were 3-0. I think we're sitting very happy. I'm very happy with how things are going. But how about you? Do you think they're going to pull off one game?
At this stage, honestly, a little bit nervous, not going to lie. It's not looking super, super hot right now. Yeah. But I do have the confidence in the RSG boys to pull up a pocket trick. Because if there's any time to pull off a surprise pick or a surprise composition, this is the time. Because honestly speaking, yes, you guys mentioned, oh, this is not the finals, they can still win from the bottom and go back up to the top. But that's such a tiring route to go. right? Honestly speaking, would not. And that's all the games are happening tomorrow, right? So they're going to be extremely tired if they were to have to go through the bottom bracket. So realistically speaking, I believe this is the time to pull up a surprise draft if they have one for us.
Which one is more important? Winning the entire show, or just being, or just not winning the entire show? Technically speaking, where I'm getting at too is that even if RSG were to lose this game, it's okay because they can still come back to it again and really just evaluate what has been going on between their game versus NIP Flash. They can come back again tomorrow and try to beat them with it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a best of 5 in the morning. I mean, the biggest issue that they might have, whichever team does drop here, is the fact that they have to wake up super early tomorrow morning. That's like the only thing, that's like the most difficult thing. Playing the game is not a problem.
You know what's the advantage of not winning here for RSG? Is that they get to wrap up early, go back to their office and immediately start their VOD reviews. And then, just when they start their VOD review early, they end the day early, they get to sleep early, and wake up early.
Okay, you just said early a lot, and I kind of lost track of where we were going with this. But I assume that it's all... No, but I do agree that getting the rest and making sure that they're ready and having that study, I totally agree with you. I think that that is the right way to go. But, I mean, going into this Game 3, they've kind of changed things up a bit. RSG had not let Roger through. They're going to actually ban out the Farza here and pick up the Roger themselves. Your thoughts on that one?
Good. I actually pretty like that because they haven't had the answer for Farza for quite a bit. So might as well just take that out of the equation and have NIP Flash play something else. This way, they will also be able to take a look at what other kind of composition NIP Flash is able to play without the Farza. Because Game 1 and Game 2 consists of Farza, and they are largely very similar in terms of strategy or tactic. So now, without that high ground advantage that Farza is able to provide for NIP Flash, what's going to be the next case, next best scenario?
Okay, yeah. I mean, we're going to have to find out what they kind of choose, but it looks like it's going to be the Valentina as the sub-in. I mean, you can just steal whoever, whatever spell that you want, the ultimates that is. But now Lousy has picked up the Minotaur. Maybe they were listening into the break when we were talking about the fact that he's like he's playing both of these heroes at a very high level. He's changing it up and just maybe looking to flex here going into this Game 3. But if we're looking at RSG, they go back to this X-Borg and the Terizla. They picked this in Game 1, didn't really have a whole lot of success. But we keep seeing the Terizla. They're focusing on it. They want it going into all 3 games now. But your thoughts on this hero?
Terizla is my personal favorite hero. Or rather, he kind of is like a jack of all trades. Perhaps master of none. But still, he's a very beefy unit. The lower HP you have, the more physical and magical defense you get. So there's a lot of outplay potential that you are able to bring out for your team. You can soak and peel for your team. You have the crowd control that you need. You pack a lot of punch in the early stages of the game. That is one of the most important things, is that you have lane priority. Allows you as a Terizla being able to move around quite often, and once you're at level 4, you immediately have a lot of impact in the game.
Yeah, but the thing is...
Okay. No, I do agree with that. I see that. But now if we're looking at the Claw, that's been picked back up. Aiden is still very, very open, but it's one of those moments where I kind of like what NIP Flash have done, in the sense of you have a somewhat balanced lineup. Everybody's playing the same heroes or the same style of hero that they've played in previous games, and the system works. So NIP Flash, again, not changing things up if it ain't broken.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the Terizla pick, I want to go back into that a little bit, right? Because the thing is that we've seen Closer play Terizla twice already today, and honestly, this reminds me a lot of the Closer playing Terizla at the start of the season. He looked as if he wasn't really contributing much to the team. He was just playing on the fringes. But the thing is that Terizla needs to be in the middle of a fight, right? And so far, haven't seen Closer quite do that just yet. So honestly, putting all the eggs in the Terizla basket for Closer seems a little bit sus coming out from the side of RSG, but maybe TS playing Roger may show something slightly different.
Okay, so now that I'm looking at things, RSG, they do have quite a balanced draft, at least for now. So whatever that they are left missing is, generally speaking, a little bit of a high ground. They do have Terizla and Xbox that can sort of deal with wave clear. Crowd control is definitely going to be a tad bit of an issue, but Of course, the Roma should be able to close that out pretty darn effectively. But Minotaur's out. Tigreal, maybe they can still kind of go for a Tigreal if they really want to play it that way. But if Dairy wants to go for the Grog, I don't see why not, especially since they're going to be looking at a Valentina. You wouldn't want to give the Implosion for free over to Valentina. In fact, Wild Charge may not be as bad as an Implosion.
Once again, we see the Lapu Lapu coming out from the side of NIP Flash. Diablo very proficient on that. But I do want to talk about the last two bans coming out from the side of RSG SG. We see the Benedetta as well as the Paquito, which makes sense if they're going for a split push combination. So this is telling me that RSG SG has something in store for us this game. We have the mid laner open as well as the roam. I do like the Grok pick for Davey, but I also don't mind an Edith.
I don't think... Okay, Edith is okay. I think that for the side of Edith, if they want to play that, is still pretty good because of the fact that he's still got a lot of crowd control. But for now, we have a Mathilda and an Esmeralda? Wait, hold on a second. Terizla is still going to be played by Godzilla, huh?
Yes, it seems like Terizla is going to be played by Godzilla, but we do have the Matilda this time to round out that composition. So it seems like they are foregoing a mage yet again, but they do have some early game damage coming out from the side of Roger, right? So Roger is going to be able to apply some pressure early on and hopefully snowball the game from there. So this is showing me actually RSG is putting their confidence into CS and Bray for this game.
Is damage lacking from RSG? There we go. Julian.
We called this in the back today. We were saying that Julian is going to be played by Hades, and I am so happy to see Julian being played in Game 3 of this upper bracket finals. Julian is just, especially the recent buffs, has been outputting so much damage, and this is a hero that Hades can pilot really well as well.
It's a moment of just waiting for that to happen. I can't particularly say when it's gonna happen, but we've got it earlier than I expected. I was thinking probably like the grand finals match, he would just pull out the Julian because he haven't really quite shown that quite yet. But regardless, I do like the overall lineup coming from the side of NIP Flash. They do have quite a lot of things that they have filled out. They do have the burst properties coming in from Julian. They do have the team fight potential coming in from Claude, Minotaur, Valentina, Julian, Lapu Lapu. In fact, the entire team can play exactly that way.
Yeah, for sure. So as we are going into Game 3, potentially SG's final match of today. This is the upper bracket finals, Game 3, NIP Flash versus RSG SG. Lads, I'm going to steal this question from Holler. Who has the easier lineup to play this time?
To be honest, I really like NIP Flash, just because they have the damage. Yeah, you have a ton of sustain from RSG, but if you could just burst them down, it doesn't really matter, right? I think target prioritization is going to be key, but as I say this, Curtizi flickers back, he's going to get back to safety, he's going to be fine.
It's all about lane priorities here for the side of RSG. And that is one thing that I like because they will be able to help the Roger.
He is going to be chased, but the question is, do they secure it? They do! Godzilla with the first blood does not let Curtizi out easily. And I was going to ask, earlier during the pick and ban phase, if we were going to see the Megumi skin coming out from Julian. We do actually see that from the side of Hades. So I'm glad to see some of those special effects happen in game. So early right now, we see Julian, we see Hades try to gank top, try to gank closer at this point in time. Nothing too much is happening. It's pretty much in a stalemate. Curtizi being pushed away from mid, and we actually see Dairy babysitting.
Oh, Hades going for the gank in the top lane. Oh, okay. Back off.
It's an Esmeralda, man. I mean, she's going to be fine.
Still, Hades committing. It's one thing to go for it, but you're pushing it back. You're creating space for Diablo, right? The turtle's going to be up. As I say this, the Faraga armor, keeping him alive. It's going to be bursted there, but Lousy and Curtsy easy for the half-life.
Yeah, that's a lot of early game damage coming out from the last Insanity from Bray. Bray not having to Faraga armor for the turtle fight may be a problem, but I reckon he's going to be able to recover that before the turtle is spawned. And as we do see it, Faraga armor is back for Bray.
So at this point in time, 2 minutes into the game with the turtle currently available, RSG with the lane priority from everywhere else. Oh wait, hold a second, middle lane.
Yeah, Cortese's back off. I mean, Godzilla just kind of, he can threaten, but I don't think it's more of like a zoning thing more than anything else. And Bray will take that free turtle. They'll take that happily.
Yeah, so that is all about lane priority, right? Once again, they can just keep pushing people away.
He's being chased. They want to go for this one. And the
like,
Faraga fills up, but not enough. And Lalzi hides in the bushes. Oh, the knockup. Hades gonna make Bray pay. Okay, yeah, he's not gonna commit for this.
Oh, that feels so bad living with just a pixel of his HP. Lalzi manages to get away from the attack from Bray.
Oh, but Godzilla, he's gonna be fine. Okay.
Remember, Godzilla's one beefy boy. He's gonna be fine.
You know, it's one of those things where I saw Godzilla in person. He lost a lot of weight. I didn't think he was as beefy as he once was. I'm just saying.
Well, but the Charizla on the other hand is beefy.
Yeah. Oh, we're talking about
yeah, talking about a game. Yeah.
For sure.
That's being said, right? I think the turtle fight was really well timed. We actually noticed that RSG SG for the first 2 games were always, I think, the first one to the first turtle, but they lost every single time. So this is finally the first time that they managed to secure the first turtle. Good call, I think, for the rest of the team this time around to actually push out all the lanes before going to the turtle. That's the key difference, right? Cortese was not allowed close to the turtle, so he was not. They were not able to kind of push off RSG SG or contest for that first turtle.
Well, the penalty zone is going to be committed. Diablo taking a lot of damage here. He's got the shields, though. He's going to back off. He's being chased. Is he able to stay alive? Somehow still is. No, he does fall. Bray will take credit for that. Cortese now on the run. He's been cut off. No really way to get out of this one. And Hades still up from it. Cortese down for the count. And now they've got the stakes. They're trying to pull in. They're going to dive for the tower, but Hades sticking around. Derry taking the tower. Hades will survive.
I'm kind of surprised that Hades has been using the enhanced scythe for throughout the entire duration. I haven't really enhanced chain. It's always the enhanced chain. We haven't really quite seen the point in time where he's just going for the enhanced scythe to do that burst damage that we have always seen before. So perhaps, you know, maybe it would take some time before that would actually happen. Maybe once he gets himself maybe the Stadium Scythe or something along those lines. But it's gonna take some time, definitely.
Yeah, but the Circling Eagle does connect Lalzi and Hades on that side. The stomp in return. Cortese getting a little bit low. Does need to be careful. They do have Lalzi. He gets the stomp, the flicker back. He's fine for now, but CS taking a lot of damage, and Cortese will take credit for this one. Godzilla still fighting with Diablo. They do have that, and NIP Flash are forcing the T1 mid, but the stomp from Godzilla, the penalty zone is going to be committed. Everybody is so low, and finally Lalzi does go down. Hades going to be next on that list. Hades is killed, and that's going to be a double kill.
Holy crap, Godzilla's cracked!
No, I was going to say Derry's cracked. He's been so instrumental in all these fights.
Oh, Cortese, the flicker back. He's being chased, though, and Bray's like, not this time, my friend. He takes him down. Bray's going to invade the enemy jungle.
I think that this game is very micro-intensive for RSG. In fact, I'm mostly looking at Godzilla. You have mostly been looking at Derry. The both of them is really just putting themselves quite a really good game. And this is quite a testament to what Hollis said before. Once RSG have got a good game, Derry just pops off.
Yep, Derry is essential to RSG SG having a good game, and we see it finally with him on the Matilda. He has been instrumental so far, being able to pull back or pull his teammates towards the fight. Yes, Godzilla has finally been letting good penalty zones.
He's being focused with the outplay. He does get Bray. The frog armor's nothing, and Hades will go slice you down. And they've gotten for Godzilla. They're trying to go. Lalzi gets knocked up. Returned by Godzilla. He does have the penalty zone, but they did get Lalzi, so they did get something in return. RSG now, they do have a bit of an opening as they're looking to push this bottom T1.
Finally, we see action happen. We see signs of
duet.
light.
Phoenix, Godzilla taking most of this one. He images back.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to take that fight safely.
A recall in between before he BMI's back.
Yeah, there was no way Vanix had any business to try to do anything there, man. I mean, it was a 3v1 situation.
At this point in time, I really like what Godzilla is doing.
Hades. Oh, the chain onto Derry. He takes so much damage. Derry's just like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is the power of Julian right now, lads. Julian looking really strong as you see another skirmish happening in the mid. Or not. Or not.
I mean, RSG, this is the thing. They have beefy, tanky boys, right? They want to fight. They don't really have a whole lot of damage, so it's one of those things where if they can get that pick off, they're going to have a great time. But RSG having a much better game. This is 7-3. They're up 2K in terms of the lead. And this is exactly where they want to be. They want to be in the driver's seat going into the mid game.
Yeah, RSG looking much more in the driver's seat with 2.3k gold. That's about a whole item up. And we see Diablo perhaps going to be ganked by CS and Dairy, but CS not being able to get through the turret initially calls this a failed gank and decides to move up towards the turtle.
Oh, Bray taking a lot of this one. Godzilla going in for the penalty zone. Connects onto 2, though. The Frog of Armor, and they have a knock-up again onto Godzilla. Curtizi gets back. And now it looks like RSG have committed for this turtle. They're going to take the third one of the game.
Very, very good call by the side of RSG. At first it was, I think, a 4v3 and then became a 5v4. So RSG finally looking like they're playing as a team at this point. Manages to secure 3 turtles, 3k gold lead up.
Okay, all right. Now I'm starting to get worried, right? Normally, when it comes to predictions, I'm right like 67% of the time, right? Which is like all the time, let's be honest. But this one, I predicted a 3-0 and RSG really coming back. This has got me worried.
Well, look, all I can say is I called it. I mean, look, the game's not over yet, right?
Yeah, it's not over, but it's not looking good. But it looks like they want to go for this one. Diablo about half-life. Curtizi gets back. Hades is getting a little bit low and too far in, and Bray will take him down. Lalzi's down as well, and CS gets that first kill.
I think RSG has been starting to be a lot more decisive with their movements. When they call for something, they are going for something together. They're working as a unit. And at this point in time, with all of that given, we have a total of 4,400 gold that is in favor for RSG. NIP Flash is definitely suffering just a tad little bit. In the meantime, take a look at the amount of damage that Godzilla is able to, or rather has already inflicted over to the enemies. 44,000 damage, and understandable. He's been doing a very crucial job in the middle lane, constantly just pushing Curtizi away. Remember how we talked about the fact that Curtizi was quite literally the pivot of Team NIP Flash for the first 2 games with the Vasa? Yeah, so it kind of feels that way now.
Oh, Diablo getting dove on here. Derry taking a lot of damage. The Howl, they're doing a lot of damage. The shields one last time. Diablo does go down. CS just with too much damage at this stage of the game.
Remember what I said earlier? It's about how you funnel gold into CS as another fight breaks out.
Lalzi flickers back. He's gonna be fine. Sorry, continue.
The fight was more important, but as I was saying, it's all about how they can funnel gold into CS. CS is going to be the main carry of this game. Yes, Godzilla is putting the work, but we're seeing CS finally starting to pop up. 2, 1, and 2, 10 minutes in the game. Not as many kills as you would like, but he has already built up, I believe, 2 of his core items. He is going 3 of his core items. He's going in for that executioner style build, which works perfectly in this lineup, right? This is not the Holy Trinity build. This is not about shredding tanks. This is about cleaning up. And he's able to do that with the Terizla in his team, with the X-Borg in his team as well.
This seems to be kind of like RSG has gone in. They put weights, body weights on, and they're just going into the gym. Like they're going out at, right? But now they've taken that off, so to speak, in the sense that they didn't ban the Roger, and they picked up the Roger themselves. But let me continue on that with a nice circling eagle. Hades taking a lot of damage. He's going to be bursted. CS will get credit for this one. Godzilla, he's going to be back for life number 2. Diablo continue to stand up front, but he's taking a lot of damage. Closer has now joined the fray. They do have the stakes. They pull back Curtizi. Derry going in for this one, but he's going to be killed, and Vanix will get credit. Curtizi and Vanix do need to be careful, but they have a 2 for 1 trade.
2 for 1 trade, and the Lord is knocking on NIP Flash's door. Lord, this is the first Lord, by the way. Manages to get down to tier 3 turret, a tier 2 turret as well. By the way, they're going for the last tier 2 turret, standing on the side of NIP Flash. But are they asking for too much? Are they going for too much? The answer
closer.
is maybe.
Oh, he goes right back in with a falling star moon. Curtizi, he gets rid of the Firaga armor as it bursts, but now CS and Godzilla need to run back. Closer needs to be careful, but they've kind of stayed it away, all just to take the Fenrir.
worth it. Honestly speaking, I mean, look, you brought Cortese. Yes, you weren't able to get the kill from Cortese, but this is the second time he's spawned back, gone out, gone back to base, and then got back out, and then got back into base. I mean, man is not able to leave the base at this point, you know. The base is his home, and he's not leaving from the safe corner.
This game is super smooth for RSG thus far. Like, that push in from the middle lane, plus the Lord just pushing into the top lane as well, is very, what's the word? Is
aggressive.
Yes.
I was going to say stupid, but okay, aggressive works.
Very aggressive. And it worked out. So I'm kind of surprised that the Lord didn't just die right by the inhibitor turret, but it destroyed the entirety of the inhibitor turret and even made its way over to the crystal. It just shows how RSG is number 1 tanky, and number 2 they had a great setup. So huge shout out over to Dairy with that 3-man knock-up with the circling eagle. That was very well placed, well made, together with the guiding wind that allowed RSG to just jump straight into the midst of the battle.
I mean, what can I say, right? Dairy is the man, the centerpiece of RSG SG for this game. In my opinion, you may argue Godzilla. I think, honestly, it goes both ways. Both of them finally pulling their weight so far. But I have a question, guys. As you see a fight happening top, maybe, nope, Closer just walking that off. No, so my question to you guys, right, is NRP Flash just taking it easy on them this game?
No, no. Remember previous game I said that they should pay more attention to crowd control and perhaps get a purifier or 2. Now they have respected that. They've got 3 purifiers on their side, and to be fair, is not because of, you know, they have learned something, but it's also based on the fact that there is a Minotaur on the opposite side. So once they are able to purify themselves out of those that hellhole, then they should be able to mount a perfect comeback against NIP Flash.
Yeah, well, it's definitely, look, this is a 9k gold lead right now, and honestly, this is probably one of the biggest gold leads that we've seen from this series as of now. Except this time around, it's RSG SG in the driver's seat. They have a Lord shoving in the top lane, and we see all minion waves pushing in. Closer Godzilla just clearing up that middle lane wave, and it's going to be a 3-way push coming out from the side of RSG SG.
Oh, Circling Eagle connects onto Diablo. He's going to back in, but the Lord is in the top lane. So again, you talk about pressure, it's in all 3 lanes. Closer doing a lot. Bray, that is, he's going to back off, taking a decent amount of damage, but that T3 still alive in the mid lane. They do need to focus with that, but they don't really have the minions to deal with it. Cortese, Lalzi, Vanix all up in front trying to go in. Godzilla with a nice penalty zone onto Lalzi, but CS does end up getting it. They knock up again onto Godzilla. That's going to be the Faraga armor. Bray taking a lot of damage. He's going to get bursted by the stolen one. Cortese will take credit. Godzilla might go down to Diablo in the end, but still, CS though getting low. Hades trying to do it, but in the outplay. Closer does get the kill on this one. They've got Cortese as well. The Circling Eagles now going to be committed. They got onto Diablo. They got Lalzi. They got Vanix running into the hills, and it looks like they've got it, but they don't have minions. Minions are now going to come in, and they'll just slowly parade themselves in as it looks like Game 3 is going to go the way.
I was right, boys.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes.
What a roller coaster of emotions during the final minute of the game. It was a very solid back and forth fight that we don't really have a very solid idea who is it really gonna win. Because at one point in time, RSG is pushing in pretty nice and dandy. And then afterwards, we've got the Blazing Duet that is just pushing the Roger away. And then the next second in, we've got Julian that died to the hands of someone else. I can't exactly quite remember. And only after that, then Roger be like, okay, time for me to shine. And then it went back in again.
Butts were clenched during the entire fight, man. And honestly speaking, what a showcase that we got from RSG SG, showing why they are also in the upper bracket finals, right? I mean, the teams worked hard to get here, and it's showing. Finally, it's not a pushover 3-0 that you guys expected.
Yeah, RSG SG still in the entire Season 7 of MPL Singapore, they're the only team to take off a single game off of Team Flash, right? And the fact that they're able to do it now, hopefully they can build off it. I want to see the entire series go the game, the entire distance, so to speak.
To be honest, I would love to be proven wrong. To a certain extent, not all the time.
Not me. You speak for yourself. Go on.
I don't mind. I don't mind seeing RSG being able to pull on a full-on reverse sweep. That makes such a much better show.
If it's a reverse sweep, man, I'm glad to be proven wrong as well. But guys, I want to talk a little bit about MVPs. For me, it's Dairy. Dairy and the Matilda
It's
look
Godzilla
so,
for me.
so good.
Godzilla.
It's got to be Godzilla.
Really?
Godzilla. Yeah.
We got 2 Godzillas, 1 Dairy. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. Guys.
Oh
On
my
the disc,
God, he's right twice in 1 day?
Guys,
What
come
is
on.
going on?
Hear out my reasoning why. Okay, so Dairy was instrumental because the thing is that without the guiding winds, without his repositioning, without his knockups, RSG SG will not have had such a quote-unquote stomp of a game, right? 0, 1, and 16 is a phenomenal scoreline. Speaking of which, he also has a 94% kill participation rate in a game which had heaps and heaps of kills. Matilda is really, really good, but only in the right hands. And in this case, Dairy is the right hands for RSG.
So congratulations over to Dairy. He have earned himself the MVP of the game. When it comes down to game number 3, they have definitely managed to find themselves in an amazing spot. And perhaps the next game, Team NIP Flash would have another idea or another thing that they would want to work on. Again, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we're going to take a look at the highlights real quick to showcase why RSG SG won these games so far. And you can see already, this is, I believe, the 3rd or 2nd turtle. Fights are happening on contests with the turtle, but NIP Flash actually started winning this fight, but was pushed away, and in the end, Gray manages to secure it. But I want you to keep an eye out on Dairy during this entire time. Okay, look.
Okay,
maybe not that fight.
Okay.
But when he appears, right, just take a look at where Dairy is and look at how he repositions his team. He's coming in from the top, and he is always at the fringe, right? And once he sees an opportunity, he will hop out and hop back in to knock up on the team.
Ooh, good job, Godzilla. Oh yeah, that's right, Godzilla.
Trying to channel something like Godzilla.
You know, I'm just kind of like taking this MVP moment away from Dairy. Just like, yeah, Godzilla's still my MVP. Yeah, it's this guy. Yeah,
no,
this guy.
But look, I mean, I have to give credit to Godzilla as well, right? Godzilla and Dairy worked very well as a pair. Because if you think about it, even back to the first turtle fight, right? Godzilla was forever Godzilla was forever getting babysit by Dairy. Dairy was with him at all times, ensuring that the mid lane was getting pushed in so that Gray could start off the turtle without stressing out too much about getting countered or getting invaded, right? So honestly, yes, I think Godzilla would have been my second choice for MVP. But I think Dairy, once again, kudos to him for almost carrying the team on his back.
At this point in time, I kind of like the Dairy Godzilla duo.
Yeah.
The both of them seems to be really solid with one another, and it really seems as though that they did manage to take control in the middle lane pretty effectively. They've got each other. They have got each other's backs very effectively, and time again, I've seen that Godzilla could play exactly the way that he's playing because he knows what kind of value Dairy is able to bring for him with all those guiding winds and such.
Yeah, exactly. So when Godzilla does hop in, he's able to get pulled out by Dairy. And honestly speaking, I think finally, we see that Godzilla can play the Terizla, right? And Terizla is actually a pretty decent pick if you are supported with the right teammates. Going into item build, I just want to point out that yes, CS managed to have success with this executioner style Garrocha build that we've seen some of the other players try to pull off, but not succeed with it. The key difference is that this time around he had kills earlier in the game and he was able to kind of snowball that advantage. We saw in the last fight when, finally when the side of NIP Flash was low, he was able to go in, sweep in, and clean up on Isle mid lane.
Yeah, and I think that the RSG, the biggest difference was the fact that, I mean, they didn't ban the Roger, they picked it themselves, but the Roger impact was quite there, right? Like, the entire team wants to run at you, and having that Roger that just kind of pounces on you, cleans things up, and just, gets the 6 kills that you need to really put yourself over the top. I mean, Godzilla and Dairy had great games, but you need somebody that does all of, the damage, so to speak. And he had the farm, he had everything that you wanted. And again, RSG really changing things up and having a really good draft in that game.
So with that all said and done, we've got RSG clinching a win for the third game by having a very flawless neutral objective game. And even when you're talking about the standing objectives, things are looking to be pretty darn good either, with a total of 8 turrets taken down versus NIP Flash's total of 2. And from this point onwards, when it comes down to the itemizations, it's pretty fair to say that all of these players have got pretty much the idea that they want. And for those people that wanted to see how a Julian builds, this is what Hades builds for his Julian, with a Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, a Genius Wand. And now, of course, the final item that he's actually trying to go for is going to be the Feather of Heaven. The last item, understandably, should be an Immortality or a Winter Trinket. Really depends on how he will want to do things.
Yeah, now as we shift our focus over to the side of emblems, I don't see anything that stands out super interestingly to me. I think the Quantum Charger on Vanix makes perfect sense, as he also picks up the sprint. The sprint. Yes, so that he wants to go in and out of the Blazing Duet, right? He wants the mobility, he wants the extra movement speed that he will be able, so that he will be able to go in and out of team fights as and when he chooses to. But other than that, nothing that's pretty much stands out to me.
Let's see. I gotta have to look at the... Okay, Thrill coming in from Bray's Xbox. That's all fine and dandy. Hades have decided to pick up Swift for his level 1 emblem. So it's understandable since Julian is understandably really slow in the level 1s when he's jungling, right? And it takes some time before Julian can be fast and efficient while he's jungling. He also picked up an Impure Rage for himself for the mana capabilities, and that's all nice. Of course, when it comes down to the rest of the stats that is coming in between these two teams, RSG understandably would have a massive overhaul in damage dealt. 250,000 damage as compared to NIP Flashes with a total of 175,000. They're pretty much bleeding red throughout the entirety of the board with very high turret damage, as well as pretty effective heals as well.
Yes, that's for sure. But I want to talk a little bit about the Julian pick, by the way.
Yep.
Why did it not work for Hades in this game?
I wouldn't exactly say that it didn't work per se, but we gotta have to understand why is Julian good and why is Julian back to a certain extent, right? Julian is good because at level 3, you are able to start ganking around. What's the difference between a conventional jungler versus Julian? Is that a conventional jungle starts to rotate and starts to apply more pressure at level 4, while Julian's at level 3. And we gotta have to understand the jungling rotation. How does a Julian get himself to level 3 without going in an extra mile? Not too much difference, to be honest. Purple, orange, and then take the beetle, and then you go straight on to the gold lane. Or if it's the flip side, purple, orange. Wait, that's the beetle as well. Flip side is the orange, purple, and then that very annoying range creep that has defense, right? And from that point on, you should have level 3, and you can immediately make your way over to the gold lane or the EXP for a quick little jump. You are always ahead of the enemies, and for NIP Flash team competition to work out, they need to be ahead, and they need to be the one that sets the pace. They need to initiate. But the main problem that really worked out, that didn't work out for them, is not because of Hades, but it's because of the fact that Kha'Zix was stuck behind the first tier defense turret because of the oppression that Godzilla constantly puts out. He is painful. He have massive lane priority. Kha'Zix needs to go in close in order to clear the wave, but Godzilla does the same thing, except tankier and more painful.
Okay, I think I do agree with you. I also think that Hades on the Julian, you're going to have to watch the replay to see some of the extra rotations that didn't really accomplish anything, right? There was the time where he was level 4, he tried to go up in the top lane, they were going to try to attempt to go for a gank, and the Esmeralda, it was like, there was like no potential, right? So why waste your time, right? It's one of those things where these minor things of, wasting time in the jungle, you have to be super efficient as the jungler, and he wasn't really able to do that. He wasn't really able to shine because, again, those the extra steps, so to speak.
Yeah.
Not to mention as well, I think that most of RSG's side are really, really tanky and slippery because of the Matilda, right? So Julian is not able to go in and put in that kind of early pressure or the early kill pressure on the side of RSG, because RSG can just soak up the damage and walk away.
Now, of course, when we are looking at squishy targets, we only have two heroes that is relatively squishy, being the Roger as well as the Mathilda. If you try to go for a kill on the Roger, then you're gonna have to expect that the Mathilda must not be around.
Yep.
Because the moment that Mathilda is around, okay, goodbye,
Guiding Wind.
You are not gonna be doing anything. Even if you are using enhanced scythe, no, enhanced chain, enhanced scythe, whatever it is, you might not be able to get early kills unless you pick up a Genius Wand super early into the game.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really rough if you do that, because, I mean, you need to be ahead, you need to get the kill pressure, and then if you get the kill pressure, then it's... Wait a second, you can't even get the kill pressure because they're tanky.
Yeah.
Right, so therein lies the problem. All right, so we've broken down the game slightly for you, but for the full breakdown, we're going to throw it over to Kinzofu. Take it away.
All right, it's my turn now, and what a game by RSG here. Dairy, especially the MVP of the day. I'm going to show you why he is the MVP with the amount of saves, amount of deterrence, and amount of aggression. Something that Mathilda has in her kit, and exactly what Dairy displayed the entire duration of this fight. This clip is a minute long, but yeah, I'm going to try and rush through it here. So first and foremost, there are 3 lanes that are being taken down by RSG at this point. First and foremost, here is the Guiding Wind coming out from the Mathilda, which is going to transition into the Circling Eagle. Diablo actually expends his ulti here, the Bravest Fighter itself, but this small movement by Dairy actually pushes Vanix back a little bit. That slight delay in timing actually helped out RSG a little bit later on. Right, so Circling Eagle onto Diablo, and this is going to cause Diablo to call for help, right? And this is where Lawsy and Cortese are going to hit down. But I think at the same time, Hades was calling for help as well because he wanted to burst down Bray. So there was a lot of confusion on the backlines on the side of NIP Flash. And, you know, when you give RSG an advantage, you know they will take it for sure. Right here, with the 3-lane pressure, most teams will say, hey, let's just try and focus on 3 different things at the same time. But RSG made a very clever call to say, let's just put where our focus should be. Let's move towards the top lane here. Transition, since the pressure's already on the bot lane, let's go and try and chunk down this mid lane structural damage onto the mid tower itself. They got the tier 3 on the top as well. And this is where Dairy makes money's worth in a short amount of time. He's actually going to allow that penalty zone coming in from Godzilla itself, but that's not the only play, right? Lawsy recognized that, hey, something's going wrong, we need to get the counterplay itself. And this, honestly, Lawsy, very big Minoan Fury, but Dairy actually counters that straight away with a nice move here. He's going to use his Circling Eagle, once again, gets a 2-man knockup. And 2 very important members, by the way. This is the tanks. It is going to be actually Lawsy as well as Diablo. Both of them knocked up, which allows the space for CS to come in, get the Lycan Pounce actually, and jump towards the backlines, as you will see very shortly as well. So CS jumps in, gets a very nice triangle. So 3-man hit on the Lycan Pounce. Bray is pulling away, if I'm not wrong, Cortese at this point, and Hades is caught in a pretty difficult situation with Closer and 2 other members of the RSG roster as well. And this is a very nice movement coming out from RSG again. Once again, take a look at what happens here. For CS, his life bar is probably at half now. He's going to get a tremendous amount of shielding thanks to the itemization by Dairy as well. And this allows him to continually fight and really just win the war of attrition with NIP Flash. And at this point, the killing blow once again gonna come out. Dairy gonna land another very beautiful Circling Eagle. And this is gonna be complemented by Closer with the Falling Star Moon 3-man catcher. And you know, with the kit that they have, it's shields on shields, a 2-man knockup followed once again by Dairy. It seems like he's flying, taking to the skies every single place around the map. And this is where RSG smelt blood. And like a shark underwater, when they smell blood, you are going to be taken out. RSG, what a game. I'm expecting this is going to be a tiebreaker very soon if this is the way they're going to continue playing. Now, boys, it's all my time right now. It is back to you to see if RSG can tie things up.
RSG tying it up would be incredible to watch for our first series of today. Holler, what are your thoughts on going into this next match? Do you think RSG is going to be able to pull it off?
I want to see RSG win just so that your prediction is wrong. I mean, jokes aside, I do think that Team Flash, NIP Flash is the stronger team, right? I think that we all agree on that. Going into this one, I think that they need to face adversity. If they want to, if they end up being in the championship and they go to MSC and all the other things, they need that adversity to kind of grow as a team. If you stomp everybody and you haven't played to that level, that international level, and having that adversity, you're really not going to get better. So I want to see them go to the distance. I want to see them go to that Game 5. Just the fact, I mean, who knows who's going to win this? But I want them to get that experience.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what else they need in order to get that experience, to be able to get comfortable enough to reach the MSC level? Awesome chairs, man.
Which is right on it.
I mean, it's true, right? I mean, the chairs are so darn comfortable. I mean, we've been sitting on these chairs for what now? The past
2 days.
2 days? Well, I mean, if you include regular
Yesterday.
season.
Okay.
We've been here. We've been on these chairs for a good chunk of time. I mean, look at that. Abstract about to fall asleep on the desk. Nothing new here.
Actually, the U-Squeeze the arm, I kind of want to try 2 at the same time while playing MLBB. I wonder what that would feel like.
Man, that would be so weird because I feel like it's going to be pushing your blood pressure in a way that you won't be able to use your fingers, right? You just be like, oh,
trust me, I can't get any worse than I already am. So at this point, I'll try whatever I can at this point.
But the seats are extremely comfortable, and I'm so glad that we have them on the desk to cast together with. And we have also, I think, the U-Squeeze in the studios. So have you guys used it?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Well, I have, and it's pretty darn relaxing. I
would love to get myself a quick little hand massage, to be honest. Massage one hand, please. No, I'm just kidding. But okay, the main thing is we are going to be taking a look at this draft now. And I am very surprised that NIP Flash did not ban the Mathilda again. And there could still be a chance that RSG would completely abuse that.
Yeah, I am looking forward to Davey picking up the Matilda, but the question is, can the Matilda be countered by any other pick on the side of NIP Flash? Because if I'm NIP Flash and I'm letting the Matilda through, that means I am confident with either dealing with it or countering it. Right? So in your knowledge, Abstract, who do you think they could pick to kind of counter the Matilda?
To be honest, when it comes down to counter, it's not exactly even like a hard counter per se. It really boils down to soft counters. You just need to ensure that your team have a lot more lockdowns and really just to clip the wings of this very annoying very annoying bird. And RSG, given that opportunity, they will pick up the Mathilda again. So with the final 2 picks with the last 2 picks for NIP Flash would probably give us a much better idea as to how they want to play things. RSG with the 3 first foundation pick allows them to play exactly as they have played in the previous game. But now, okay, not what I'm expecting. Benedetta is back in the hands of Diablo.
This is the OG Benedetta player, right? We saw the likes of Bear picking it up, but we see Diablo, the original Benedetta guy. I can't wait to see him play Benedetta on the stage in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be a treat for us all as viewers. But that said, I do realize that Xborg is left open right now. Xborg is not perhaps seen as a priority pick for the side of RSG SG, but could potentially be left as a last ban coming out from the side of NIP Flash.
Once again, another Cho that has been banned out. I mean, yeah, I know, Lolzy and his Cho is annoying. We have always seen Lolzy playing Cho at one point in time. But right now, do we really want to see this kind of point-click ability stunts, such as Kanja or Cho or Franco? I highly doubt it. At this point in time, we don't need to focus on one person. We need to look at things in a more of a macro view. And speaking of macro view, it is the Benedetta that NIP Flash have picked up for themselves, but that also means that they would require their jungler to play more utility rather than damage. Because Benedetta, it depends on how Diablo plays it, but Diablo has 2 styles of playing. To play more for teamfight, that means picking up the Petrify, or he plays for lanes. He needs to win lanes, and he will defeat the lanes and completely wreck the entire macro of RSG on a Havoc because of the execute that he picks.
Yeah, look, I think lane pressure could be the aim of the game here, because we do see a Paquito being banned out for the side of NIP Flash. They do not want anyone to kind of match that. We do see a Tigro getting picked up for Lolzy. I don't really need to touch much on that. Tigro, Lolzy equals good plays coming out from the side of NIP Flash. The question is, who is RSG SG going to be picking? Xborg, of course. And the last question is, are they going to flex the Terizla onto Godzilla yet again?
I have a feeling, yeah. I mean, Godzilla did a very good, had a very good time against the Valentina, and they can repeat that again. So putting the Terizla versus the Valentina quite literally don't have an answer to what Terizla have done before. So Closer just requires to have more damage to his name. And the damage is going to be the Yuzhong, so that's great. That's fine and dandy. RSG have got a pretty solid lineup that they have here for now. The first 3 foundation picks will replay what they did in the first 5 minutes against NIP Flash. But perhaps this final jungler pick from the side of NIP Flash might make a bit of difference. I do want to see a Barats being picked up by Hades, not gonna lie. They would, it would be nice to see them having that kind of suppress. They already have a Tigro, they can work on an AoE effect, but they need someone tanky, damage, and also a lockdown, just so that they can win in all these neutral objective fights.
Well, it seems like they disagree, and they are going back to Hades Guinevere. Guinevere being played twice so far, 100% win rate, by the way, both times being piloted by Hades. Hades, Guinevere has looked really, really good. Unfortunately, doesn't really combo much with the rest of the team. They do have the Tigro's knockup, which could combo with the Violet Requiem, but that's pretty much it at this point. In terms of lineups, RG seems to be really comfortable with having Godzilla on the Terizla pick. On the Terizla pick against Cortese. So we do expect to see Davey kind of circling around Godzilla like an eagle, you know, kind of protecting him and defending him from any potential ganks, as well as putting additional pressure onto Cortese. Overall, I really like the lineup coming out more from RSG. Feels a bit more similar to what they've done from the previous game. NIP Flash, the lineup, a little bit more squishy, but if they manage to execute it well, it's going to deal a whole lot of hurt. Anyways, we are going into game 4 of our upper bracket finals, NIP Flash versus RSG SG. Lads, I am excited to see what's going to happen.
So same old. Godzilla will definitely have got some crazy early game control over Cortese, and they would have information as to where Cortese essentially goes. So one thing that's slightly different is that if I remember correctly, Lolzy wasn't always with Cortese in the previous game. So this time they are actually bolstering their middle lane a lot more. As you can kind of see from the minimap, we do have the Xbox and the Mathilda that is really focusing a little bit more onto Lolzy as well as Cortese itself.
I think this game, in terms of NIP Flash, what they need to do is really Diablo on the Benedetta and the Guinevere with Hades. I think that those two really need to step up this game, right? Everything really relies on these two guys in terms of like carrying the load here, because again, we've seen what RSG can do. We know this lineup. They're very comfortable with it. They want to tank. They want to fight. They have the, you know, the Roger that just runs at you. But I think getting into that situation where now Lolzy is going to give up first blood, not really the greatest start.
First blood to CS as well. This is the guy that you want to put your gold onto. They're in a little bit of trouble.
Hades focusing it in, and Diablo does get it. So, they'll take that trade, I think.
Doesn't seem like too big of an issue. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Vanix getting jumped in from the backside. Vanix taking a lot of damage. He's not able to run away, and CS with yet another kill.
Damn! Okay.
2 kills to the side of RSG.
Damn!
On the person that you want. Damn! I was expecting one more, man.
Damn! Okay. We got a turtle that's going to be taken out by the hands of Hades. We've got 2-1 is the current score line for the kills at the very least. RSG have got a tad little bit of gold advantage, but not like it's going to be flying so high at least for now.
Oh, knock up CS. Oh, Vanix focusing it in. I think he actually used... Oh, no, Luzzy. I mean, they tried to go for this one, but now they're the return. They do end up having Godzilla and Derry join the fray, but, you know, NIP Flash are going to just avoid that.
I'd like to mention that RSG SG have changed their play style a little bit more. We noticed a lot more movement coming out from the duo of Godzilla as well as Derry, and we did see Bray for the first time in this 4-game series not initiating on the first turtle, by the way. So it's going to be interesting to see what the plans are and how they have adapted to NIP Flash's play style.
Honestly, for this game, I am just stoked and ready to see Kha'Zix stealing the Black Dragon form away from the hands of Closer. This game, so far, when we have been looking at NIP Flash, Kha'Zix plays a very important role in a lot of these games won. So I'm just waiting for that point in time, right? They need to have a little bit more damage.
Oh, the Electro Final Blow cutting off the end of retreat. Bray loses the Farag armor, but he's going to survive. He's just so tanky.
That's actually a very tanky Xbox. Electro Final Blow plus the Violet Requiem. The only thing they can bring out was the entirety of the Farag armor, and that's pretty much all. Pretty scary if you ask me.
Yeah, actually, it looked, I mean, it could be from the angle of the screen, but it looked as if the Electro Final Blow actually like barely whiffed. Barely missed Bray, but I would need a more close confirmation on that. But, you know, I think the game so far is kind of gone back into the stalemate. We see the gold lead kind of dropping a little bit for the side of RSG. NIP Flash kind of evening that out through, I reckon, CS. Not CS the player, but through the creep scores, the kills.
This game is a lot easier and a lot better for Kha'Zix. Because of the fact, probably because of the fact that Diablo has constantly been, Diablo and Hades has constantly been roaming around and really showing a lot of presence in the middle lane to ensure that Kha'Zix
charge back, throws back Godzilla. Lalzi with a circling eagle connecting onto him. He flickers back to safety. He's going to be fine. The Black Dragon form doesn't really get much. So NIP Flash do have an opening. CS has used his howl. He's going to back off. The Turtle's back in his cave. Diablo on the backside goes for Bray. Wasn't personal. Not really sure, but now he's being chased. Derry continuing on. The knockup by Hades. They do get something, and they get closer. So they do have an opening now. This is one member down and closer, but are they going to take the Turtle? Derry's still sticking around. Godzilla as well. Things are a little precarious at this point, but it looks like Bray joins back into the fray. Hades, the Circling Eagles, keeping him alive with the stolen Black Dragon form. Goes back in, but it looks like Hades is going to take the Turtle. Kha'Zix continuing forward. They're going to look to do as much damage as possible. Lalzi barely gets away. RSG now disengaged.
No one died?
Yeah, that was like a Marvel movie, right?
Yeah.
Nobody fighting, nobody dies. Like, come on, man. What's the point?
No one died. That's incredible. Honestly speaking, I thought the moment that Kha'Zix had the Black Dragon form and he was starting to crowd the members of RSG SG towards his team, I thought someone was definitely going to die, but wow, all that happened and no one dying is a little bit disappointing, not gonna lie.
I thought so too.
Do you watch UFC to watch people die?
I mean, yeah. What are you watching UFC?
Well, I mean, just to submit each other, and like you know, it's still a gentleman's game at the end of the day, even though they're trying to kill each other.
No, definitely nothing. But
I like how his first word was submit to each other.
Get your mind out of the gutter, sir.
Too bad, already too deep in. But for now, okay, but 6 minutes into the game, 2-2 is the current scoreline between RSG as well as NIP Flash. NIP Flash definitely have got a way better game as compared to the previous game. Kha'Zix, he could get himself out of the grips of Godzilla this time, and they have been showing a way better time to fight.
Hades being focused in. The backside, get the penalty zone, but Hades is somehow, okay, he does go down. Godzilla's gonna get credit for this. They do have it, and Godzilla taking a lot of damage, but I don't think they want to commit. They're going to let him go.
I mean, Godzilla's just so tanky. Keep in mind that he has a passive that allows him to be more tanky the lower HP he is. I have to say...
Nice two-man stun by Kha'Zix, though, but nobody, again, dying on this one. Bray's going to back off. Yeah, he's got no armor, but they did protect the tower, and there were 3 members left, all at the cost of Hades, so not the worst thing in the world.
This is looking like a very, very even game right now. We are only 7 minutes in. There's only a 500 gold lead to the side of NIP Flash, though RSG did have more kills. The gold difference is because of the 2 turtles that went over to the side of NIP Flash. I do expect contesting from the side of RSG for this 3rd turtle.
So right now, NIP Flash is going to be putting themselves onto this turtle fight, and understandably, it will not be easy.
Oh, the penalty zone has already been committed. Might have been a little too early They're going to back off here. Derry going back in. Try to go for Cortese. Black Dragon form. Nope. He's going to back off. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, RSG should just be focusing on the turtle right now, but CS manages to get Cortese on the back line. Does a little bit of recall action, but it's going to get punished for that.
I don't know if that was worth it. CS going down, especially when he had 3 kills at this point. It didn't seem like a smart move, but again, I'm not as smart as CS.
And not to mention, I mean, the thing is, yes, they lost CS, but they got Cortese and they got a turtle as well. So overall, the trade, I think, was not too bad for the side of RSG SG.
I think it feels as though for NIP Flash, the real game has yet to begun. I always like to say that, but it seems to be
penalty zone on the Lalzi. He's taking a lot of damage. Oh, the last insanity is going to be committed. The Electro final blow. And then it looks like Diablo has come out of left field. He's going to get this. The Circling Eagle. Where does he land? He's not going to land on anybody with a stolen one. Oh, it's like Top Gun. Like there's like a dogfight.
Dogfight, but no one dies because of that. Diablo really low. CS!
Oh, he dashes away. He's going to be fine. Oh, Diablo playing not only with the enemy team, but also with my heart.
Jace is coming for you.
Oh, is he just jealous? Probably. The spatial migration. Oh, they're doing some work right onto Derry, and they burst him down.
What
and
a
Hades
waste.
with a nice kill.
Yeah, that is even a Purifier that has been used by Dairy. That's the difficulty about picking a Purifier against a Guinevere, right? Because right after the... Okay, hold on a second. Middle lane.
Final blow. Nice 3-man stun. Closer's going to be down for the count. Diablo will get credit. Lalzi taking a lot of damage. He's in the heart of the enemy team. He's going to go down as well. Cortese wants something in return. They did find CS, who is getting shot down. Hades goes back in, goes for this one. He's going to be fine, and Bray, everybody's so low.
Diablo looking for something more, perhaps, as he enters the enemy jungle, but is he in too deep?
Oh, Diablo. CS dashes over the wall. He gets shot, sniped out. Diablo's going to get credit for that one. And Derry now, just all he can do is watch.
There's even the Lord that's currently available. The rest of RSG, they found themselves reacting to the gameplay to the plays of NIP Flash. And NIP Flash, of course, they have themselves reacting to a certain extent as well.
Diablo
really do like that.
Going in for Bray. He does some damage. Derry, all he can do is watch. This is going to be a free Lord going the way of NIP Flash.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a free Lord, right? I mean, the things that RSG couldn't do anything. They were trying to push
They could take top.
Oh, nice 2-man stun,
That's
though
true.
nice penalty zone by Godzilla. But Cortese limps away. He's going to be fine. That recall place is very precarious. Derry, Circling Eagle, Cortese stolen. He's going to run it back as well. And both of these guys just playing around.
Watch out. The ultimate economy for NIP Flash is way better than RSG at this point in time, alright? So NIP Flash may actually just launch a comeback and just launch a fight again onto RSG. There is no Black Dragon form, there is no Circling Eagle, and there is no penalty zone. While in the meantime, NIP Flash have got all the most important skills at their disposal.
Yeah, but the thing is that what are they going to be fighting for right now? Lord is pushing down.
Oh, the Circling Eagle onto him. It does connect onto Cortese, but now Lalzi's going to have to run. He's being focused in.
There we go.
And it looks like they do get Lalzi, but Bray's going to take this. The Lord is crashing in the top lane. Vanix does need to be careful. He's going to back off, kite it out. Hades gets a nice 2-man stun. He's doing some work. CS does get bursted. Cortese's going to get credit for this. And Derry now, all they can do is just run now with CS down for 30 seconds. This seems like an eternity at this stage.
Yeah, 30 seconds is all they need for NIP Flash to push down the third turret of the game.
They've taken the T3 top. That's going to be a big win. That's an opening that they want. Diablo's going to get credit for this one. And they're going to continue to push forward. And as I say that, they back off, take the enemy jungle on their way out.
Now that is what they're fighting for. They're fighting for time. In order for the Lord to extend his timer, you gotta have to keep the Lord alive for as long as you can. And picking up a fight with the opponents while you have the ultimate economy way better than them is the perfect time.
Yeah, the perfect time. Striking at the perfect time actually gave NIP Flash a 4.8k gold lead. That is 2 items, almost 1.5 items for the side of NIP Flash, and I'm pretty sure that the items have all gone to Diablo. This is someone that you do not want ahead. As ahead, he's just gonna be super
Lalzi! Oh, he played that one so smart. He let Hades bait out in the front, and they thought Godzilla was like, oh, I'll just one-on-one him, but then he gets charged out by Lalzi, gets sent in the wrong direction, and NIP Flash will happily take that free kill.
RSG looking very much like a Game 1 and Game 2 forms. They actually started the game pretty well, but now that they're behind, it seems like they don't know how to come back from behind.
Oh, Bray taking a lot of damage. The Fraga armor already exposed. And now with the T3 open. One thing I've noticed in this game versus the other games is that Diablo has found his recall button. He's able to spam it quite well.
Hey, I mean, look, if you want to showcase the recalls, that's how you do it, right? And I mean, it is a nice recall. So Diablo, we're looking very confident as well. 3-0-3. I mean, if you were playing your main hero and you were up 5.3k gold, I'd be spamming recalls too all day.
Look, I could be 0-16 in like 2, and I will be spamming recalls. That is my job.
Quite a taunter, this Hauler.
Well, that's what Hauler's good at, right?
He's always doing the same thing over and over again. Hey, come and get me! my name is Abstract. Oh, okay.
Zilla running away. Derry and Bray, they're going to have to back off. Vanix goes in for this one. Bray, he's going to be exposed. He's going to be targeted. That's going to be life number 1, the Black Dragon form.
Oh.
What can he do? Looks like he's just going to make a U-turn. He's going to get on out of this one. And it looks like they're going to focus their attention back onto the Lord. Diablo's still up front, realizes that most of the RSG members are gone, but they've been zoned away. Vanix and Hades trying to burst it down as quickly as possible. Cortese still up in front. Last Insanity committed. A nice circle on top of Diablo gets the Lord. And Cortese goes down. Lousy, he's going to be back for life number 1. Cortese's down. Diablo as well. CS has been killed, but now Vanix is on the run. Trying to chase out Closer. And Closer does go down. So Vanix, last man standing.
With the Lord that will be by his side soon. Regardless, all in all, we've got RSG that lost 3, while NIP Flash that have lost 4. But at least the Lord will be marching in from the top lane, and as much as I want to believe, the Lord will probably reach close to the opponent's base, or only when the rest of the team respawn. So
Guys,
that is still some time to play around with.
Guys, this instant replay shows just how scrappy the fight is. CS going down there was not what RSG SG wanted to do. And oh my gosh, 3 to 4 trade, but the Lord actually being taken away by Diablo of all people. I saw what Bray was trying to do. He was trying to bring the Lord down with the Blast Insanity Retribution combination, but unfortunately missed it by a sliver of HP. Diablo saw him coming, decides to stop that from happening. If RSG SG had taken the Lord, then that may actually have been the key they needed to turn this fight around. But now we see NIP Flash knocking on the final inhibitor turret for RSG.
All owned by Godzilla. They're going to go for this one. Vanix still up in front, chipping away at that tower. The Circling Eagle connects on the 3. That was pretty legit. Hades does get a little bit low, doesn't be careful. Closer's going to be killed. Ballsy as well, but they've backed off with the entropy from Vanix. He's going to be fine, but again, they just don't have the minions in the bottom lane.
No minions pushing in means that RSG SG gets a small breathing room, but NIP Flash is right outside the door. The third inhibitor turret is definitely
Hades,
going
the nice
down.
facial migration connects. Derry down for the count. Bray being focused. He's going to go on for this one. He's somehow alive. Cortese really wants him. CS does get Diablo, but Bray is down. Godzilla now running to the hills. He's been, he gets in somehow alive with the base. Vanix and Hades have taken the base, and they will take the series in the 4th game.
What a game 3. We did see some signs of life coming out from RSG SG's side, but unfortunately, it was too little, too late.
I would say that they are slowly climbing back into understanding how to deal with NIP Flash. So yes, they lost the first 2 games, but let's be honest here. If this was a best of 7 series, I wouldn't even be surprised that RSG is slowly starting to figure NIP Flash out and start to give them a harder run for the next few games onwards.
No, I agree. It's definitely a moment where, yeah, they've learned, but it's still just 1 game, right? And yeah. You can hang your hat on that one, which is great to do, especially in this league. It's very difficult to take any sort of game off of Team Flash. Exactly. But getting into this situation now where, okay, now we need to go back to what you were talking about. We have the rest of the day to do our studies, to do the VOD reviews, get ourselves ready for the next, the series, which is going to be tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, you got to wake up early, though.
Yeah.
Look, I love it. Even though the games are long, we see smiles on both players' faces. It was a really good game to watch. So huge shout out to the players for giving us that series. Honestly speaking, the games could have gone either ways, but after all, I just wanted to say, guys, that I was right.
You gotta go there. You gotta go there. Okay. It's like that. All right.
I am not sorry, guys.
Okay, all right. It's okay. A blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes, and
It's okay.
I think in this situation, you are. It's fine. We still have the rest of the day in terms of tomorrow or later today, and I'm sure. I hope your predictions are wrong.
Yeah, don't worry. We have the entirety of today to keep on doing more jokes and doing more in your faces kind of thing for the fact that you may be right or you may be wrong, or instances whereby you may say that you are right but very clearly you are wrong kind of thing.
I just
don't
feel
worry,
like
we have a lot of time.
You've opened Pandora's box, and I think that now things are personal.
Look,
okay?
I love it, guys.
Super personal.
Okay, I don't know if you guys are going to make
your
out or something. It's very
personal
awkward.
space
Give each other some space, my friend.
Look,
I can see you on pause, by the way.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I mean, look, close, cut up and close and personal. Look, I love it, guys. That shows how close we are as a table. So, but enough about us. Enough about the desk. Who is your MVP?
Oh, yikes. Pretty sure that Kha'Zix is not the one. Because we know that the Fasa games is all him. Dang. I can't.
MVP for me is Diablo.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, I'm trying to say, like, who really stuck out? I think the team played really well. But okay. Oh, man.
Don't say anything!
Oh, God.
Okay,
Don't
look,
say anything!
I will say, though, Diablo is my MVP for these following reasons, right? Diablo was able to... He wasn't making the macro plays, but he was always the one finding the angles to the team fights where he was able to cut off one or two members of RSG at all times, right? So the thing is that Diablo is doing a lot of damage. Look at his full item build, by the way, right? He is fully equipped to just delete anyone off the map. And the thing is, Diablo was wiping people off the map, and his timings using the Electro Final Blow was immaculate as well. He was using it not only to escape, to get into angles, but also to deal damage, by the way. And I don't think landed too many of those 5-man petrifies or 4-man petrifies, but he was impactful enough to really change the outcome of the team fights.
I gotta have to say, as a Benedetta player, I actually didn't see too much of zoning too much onto what he's been doing. But one thing's for sure, he changed his item build, and this has been quite the mainstream item build now for Benedetta. Not a fan, but it seems to work.
Well, let's hear what the players have to say, maybe about the item build, but about the game. Let's dive into the mic check.
I picked it.
Nice one. Mati!
Okay, boom, let's go.
Help me, guys.
Yeah, go.
Mati! We can, guys. Don't test. No. Brave us. Nice one, guys. Nice one. No.
Nice.
Mati! Yeah.
Nice.
No pay. I can knock up.
Nice try. It's okay.
Guys. I'm taking.
Tower lang.
Roger no pay. Nice, Diablo. Nice one.
Take me.
Hey, careful lang.
No. We can.
I know. Just careful.
The whole time, all I could hear was Lolzy.
Yeah. Mati!
That's like kill, right?
Yeah. Actually, it's not kill, it's more die.
Oh, well, there we go.
Okay.
Death.
No, I mean, but you need somebody who's a shot caller. I mean, you need somebody who's loud and kind of, calling out targets.
That's Lolzy.
And he's like, you need somebody who's very vocal, right? And I think they're really lucky to have it on that team. They've been doing quite well. So, and it's great to see him. I mean, do it live, right? Where they're just yelling at people. I think that's a lot of fun to watch.
I would love to see him yell at more people, to be honest. But for now, let's take a look at the post-game stats and taking a look at the items. Like of course, I said before, not exactly a huge fan of like pure assassin Benedetta kind of thing. I much prefer the sustainable type of Benedetta because once you go in, it's kind of hard to kill out. But it's pretty evident coming in from the side of Diablo that when he goes in, he can still come out. I guess it's all a skill diff then from this point onwards. But regardless, when it comes down to CS, he's working onto the typical executional style, kind of Roger. So, I mean, given the current lineup, I can understand why.
Okay. One thing that we've noticed is that Kwasong has been like rubbing it in that he's been like right like 1 or 2 times. But let me be very clear, like in the beginning of the game, I said Hades and Diablo really needed to have stepped up, right? So if I didn't tell Diablo to step up, he would not have gotten that MVP, right? So that indirectly, that's through me. You know, I'm motivating him to play to the MVP level where you could have been like, hey, he actually had a decent game, I'll call him MVP, right? I'm just saying, right?
So it sounds a little bit like Holler is suffering from a bit of copium syndrome right here.
I'm just dealing with two kids that wants to be right all the time.
I'm right, Dad.
I mean, it's Father's Day soon, right? So there we go.
All 3 of us can celebrate it. Huh.
I don't have it. Well, no, technically, my wife can celebrate Mother's Day, but I can't celebrate Father's Day.
Okay, understand.
But focusing on the game, though, honestly, item builds wise, as you mentioned, execution aside, build from Roger, pretty standard stuff. Nothing new from the side of Matilda. Going down the list, it looks like pretty stock standard builds for everyone, right? But I think it all came down to kind of execution.
It actually really comes down to execution, right? Yeah. Because the matchup between the Terizla and a Valentina is exactly the same. We've got we've seen this in game number 3, and we're seeing that matchup again in game number 4. But it's vastly different. The encounter, the differences, the experience, and the outcome. This time, Katisi is no longer that oppressed by Godzilla playing as a Terizla. We don't see him going for early recall. We don't see him being stuck in the middle lane, being pressed on by Godzilla anymore. It's very likely because of the different kind of rotations and the macro game played by Hades as well as Diablo. Understandably, Lolzy being in the lane with Katisi has helped a tremendous bit, but RSG wasn't able to take control of the game in the middle lane like they did in game number 3.
Yeah, that's a key difference, I think. And you can also see, I think, in terms of the emblem builds, I don't actually see more of a sustained option for Katisi. He kind of just went the same item build, so it was definitely the execution and the way that the team played around Katisi to give him enough support and not leave him on an island, right? Because I mean, we saw earlier that when Katisi was left on an island, it became a problem for the entire team at the late stage of the game. Emblems, I see a lot of quantum charges on the side of RSG. They wanted to go fast, they wanted to go vroom vroom.
Okay. Yeah. Going into this one, both of these teams, none of them are eliminated from the league yet, or the playoffs, right? So if you had to give them one advice for each team, what are you going to tell them? Like, what are you going to tell RSG? What are you going to tell NIP?
Ooh, damn. I would tell RSG to be decisive, I guess. They in game number 3, it seems like they were very decisive. Like, they knew exactly what they needed to do, and when they called things out, they're just gonna jump. Just jump whoever and just kind of learn from the mistakes, right? Because clearly, RSG definitely learned from quite a bit of mistakes. As for NIP Flash, all I can say is don't be complacent. Because understandably, they are the fan favorites, right? And everyone has seen what they are capable of. But the moment if they start to be a little bit complacent and be like, yeah, they can lose a little bit here and there, it could just snowball into something completely different.
For me, I would tell RSG, look, give Davy Matilda. Give Davy playmaking heroes. Because the thing is that Davy is a very good centerpiece that you can play around, right? I think Godzilla is fine. He can play anything. Bray is looking good on his X-Borg or his Ling. Both are okay. But give Davy what he wants to play and give something give Closer something that he's comfortable at playing. Because honestly, this Yuzong game looks it looked a little bit weird for the Closer. Like he wasn't really utilizing Yuzong's Black Dragon form to move around the map, or he wasn't using Black Dragon form to push away or gather corral NIP flashes together, right? So honestly, I think you need to give Closer something that he's comfortable on, and you need to give Davey something that he's good on, because it's different, right? Being comfortable and being good at something is completely different.
Okay. Now, what about NIP Flash? What we tell them?
You do you.
You do you?
Okay. Because I mean, honestly speaking, they're fine, right?
Yeah.
Looking at looking at what they've shown us throughout yesterday, today, as well as the regular season, it seems like they're comfortable playing what they want to play. So just let them do what they want and don't be complacent, right? So exactly what Abstract mentioned.
Yep.
And looking at the stats in game, right? Look, honestly, they had slightly more damage dealt to the enemy team, right? But they had heaps more turret damage, right? Which showcases how dominant they were in this game. Honestly, kills-wise, aren't too far apart, by the way. There's only 3 kill difference, but the goal difference was massive.
Yeah, no, it's all about the objectives of the game, right? So kills are one thing, and that's why I think if you're just like a, if you were at home, it's one of those things that you need to kind of imbue into your teammates so that they're not just chasing kills, right? But to go back to the whole coaching thing in the one line, I think not to go Asian dad on people, but RSG, I would say just be better, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You can watch the replays and you kind of do that. But at the same time, I would also give advice to NIP Flash of just be better, right?
So basically just say be better to everyone.
Yeah, that's my default answer. That's what my dad
2
taught
words
me.
for the team to just
It's
play.
never enough. You can be better.
Yeah.
2 words, be better.
Yeah, but Dad, I came home with an A-. It's like, no,
Be
that's
better.
not good. Be better. Yeah.
What if it's an A+?
Be better.
Right? What if it's 30K PCU peak?
Then be better, right? We can hit. Well, there's still like this is not even close. Like we need to be way better than this, right? We need to be closer to 100K at this point.
We need 3,000 more views for an elite skin, lads. Look, I want the elite skin. I'm gonna be keying in this code right once the
You can
camera
settle
switches
with your
off.
elite skin. I'll wait for my epic skin.
Ooh, I'm pretty sure. Don't you key it in and then you just get the skin like
Yeah,
in addition to it,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just key it in early because I think it's limited as well, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's limited as well, yeah. So previously, just now, we have like the normal skin codes. From what I remember, the codes go somewhere like 3L, I remember crispy chicken, so it was like C something, and then there's like MDL in it, and 9. Yeah, because it
He's really good at memorizing codes, hey, Holler.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if it's a gift or a curse at this point because it's like the usage of it. Like there's so many things that you like. If you remember, like memorize pi to like the 100th position or whatever, it make you can
be honest,
kind
if I
of maybe use
recited
it.
something to
But
you right
these
now-
codes is kind of like like at midnight, I'm gonna be like, I'm super hungry. I'm ordering McDonald's. What is that code? I'm gonna call you. You're gonna be number 1 on my quick dial list, right?
Speed dial.
Well, speaking about helping people out, right? If you could help us improve a little bit more, there's a QR code that's kind of like right there, right? So if you could scan that QR code and do a quick survey for us, we're always looking at improving. Look, if we're not doing good enough, tell us to just be better, right?
Yeah.
And we will listen to your advice. So do send in your feedback to that QR code right there. And give us your feedback and give us your honest feedback. Okay?
You can be like super specific and say like, Holler is such a mean dad, or Holler is just like not.
I was gonna say the same thing about you, but you cut him off before I could
Look,
talk.
I already expected it coming. Okay, I worked with you long enough.
I was gonna say, hey, if you have any problems with our casting, please reach out to Such Abstract and kind of go into that. But yeah, okay, whatever. All right, we're moving on.
All right. So I think that's enough from us for this series. Let's throw it over to our favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, guys. Take it away.
That's right. It's my turn now. It's going to be the Tofu Academy here. We're going to be learning a little bit about the ninja way, and this is going to be the Ninjas in Pyjamas Team Flash here. So it is very important that one of the lessons you learn as being a ninja is that you need technique as well as strength. And right here, you will see why technique matters a lot. In this big fight before the final stages of the game itself, you're going to see this last Insanity coming out by Bray, catching out actually 3 of the 5 members on the side of Flash. And that was a pretty good play as well. This is going to be complemented by the Circling Eagle coming out from Dewi. We've already seen Dewi's performance in the previous game. We know that this is his strength. He's able to catch so many different members, but this is where technique matters, and this is where technique counts. This is the counterplay actually by Team Flash. So at this portion, right, we have Godzilla coming in with the penalty zone as well. And let's be honest, when I was looking at this particular scene itself, I thought, oh no, this fight is over for Flash, right? This is an RSG win for sure. And look at the damage that's laid down onto the multiple members of Team Flash. But here's where technique matters. Diablo comes in to try and save the day. Actually gets a couple of clutch moments along with Lousy as well as our star player here, Vanix. And take a look at what happens next. So they get the damage down. They do get a couple of the kills as well. Cortese, unfortunately, going to hit the graveyard along with Hades as well. But this is where Diablo makes the play of his life along with Lousy as well. They are left for dead, but at this point, they two-man implosion, followed by Diablo cutting in as well. Actually manages to get them low enough, such a way that Vanix actually manages to clean up the rest of the crew, make it out safely. And that's where it sets the stage for the later part of this game here. And yeah, we'll jump straight into that after this moment. So at the start of this, right, we have one member down a piece on both sides here. And this is where Hades makes it count and compliments to Diablo for adding in the damage as well, jumping in. He's going to have a nice item swap later on. He actually gets the Winter Truncheon here on Diablo, and that is going to help them out quite a lot. A very small micro play here, but it makes the world's difference for the side of NIP Flash. And that is actually getting CS into the midst of all the different players on the side of NIP Flash. Because he has the Winter Truncheon, he manages to survive a little bit, allowing Vanix to jump in, deal the damage as well. And the rest is history, because the last little play is actually from Hades, pushing Godzilla away. And for Cortese to continue pushing Godzilla away, doesn't matter if he throws his life, because at this point, Lord God Vanix is going to end the game for you, and this is a win for NIP Flash. Now that's all the time I have. It is time for me to throw it over to Cheryl. Cheryl, it's your turn now.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kid. Now, I have a very, very special person beside me. GM, team manager, coach, analyst, Joseph beside me. Hi, Joseph.
Hello.
Very rare face to really see right here on stage, so I'm very excited to ask him a few questions. So tell us more just generally, like how do you manage to form like this beast of a team that we see here today?
I think as long as you treat the players right, you understand them, you have one or two key pieces, naturally the best players will want to come over to your team and join you.
Right, so you were the one who actually got Hades on for the previous season.
Yep, correct.
And then how did the procurement of Cortese come about?
Hades was really close to Cortese because they were teammates before in MPL PH, so he recommended. I watched some VODs of him, replays of him, spoke to him. I think he has a very good attitude, very good mental, and his skills speaks for himself like today. I don't think Roy stand a chance anyway.
Right, so just for fun of all of your huge all-star roster, who is your favorite?
My favorite is definitely not Lousy lah. That's for sure lah. Hades lah.
Hades, still your golden boy.
That's in my team lah.
Your team.
Not in my team, then not Hades already lah.
All right. So also a question that I believe a lot of Singaporeans are probably asking, but will we be seeing JPL? Because it's been 2 days and we haven't seen him yet.
This is something that I definitely cannot answer, cause maybe Hades can play Rome as well. Anyone can play Rome lah. Adam also can.
At this juncture?
PO7 can switch 3 times.
Sorry, again?
PO7 you can switch your lineup 3 times.
Oh, okay. So you guys are gonna play fancy in the grand finals itself.
Depends on who the opponent is lah.
Right. So you were here watching day one's matches. Who do you think will meet you guys at grand finals?
Asteris.
Asteris. Wow. Now this okay. So given that you guys met Asteris yesterday in match 1, opening up the show, what do you think was something that you think that they have that they will go to grand finals?
I think they are young, they are fearless, they can play anything and everything. Or at least, if they cannot play that well, but at least they dare to try. I mean, you look at other teams, they keep pulling off the same 1-2 tricks. So, Asteris stands a good chance.
Oh, this is coming from Joseph himself. So, you think that Asteris really has that wild card factor to them that will bring them to grand finals?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh wow! Okay. So, moving forward, how confident are you that the boys will take this championship and head on over to the MSC 2024?
I think as long as we trust ourselves, we do our best. Yeah, I think the victory is ours.
All right. So it's all a mental game. Thank you so much, Joseph, for joining us for this interview segment.
Thank you.
So guys, this is Joseph right here, the man of many hats from Team Flash that we rarely able to get to see. Now he's the GM, he's the team manager, coach, and even analyst. And you're even seeing him here on stage, helping out with the drafts as well. So it's really a pleasure to get to pick his brains a little bit on what he thinks the entire landscape of the MPL SG scene is. And he even mentioned Asteris is something that they're anticipating to see over at Grand Finals. And who would have guessed it? Asteris is also the next team that you will see in Match 6 of playoffs. Now, Match 6, we will be seeing the lower bracket semifinals of Asteris going up against Bleed Esports. Now, this is also a best-of-5 game that is promised high-octane matches going on in the Land of Dawn. So don't miss out, and we'll see you at 5 p.m.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? knows him.
You're gonna bust it.
This will sting. You have my word.
Watashi wa tsuyoku naru nga. Sono tame nara nan datte.
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard. I think we're getting some. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
You write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Huh?
Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh.
Dude, what? You don't rush, right?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You don't rush.
Huh? Wait, bro. Okay.
Tapi je connect so.
Tak, 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
So it's veil because of the wind. Oh no.
There's no way. There's no slow.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Wait.
Like a universe, Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This one is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay, can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow. I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that the powers was not like featured in the.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, turns out to be a default skin.
Universe,
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue, The first player to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? Osim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard. I think we're doing something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
Your answers? Okay.
手一下。
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh.
Dude, what? You know that's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You know rap.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Okay.
Tapi je kan exo.
Tak, tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind.
There's no way. There's no too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay. Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe.
And welcome back, one and all, to MPL SG Playoffs Day 2. Earlier on in Match 5, we have seen our defending champions going up against a wonderful team, and that is RSGSG. Now, unfortunately, RSGSG has lost that game of Match 5 and sent them down to the lower bracket finals, where they will meet the winner of this match itself, and that is Match 6. Now, right here for Match 6, we'll be seeing the likes of Asteris going up against Bleed Esports. Now, for these two teams, respectively, they have both won their games, with Asteris taking the win against Evil and Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard. Now, what will unfurl right here for this match? Stick around for Match 6 and let's find out. Starting off with the wonderful faces of Bleed Esports. Now the boys are standing before you, proud and ready to take on this game, which is Match 6, to make them move forward one step closer to vying for the crown, and that is MPL SG. And going up against Bleed Esports, presenting to you our qualifier team, Asteris. Now, Asteris definitely has made waves right here at MPL SG so far with their stellar performance. Now, let's not forget, this is a match, after all, with the regular season's second seed up against the fourth seed. Now, based on the regular season's performance, Bleed Esports secured a 2-1 win over Asteris. Now, will this be challenged right here in Match 6? Let's stick around and find out. The boys are heading over to their battle stations respectively, and all hell is going to break loose over at the Land of Dawn in just a few moments' time. Now, all eyes on Asteris, really, because coming as a qualifier team into MPL SG, they definitely has made really remarkable results over at the Land of Dawn. Now, is that enough, ladies and gentlemen, to take down Bleed Esports? Let's hand our time over to the casters to find out more.
Hey guys, welcome back to MPL SG Season 7 for the finals, the quarterfinals, the lower bracket finals.
Lower bracket
finals.
Semi-finals.
Lower
bracket semi-finals.
Lower bracket semi-finals, guys. Today I am joined with Holler and Abstract. Holler and Abstract.
No, I'm Holler, and I'm ready to throw all the shade. Come at me at Holler TV.
Come at me at such Abstract.
At Holler TV.
Bringing it to all the players and even your girlfriends.
Oh snap! He went there. Oh wow. Okay, guys. Sorry. Let's talk a little bit about the game, guys. Bleed versus Asteris. I'm excited for this matchup. Asteris has shown us why, even though they're a qualifier team, they are not to be counted out of it just yet. That qualifier teams can be as good as the standard lineups for the team from last season.
Yeah, and there's a lot to go with both of these teams. I think they're kind of getting themselves into this position where they're even in this, the loser semifinals. But, let's talk a little bit about Bleed here. Sagitnu, Yon, Jay, Gear, Seiji, all of these guys, all-stars. But yesterday they had a bit of a struggle. They didn't really have the dominant performance that we were expecting from Bleed Esports. But it's a very interesting team to see. Maybe they grow in day 2.
Yeah, maybe they come back and show us why they even made it to the playoffs in the first place, right? We saw in the regular season people like Gear and Seiji having perfect synergy with one another. Gear actually carrying the team as the roam, whether it was people playing stuff like Cho or even the R-Lot, right? So honestly, I want to see Gear step up today, as Seiji was actually carrying the games yesterday that they did win. But moving on over to Asteris, Abstract.
Yes, I'm Holler.
Bring me through.
All right, on the side of Asteris, we do have Bear, JH, Kiwi, FMM, and Chu. The qualifying teams, the rising stars, are here to make Bleed bleed. totally did that on purpose. I am so funny. If you don't like my dad jokes, come at me at Holler TV once again. But of course, with that all said and done, I absolutely love what Asteris has got for us for the past regular seasons as well as yesterday. So, to be honest, I really can't wait to see what Asteris have got in store for us.
You know, I was going to talk about a little bit of beef that I think these two teams have with each other, right? I mean, Asteris did lose to Bleed in the, I think, final week of the regular season. So the question that I have to Asteris is, are you guys going to show up today and prove to us that you guys are the better team? Right, let's quickly take a look at the Bleed stats right now that will be showing up on the screen shortly. And perhaps, you know, Holler, could you bring me through anything that stands out to you?
I mean, if we're looking at some of the other teams, we were looking at Nip Flash in the earlier ones, and their KDAs were like, 10 and up or whatever. And this is kind of where the middle ground is in terms of Bleed Esports, RSG, and Asteris, where these are teams that are kind of fighting for it. They're still top teams, and there's a reason why they're top 4 in the league, but those numbers are, much lower, right? And so this is a team that needs to really play together. They've done that. But again, I think the biggest piece is that, the co-participations are also like less than 70% as well, so not the highest.
Not the highest, but Jay has been instrumental in terms of making the plays. He is one of the key playmakers alongside with Gear. You see both of them having relatively average, I think, kill participations, but instrumental nonetheless.
Yeah, but to answer your question, what sticks out is the J 69% kill participation because
Nice.
69.
Nice. All right, moving over to Asteris. Abstract, bring us through.
All right, so unfortunately, we don't have any other 69% in here, but one thing's for sure is that we do have Kiwi that have 83% kill participation, which is definitely definitely more than what Jay had on his kill participation. And all across the board, of course, Kiwi, we have seen how he make very instrumental plays all across the board, being the mid laner and being the pivot of the team. Kiwi has always shined bright like a diamond, and it really helped the team to just rally together and just play together as an absolute unit.
True. Asteris has always shown us that they prefer the macro game, right? They like moving around as a team and help, they target their objectives very systematically, right? So they look at opposite sides of the map. We talked a little bit about this just now in the RSG and the NIP Flash game earlier, where if Flash is taking an objective and you can't contest for it, you go out to another space in the map and you take that objective, whether it's gold, whether it's invading the jungle or towers. And we notice that Asteris is very, very good at doing things like that, right? But the question is, what do the audience think? Do you think do the audience agree with us in that Asteris is favorite or Bleed is favorite? Seems like the audience prediction presented by McDonald's shows that it's favored to Bleed 55% to 45% on Asteris.
Interesting, right? It's a bit of a coin flip. You just might have had more days. I think that for myself, I want to be very neutral in this, right? I do like Asteris, I do like Bleed, but I don't think that we really saw the true Bleed yesterday. They did stumble, and they did make themselves, they won the series at the end of the day, but it wasn't their finest moment.
That's true. So I'm really excited to see what we predicted because
they definitely have Asteris in there.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Looks like you're going to be wrong. With your 3-2, with the Bleed prediction. Come on, man. At the end of the day, no. I think it's still a coin flip. I was not sure which way to go on this. Why did you pick 3-0 though?
Yeah, you're super confident that Asteris is gonna win this whole thing.
Hey, I probably just had too much alcohol.
Okay.
Okay. To be fair. Okay. To answer that seriously, right? I think that Bleed definitely had some very unrecoverable damage from yesterday. And I don't know what it takes for them to get themselves back in that right headspace, especially since Asteris is undoubtedly that team that has managed to beat RSG in the regular seasons. They are definitely a team that you're going to have to look out for. This is truly a game of rock, paper, scissors, whereby we have saw before in regular season, Asteris beats RSG, RSG beats Bleed, Bleed beats RSG. So we can't really have a very good idea as to who's really going to be the one to come up on top. But purely just from the mental game itself, I would say that Asteris is in a much better headspace.
Much better headspace. I think I agree with Abstract on that. Asteris seems to be the stronger mental game coming into today. But all eyes are looking at the mid lane, right? Because the thing is, in the mid lane, you've got Jay as well as Kiwi. These two people are instrumental into the game, and in terms of playing, making sure that the teams can play to the utmost potential, right? So Jay and Kiwi are going to be the key focuses in today's matches. So far, going straight into the drafting phase, we have Chip banned out, as well as Kaja banned out for the side of Bleed, and Asteris, they chose to ban Harith as well as Aloy.
Okay. I'm not too like trying to get rid of all the portal / diversion plays. I get that. Definitely something that you want to kind of limit to what's coming at you, right? So those bans, nothing really like speaks out to me. I think that they're all kind of regular in that sense. The Novaria ban here, very high pick, 16th most in terms of Singapore, 64% win rate. Definitely something that you want to take away from Asteris, who are quite good with it, especially with Kiwi, right? So good ban. Nothing that stands out though. But if we're gonna go, like first pick, like what kind of are you comfortable with as Bleed going to be like the first pick?
Honestly, Bleed, I think, should be looking at securing something for Seiji, right? I mean, Seiji is the key player for the side of Bleed. Yes, they need gear. Yes, they need Jay, but Seiji has always been that carry gold laner, right? So I think securing something for the side of Seiji would be definitely advantages for the side of Bleed, because right now we don't see a single gold lane ban coming out from either teams. So all the gold lane options are open as of this point. Right, so we wanted to look at something like securing the Moskov or even the Roger for Seiji, because these two heroes are piloted to perfection for Seiji.
Okay, I think it's funny that they're kind of, good call with the Roger. I think that's an easy first pick, third most pick in all of MPL SG. It has quite a number of play, but it has an abysmal win rate of 35%, right? So let's hold our horses on this one. But one thing that I've noticed is that Bleed, yes, they first picked Roger, but they were very delayed. They spent a lot of time picking the first one. This is one of those things where I'm like, did they do their homework? They're not ready for this test. They know what's going to happen, right? Like they should have had something like, like X, Y, and Z. I have this strategy, or at least a draft already in mind. I don't need to worry about what the enemy team is going to draft or ban at this point.
Yeah, but keep in mind that multiple permutations that need to come in, right?
Yeah.
And also factoring in stuff, also factoring in things like the picks and bans, or the bans coming out from the opposing side of things. So having a think about drafting their strategy around the current bans that are available, of course, I think needs to be, you have to give Gee some heads up with some props, right?
No, I'm not giving him props. No, that's not what I do. No, I'm kidding.
Moving.
I'm just being very fickle in that sense. But again, let's talk about the Fredrin pick here. Most picked in, actually almost every MPL league, Indonesia and Philippines as well. So Fredrin has tremendous play, easy first pick for them going into this one. But the Valentina pick, this is an interesting one because I always feel like the Valentina, you have something in mind that you think that the enemy is going to go with. I mean, like the Faramis kind of sticks out. You might have the Tarizla if you're lucky with the penalty zone. I mean, you have potential ways. I mean, it's not the greatest of picks. I mean, but it's something that you're trying to take away from the enemy team.
For sure, and right, talking about like soft counters and hard counters, right? We talked a little bit about it yesterday. Baxia into Fredrin is a really good pick, right? 50% healing reduction, 50% shield reduction innate in Baxia is going to be super good against the Fredrin. And we see Bleed opting to go for the Baxia as well as the Edith. Edith, a little bit of a strange early game pick so far, or we're actually surprised to see it picked so early. But Edith, Baxia, Roger, they have a strong core. I like to say this, right? A core pick is the first 3 picks that you usually pick up, right? So in this case, it's the Roger, the Edith, Baxia. Yes, they are missing, I think, some magic damage right now, but it's going to be covered later on in the mage. But right now, they have a very beefy front line, and they also have a tank shredder in Edith as well. On the opposite side, though, we are seeing the Edith as well as the Baxia being picked up. Export gets locked in.
Yeah. It's very tanky, deals with it, but Yo, look, Bleed, the first 3 picks is just like, I'm running at you. I don't care what you do. I'm gonna continue to just get in your face and just be this tanky beast. So the export kind of counters that, where you kind of hope to slow things down, maybe you get the sticks to kind of get that pull, that one guy who might be a little out of position, so you have that chance. Now, if we're looking at what NIP Flash did earlier against tankier lineups that want to run at you, is that they had ones or lineups that were very damage oriented. They would be able to kind of basically Toriando, like the whole, like the bull running at you, right? It's one of those things where you just get out of the way and then you just burst him up.
I love throwing in that little Jits reference in there. Totally understood that reference, but for the audience that may not understand that, it's basically using your opponent's force against you, right?
Boom.
So being able to use whatever kind of force that they're throwing at you and using it against them. So that's what basically the Toriander kind of is.
I feel like I need a translator, right? With the things that I say, I'm bringing such high level idea. No. No, but thank you for that. I think it is very helpful in that sense for these plebs. So to speak.
Definitely such abstract.
Yeah. By the way, such abstract.
Right now,
you can find me at such abstract. You can find me at such abstract.
All right, so focusing in on the last 2 bans coming out from Bleed and Asteris, we see Moskov as well as Carry being banned out for Bleed. Securing the gold laner makes perfect sense earlier on. Thus, we see gold lane focused bans coming out from the side of Bleed. For Asteris, we see the Paquito as well as the Hellcurt, a little bit of a nod towards the side of Gear with the Hellcurt ban, seeing that he's probably, I think, one of the only one, if not 2 people that play Hellcurt during the final week of the regular season. And we see Bleed slotting in Arlet, as well as Yi coming out for Jay for Bleed. On the side for Asteris, we see the Claude being slotted in, and they have got, I guess, the Rome that's left open right now.
Okay, I always find that Yve kind of funny. It's not in the greatest spot. I think we've seen even the power of the Farza even earlier today. So, like, why would you limit yourself here? In the real manipulation, the box is much smaller. It seems like it's not the most ideal pick, especially, again, with the Farza still open.
Yeah, not to mention, right? I mean, the thing is that usually with Yve, they want some form of crowd control, some form of CC that allows them to group something together. Pairing Yi with something like the Yuzong may actually be pretty good, right? Because you can kind of group up and herd the enemy team in a circle, and then when Yi uses the real world manipulation, she's able to then maximize the damage that she outputs from there. We do see the Minotaur being locked in for Asteris, which I was about to say would be good for the side of Bleed, right? Minotaur, Minnow, and Fury together, real manipulation is disgusting.
Croissant, you can't be like, after they make the pick, you'd be like, yeah, I was, thinking that. Like, no, you're too late, man.
No, I was gonna say that it's good for Bleed. So Bleed not picking that up, right? It's actually gonna be super detrimental.
It's because you're trying to make it like, like this portent, but you call it after they made the pick. That's not helpful.
Hey, I mean, look, it just shows that I'm in sync together with the teams today, boys. So we're gonna head straight into match 6, guys. This is the first game of the lower bracket quarterfinals. Bleed versus Asteris, lads. There's once again a little bit of beef going on between these 2 teams. Asteris lost the last time around they faced Bleed. We're gonna see if they have something to say about that today. All right, guys. Once again, we're always gonna start off with the general question: who has the easier matchup to play, or team composition to play?
Probably Asteris for me. I'll probably call it for Asteris. They do have a pretty much a plug-and-play kind of composition. Their initial 3, their core 3 being the Brethren, Xbox, and Venatina, pretty much just fits them in any kind of lineups pretty easily. Putting a Claude and a Minotaur in just basically suggests deathball, and they will be able to successfully do that if they have a Brethren as well. If they want to do a little bit of a pick-off, they can definitely do that as well. Wow, okay, not something that we were expecting, but that is definitely a first blood that's going over to the hands of Asteris.
That was really, really quick. I'd love to see a quick replay as to what happened over there, but it seemed like a bit of a skirmish was happening up top, trying to get, I think, Kiwi some space, because I saw just now that Jay was actually being able to push Kiwi into his lane underneath the turret, was not able, so we wouldn't give Kiwi enough space, but farming the creeps underneath the turret.
Okay, if we're going to talk about this bottom, the gold laner right here, right? Seiji versus Chu, who are you giving the edge to in terms of the... Sorry?
Seiji. 100% Seiji, because the thing is that we saw, that's a lot of damage. We saw just now actually a little bit of a sneak preview of this matchup, right, where we saw RSG fighting against NIP Flash. NIP Flash at the time playing the Claude, and I think CS was on the Roger. Roger was actually dominating Claude in lane, and Vanix was actually a little bit behind, and that was the only time.
In the meantime, top lane does seem like we have 3 men jump in coming from the side of Bleed, wanting to get a kill down on the bear, with Yon being in the front lines and here actually be coming in as well. This 4-man team from Bleed unfortunately did not manage to reap any rewards.
Yeah, it was a pretty sizable... Okay, what they were trying to... Bleed was trying to go for the gank in the top lane. They had 4 members. It's a pretty sizable commitment. But again, Bear is on the export. You had that Faraga armor so that you had that get-out-of-jail-free card,
no, the final slash, the flicker final slash did not manage to land on anyone. JH subsequently takes down the turtle as well as Arlet himself. Yon now taking a quick little back home trip, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do that as we do have the Earthshatter connecting onto him, bringing him down and leaving Gear currently in his Primal Wrath form, unable to do anything without Phylax, but immediately resummoning Phylax to make sure that he have got all the defenses he need.
Sagitnu with the air ball in that final slash completely whiffs out. Then he gets killed. That was probably not exactly a highlight, but like a low light at that point, kind of.
A high low light, maybe.
A high low light. Not the greatest. But again, Asteris up 3-0. This is kind of what we expected out of Asteris, or at least I did, because I've been on this train since. You guys have been, on and off. But, the bandwagon goes real slow, so you can, get on and off whenever you want, right?
That is true, but I'm still confident in the Bleed boys right now. We see 1.4k gold lead to Asteris. That's actually pretty significant considering that we're only 3.5 minutes into the game. Honestly, Bleed not really looking like the complete team that I know and love. So a little bit concerning going into game 1, but keep in mind, this is the first game of the series, and things can still be happening.
A big jump onto FMM, but it's all just a quick little poke onto the members of Asteris. Bleed have not much of an intention, but really just to bring down FMM's HP just by a tad bit.
Yeah, still very early. I mean, they're just kind of feeling each other out. Where are the weaknesses, right? You have another 30 more seconds before the turtle is up. This is kind of like a moment of, can I get a pick-off, hopefully in time? I mean, the 20 seconds is still going to be there. JH is spending a lot of time just looking for that potential pick-off. Here comes Yon.
But it doesn't seem like they managed to connect with anyone just yet. JH has really been putting his time down and bottoming quite a bit, but it's not as bad as compared to Yon, because Yon is currently still at level 6. In fact, JH is 1 full level in front of Yon. So this is actually not going to be very good for Bleed to take on this fight.
But Bleed doesn't have a choice, right? The thing is that if Bleed gives this turtle free, they can't handshake anything else on the map. Right now, top lane is open, but Bleed is opting to choose for this fight. They want to contest.
But it doesn't seem like they will be able to land anything when it comes down to the RWM. Sagitnu jumps himself on Kiwi. The Primal Wrap is going to be activated. They were all going to be focusing on Sagitnu with a 3-man Minoan's Fury, followed by a skill 1 from FMM continues onwards. They managed to knock 3 on top of that. This pushes Bleed all the way back and getting 1 kill on the Sagitnu, and in turn, also getting the turtle for themselves.
What is Bleed doing? I mean, they literally popped 2 ultimates before the fight even started. They did not have as many ultimates as Asteris going into the turtle fight. And look at this.
GG, HP not looking good. Chu with the PDMI. Tries to get him running himself away, but Gear expected a flicker just to ensure that he will be able to avenge for Seiji.
I mean, if they didn't get that kill, it's a 1 for no trade, right? So at least the flicker was expended and the kill was secured at the end of the day. But are they pushing in too much? We see FMM and Kiwi kind of going up to the top, but it seems like nothing's going to be happening from here on.
Yeah, I mean, the kills are all going Asteris' way, but taking that top T1 definitely provides a lot of space, right? Getting the objective. The 1K net worth lead isn't the end of the world, especially at this stage. There's a lot, but the final slash,
Doesn't seem like he's gonna go under the turret for an extended period of time, but he did manage to take a couple of shots with a quick little dash out of the way as well as the retribution. Slow Seiji just enough to ensure that he will be able to get right out of harm's way.
Keep in mind that this is Sagitnu on one of his signature champions. This is one of his signature heroes, right? Arlott can be played by both Gear as well as Sagitnu. But honestly, the performance that I've seen this game on the Arlott with Sagitnu, it does not seem very promising, honestly. It feels like something is missing from this Bleed that I know, right? They seem a little bit out of shape at this point.
What do you think is that missing piece?
Mental.
Mental. Okay.
I mean, in my opinion, right? Like, Sagitnu is making some plays which I haven't seen him do all regular season, right? He's missing spinal slashes. He's not committing to it. And when he does commit to it, he's committing at the wrong time. His team isn't even close to him so far.
Right. I feel like this is a breakup about to happen. You're like, oh, you changed, not me. But I don't know what's changed about Bleed exactly, right? There's like one of those weird awkwardness. But onwards.
It really feels as though there is a lot of pressure onto the side of Bleed. I'm not too sure exactly what that pressure is, but maybe the thought of losing the entirety of MPL SG Season 7 have gotten to their heads. They're getting this. They're starting to look a little bit feisty and a little bit.
JH.
Wait, did JH actually take it?
He
Oh
stole it.
my god!
He stole it.
Absolutely disgusting! And on top of that, it does seem like Bleed is not happy about the steal. They all went forward to JH and drop him all the way down to 30% HP. But quickly after that, JH managed to get away. Barrett uses expended all his Viraga armor and got himself away.
Well, but look at that, right? Sagitnu used the final slash, and honestly speaking, that was a good final slash, but the rest of the team were not there to follow up. Guys, it seems like Bleed is just not communicating.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. But it looks like there's a bit of a skirmish in the mid lane here.
With a quick little initiation onto Gear and follow on through words. With a 4-man knockout coming from FMM. They're going to be diving down on the turret. Yawn is hoping that he'll be able to stay alive for a little while longer. And JH with Appraiser's Wrath just going to be landing on top of Yawn. But unfortunately, just leaving with a tad little bit of HP for him to recall back home. Asteris would now take this opportunity to knock down this turret in the middle lane. As for now, Kiwi stolen away the RWM, hoping that he will be able to catch onto Jay.
That was nasty. Bleed just got eliminated from the middle of the lane. I mean, that was a fight that they were supposed to even take. I mean, look, FMN brought the fight to them, right? It was a really nice flicker into Minnow and Fury into skill 1. It was perfect. They caught 3 people, 4 people, and then the follow-up from the Blazing Duet from the stolen real manipulation is just flawless. Asteris is on form, but there's a fight breaking down the mid.
Aggressiveness all the way down to the bottom lane. They really want the blood of Bear, or can I say the oil of Bear, because he's the robot. Xbox, haha, moving on.
I can't believe that was the joke there.
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk about bears, and then I was like, wait, oil? Like, I didn't understand. But then the export
maybe
thing, I was like,
okay. Oil of Xbox and just put the context there. I'll do better. Be better. Be better, Holler.
Be better, Holler. Be better. I'm sorry, be better.
Why like this?
Okay, so going back into the game, we see the Lord being started up already from JH. JH, you know, being actually, to me, guys, JH, I'm calling it MVP so far. He's been
it's still
good.
very early.
But yeah, but look, he's stolen the turtle. He's made the plays that Asteris needs so far. If it's not JH, it's FMM.
Okay. We don't crown winners after the first quarter, right? Okay, I think that we still have a long way to go. JH can mess up. But I think it would be funny if he's wrong, because anytime you're wrong, I always find it funny.
That is true. We see the Lord being started up right now, brought down to almost half HP. Bleed is really is trying to get in, but they can't find the angle to enter. FMM is being the statue there, preventing Bleed from approaching forward. FMM looking for flicker angle.
Oh yeah, but they have that bush, which is kind of a difficult situation because they have so much vision from it, but Gear gets on out of there. They scurry away all the cockroaches, so to speak.
Battle Spell economy as well as ultimate economies are all looking to find a dandy. It's all about who makes the first move, and if whether the first move is even good. Kiwi start things off by dropping Jace all the way down to half HP. Gears HP not looking all
Oh,
that
the final
great as
slash
well,
missed.
but now the Lord is just going to be taken by the hands of JH. And Yon was hoping he would be able to go for the sidelines to try to take the Lord away, but now he's being in the middle of all three members. The fight is completely going to be mixed up, as now Chu went in straight for the duel onto three other members, which unfortunately is not going to reap any rewards.
But you know that's the problem, right? If a Claude can go into three members and chase people away, you know that's a problem that Bleed can't have on their plate as of right now. Literally 1v3 and you're able to chunk down three of the team members to like half HP. By the way, Jay popped RWM to try to chase Chu away. So there's one more wasted ultimate.
Yeah, it's a lot committed. I mean, okay, another thing that we need to do is I wish we could have a counter of Sagitnu's missed air balls of the final slash, because he's had at least 2, maybe even 3. Okay, he misses. He gets the minion on the catapult. So Sagitnu's really hasn't gotten too much value out of the final slashes throughout the entire game. And I mean, you really need to hit those to kind of start this fight. Like, if you can get somebody pulled out, you got a chance to really make something happen. But they really haven't found that opening or that nice final slash that carries 3 or 4 heroes.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sagitnu is actually one of the main setup for the team.
Yeah.
It's very hard for me to imagine that they would want to completely rely on the Earth Shatter coming from here. Technically, yes, you can, but the zone is kind of small if you are talking about just purely Earth Shatter.
Yeah, zone is small and it's also really unreliable. I mean, there's a really good chunk of time that it takes for the Earth Shadow to actually hit, right? So honestly speaking, look, I'm just going to count on our analyst to count the number of error slashes.
Well, as
happen.
the analyst here, I forgot my abacus, so counting is a little difficult.
Hey, you're not the only analyst, okay? That
Oh,
we've got Kim
okay.
Dofu, you know.
That guy.
That analyst.
Oh, the guy that's actually getting paid for it. Okay,
Yeah, so we are actually putting a lot of pressure onto his shoulders right now.
Yeah, counting
something
on
that he didn't ask for, by the way.
Kindofu, you have one job.
Yeah, one job. Count the number of ass slashes. But going into the game, we see the Lord spawning in about 50 seconds, but we see it's kind of like a Mexican standoff happening right now as both teams are facing off each other in the jungle, not revealing each other's presences, but both of them are grouped up as 5. They kind of know where each other are currently at, right? Which is why they're not moving forward. But it's still a kind of strange situation since there's no objectives.
I love this. It's like a giant game of hide and seek, but nobody knows who's supposed to catch the other one. Okay, Jay goes out. He does spot him out with the orb. So they've gotten something, but now Gear probably should make a beeline back to base here.
Oh, were they just guarding the Fenrir?
Sorry, what?
Was it just like guarding the Fenrir?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they get in the end, so yay.
Yeah, no, but it's, I mean, a huge amount. It's a big commitment to have all 5 members to make sure that you get the Fenrir. I mean, Bleed right now, like scrapping for anything at this point, right? Especially with this Lord that's about to be started here, and Yon looking for that right jump in isn't going to go for this one.
Yeah, he's just gonna do like a quick drive-by, say hi to his friends over the Asteris and come back, you know, because there's really no angle for opportunity as we see the Lord dropping down to quarter HP.
In the meantime, FMM did manage to get a quick little spot onto Gear, while Chu is just bringing down Gear's HP down to a small little amount. But we've got to take a look at the southern part of the fight, as we do have Yon being taken away. Gear continues onto the fight. He tries to go for the Primal Wrath, was hoping that abandoning Firelight will be able to get him his HP all the way back up, but that's not going to be working for him. Sagitnu, Seiji, and Jay. It's going to be the last 3 members remaining, but they're still going to be hovering around. May not necessarily be the best idea, because they don't really have much of a setup. They don't really have much of a way to bring down the Lord. As such, Sagitnu fed himself over to the Wolves, and only then Jay and Seiji decided that it's time for them to bail.
Why does Sagitnu even go back in?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. There was really no chance that you get the Lord. It's one of those things where if one person dies, or you have a situation where it's unwinnable, you just gotta go elsewhere. You gotta split up, you gotta figure out, you gotta find some sort of farm, you know where they are, right? So that there's openings in the top lane, you have a chance. Right, but this is one of those things where it's like, I still see people. Maybe I can make some sort of play, but when you're 0-4-1, you really haven't found that right, angle, so to speak. It's been very difficult for you.
Yeah, look, I'm really, really confused. I mean, like I mentioned before, right? This is not the Bleed that we used to see in the regular season. This feels almost like a, shade maybe thrown, but like a qualifier team.
Yeah. I mean, and they can find you at such abstract. I mean, fights, let them do so. Like, right? You're calling them out. I mean, it's what Abstract's gonna do, right?
The final slash being used to secure the turret minion as well. So honestly,
I haven't seen anything.
It's all right, Abstract.
It's okay, Holler.
Right, I forgot. I'm Holler now.
All right, so back in the mid lane, again, a bit of a standoff. Like, this is a huge net worth lead, right, by Asteris. They played this one perfectly. They've completely choked you out. You have no jungle. They have the Lord even pushing in the top lane. Asteris are having, like, oh, nice final slash there, but Chu gets back with the image. And again, the top lane, the top T3 has already been taken out. Asteris pushing on all fronts at this point.
Good thing that the final slash cooldown is actually relatively fast. So even if that has been used just now and being BMI'd away, I think that's not too big of a deal. In the meantime, here we do have JH. Oh, wait, take a look at that FMM! He did manage to go in for a pretty nice flick of jump, but when it comes down to Minoan's Fury, it didn't really quite connect onto much people.
Oh, Bear!
In the meantime, now Bear is just going to be stuck within the RWM. Immortality Pop, he still have his Firaga armor, and Chu went back in, but quickly BMI's out. Asteris didn't even lose a single person, and manages to take away all 3 of the inhibitor turrets.
Not to mention that they are up 10.8k gold right now. Asteris having a phenomenal lead. It is honestly slightly bonkers that this is only 17 minutes into the game, guys. 10 kills ahead as well. Asteris having complete map control.
Yeah, nobody died in that last team fight, but all the T3s have been taken out. So Bleed right now, really difficult situation. They need to push things out. They need to fix the lanes. They need to push out all of the lanes so that they have a little bit of space. The next big objective, again, Lord in 20 seconds. Can Bleed get the steal? Are they able to do so? Again, they need to. You got to find some sort of farm. This is probably going to be the last potential Hail Mary play that they've got.
Yeah, but I don't even think they can afford to make the play. I mean, look at the side of Bleed. Yon isn't even at level 15 yet, so immediately JH gets the retreat advantage, right? Not to mention that they also are 10k gold down. That's 3-4 items maybe ahead that Asteris is at currently. And Seiji's only at 111. Look at the items. Okay, thanks production for pulling up the items. Only Seiji's at full item build right now. The rest of them, not even close.
Yeah, it's not close yet, but this one is very precarious situation. Gear so low. Guns get the Earth Center, though.
But he's not going to go down anytime soon. JH immediately abandoned the Lord, but quickly got himself back in right after his energy eruption. Didn't really quite connect onto anyone. Lord's HP is slowly resetting, but it's still going to be hovering right around the 20,000 HP mark. The rest of the members from Bleed, they're still trying to play a relatively slow game, and Asteris knows that playing a slow game is actually going to be relatively good to them because they have wave minions pushing in from the top lane and middle lane, so taking a fight right now is actually going to be good. As such, Kiwi popping up with the RWM. Bleed, they are still going to be focusing down to this fight. Yon is going to be going down, and Bear is still going to be stuck within of the opponent's RWM. Quickly to flicker away, immobilized, but he's going to be A-okay. We do have Chu just going to be popping right in with the blazing duet, but it didn't really quite connect onto anyone at all. We do have Jade just going to be running back home to try to deal with the bulk of the minions. As such, Asteris now do have the advantage in terms of the numbers, but FMM's HP is down, Chu's HP is down. So Bleed, they have managed to reclaim themselves right out of this precarious position. They managed to defend their base and also managed to reset the Lord.
Yeah. Well, that actually went all in favor to get rid of Bleed, right? Bleed actually... Oh, no, but guess what? Asteris is back on the Lord. Honestly speaking, it's a little bit weird. They don't have the jungler with them, but I guess Bleed as well does not have the jungler. Leon is going to be spawning back in 2 seconds, though, so they do have the retreat.
Yo, but Asteris did the right thing. They understood the macro well enough. They knew the top lane and middle lane pushing in, and that was where they gotta have to force the issue. But it kind of seems as though the micro during that team fight just wasn't, just didn't cut it.
You know, I fully agree with you. Macro makes perfect sense, but there's a fight breaking out.
Lord. It does seem like we come down to the last insanity. We do have Yon just going to be bursting into oblivion. Gear somehow manages to take the Lord away, and Bleed has managed to successfully take on the 3 core members of Asteris that is hoarding down to the Lord.
Guys, that is huge. Look at the gold count right now. Asteris is only up 2k gold. This was from a 10k gold advantage, right? So that's 8k gold already back into Bleed's pocket. Yes, Bleed are currently naked, right? They don't have a single turret left defending their base. But if this is their time to come back in the game, it's right now.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's all in. I mean, it seems like the tipping point had happened, and the momentum is on Bleed's esports side, but look at the top lane. That's definitely a potential weakness, but with all, like, 3 members right now, there's a potential 4th that might join the fray in the bottom lane, as Yawn had to go all the way back to base, but they do have that opening. The Lord charges in, they've opened it up, they've taken that bottom T3.
The Lord have managed to successfully plunder everything that Asteris love all the way from the bottom lane. We still have a couple of tier 2 turrets that are standing tall in the top lane and the bottom lane. But speaking of top lane, we do have quite a lot of mega creeps just going to be pushing in. Bleed, not too sure whether they're going to answer to that, but for now, Bleed's main idea is going to be destroying the second tier defense turret in the middle lane.
No, but this is the point that we were talking about just now, right? This is how Bleed comes back into the game, where when they enter level 15, where the gold gap doesn't make that much of a difference anymore, and it just comes down to the micro plays. Right now, Bleed is up, by the way, 500 gold. This is a huge gold swing.
Yeah, and it all comes back to that Lord fight. I mean, yeah, like you push it out, but you had Jay recall back to the base because he had to deal with the minions, and then you had a bit of an opening. It's one of those things where you were too aggressive. You didn't need to have been there. You didn't need to throw, so to speak. You're losing a lot of members on that one. Might have cost you the game, especially since the net worth lead is like shifted to Bleed. But again, to your point, Kwasang, the net worth doesn't really matter at this point.
Yeah, we're so late in the game. It's 22 minutes in the game currently, and honestly speaking, gold does not matter. Most of the teams should be at full items. It'd be great if we could have the items on the screen. Just to clarify that, perfect. Yeah, look, most teams have their full items. If not, they have just half a component left to build. So at this point in time, gold does not really make that big of a difference. It comes down to the actual micro plays for both teams.
Okay, so your top and mid lane for Asteris is going to push a little bit stronger just because you've taken out the T3s. You have those are the ones that you need to work on. Bottom is like a bit of a wash in terms of where it's a tie, right? So it won't really push. So now Asteris needs to use that as they prepare for this Lord fight, which is going to start in about 5 seconds. You need to ensure that those lanes are pushing. Maybe you have Sagitnu who's dealing with the top lane right now. You have that opening to take a fight, potentially 5 versus 4, because you need a numbers advantage. This is not something that you can win straight head on.
Or maybe you can just by outplaying, right? But the Lord has been started for the side of Asteris. Currently at 1/4 of its HP gone. Sagitnu is still nowhere to be seen. But we do see Chu actually pathing up to the top side. So that means that Asteris does not have their marksman, their gold laner.
That's fine, because Asteris needs to know that, hey, since Chu is in the top lane, we don't need to push for this. We don't need to push it strong. We don't have Chu, right? So seeing as that Chu, I think he's been off the map. I don't know if Bleed Esports spotted him out. This might be an opportunity where Bleed is like, hey, what is going on? I don't see Chu on the map. This is kind of scary. Do we go in for this Lord?
Seiji. Seiji manages to escape perfectly fine. They spot, Asteris spots Sagitnu up top, and they decide to commit, I think, a little bit for the
they're
Lord.
gonna go. Jumping on the gear as it realizes that the gear wanted to go over to the Z bush, but it doesn't seem like Asteris did manage to take the full HP down.
They're gonna go!
But now FMM flickers on forward. RWM is popped coming from the side of Kiwi. They didn't manage to call onto anyone except for Yawn. As such, Immortality popped. Changed on RWM, where it will follow through with the last Insanity. But unfortunately, both sides just not gonna be getting a single kill. It's all throughout stalemate as well. Both teams just squaring up to one another.
These fights are getting closer and closer and closer. I am so happy that this is the first game of this series. Lads, we are in for a ride. It's already 24 minutes in. Both teams, our base, have been on this Lord for at least 2 minutes already as we see a fight break out.
Quick jump onto Sagitnu. They still have Immortality. The rest of Asteris quickly backed off as they realizes that they are in a very very small choke point. We do have the Yawn just gonna be jumping onto one, but quickly just retreats.
Oh, he's gonna go!
As Prazo's ref, Kiwi takes the Lord! Kiwi! What are you doing? As now we're just gonna be left to get to hoping that he will be able to just running on through. Kiwi popped the Immortality was saying he's just in the middle of the fight. He's just trying to get himself away. FMM sacrifices himself to make sure that Kiwi will be able to successfully run away. As such, Bear, Kiwi, and JH, the last 3 members remaining from the side of Asteris, alongside with a Lord, will now prance across the battlefield.
Does Lord even matter if you're able to wipe out the entire of Asteris? Probably not, but luckily Asteris manages to survive thanks to FMM giving out his life. They also have an enhanced Lord pushing down mid, but it seems like it's going to be quickly dealt with.
Tough situation. This is as Asteris, where you're like, hey, we had we could have potentially closed this game out. Now we're on the back foot. Yeah, we have the Lord, and they're potentially going for like a conceal play, but they need to defend this T3. They need to survive. They need to clear the wave, buy time, get Chu and FMM back in, which is 30 seconds. That's an eternity at this stage.
An eternity indeed. We see top lane and bot lane pushing in towards Bleed, but mid lane is being shoved in. Bear having to use the last Ascendant, the last hit to clear out the minion wave, but it seems like Asteris is going to survive this onslaught.
Gotta be back to square one, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean, but like the 4K Network League on Bleed's way, all you need to worry about, where are the minions? Where are they pushing? Are you in danger? Then we can potentially do something. If we push it all out, we fix everything, we ensure that we're there. But Seiji, man, this guy has turned it on. He's found the right targets. He forced Chu to make some very uncomfortable plays. He doesn't want to image at times. He can't really go in with a Blazing Duet because he's being forced. And Seiji, even with the immortality, is just, he's pouncing on you and he's basically like eating you up.
Dude, it sounds like he's turning you on at this point, man. But, Seiji...
Was it that obvious?
Oh.
There's a reason why I'm sitting. I'm just kidding. What are we talking about?
Seiji is really, really, really good. And this is, like I said, I sound like a broken record at this point in time, but Seiji is one of the premier gold laners. Yes, his performance was not as stellar yesterday as it was compared to the regular season, but he is currently popping off this game. 5.5 gold lead in favor to Bleed at this point, and at this point of the game, it's gonna show which team has the better macro plays, right? You talked a little bit about how the minions waves are pushing. We see Sagitnu in mid lane trying to shove it up, but immediately a response from the side of Asteris trying to group around, trying to potentially push out the mid wave a little bit more. But you can kind of already see an invisible line. Hey, if you look at the mini map at the top left-hand corner of your screen, you can see like an invisible line being drawn off, and that's the boundary that Asteris can't push forward.
Oh my god, yeah, but look at this damage dealt. Jay, insane. What is that, 160,000? Oh my gosh.
That's almost double what Chu has.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. But, like, okay, I was questioning the Eve pick, but he's clearly knows what's going on. He knows how to play it to the perfection. But his orbs and his real-world manipulations have been on point. That's exactly what you want. And it's been very difficult. Like, the zoning that he provides, Jay, has just been on point. But Sagitnu going in for Bear?
Doesn't seem like they will be able to get a kill on Bear that easily. He still have a lot of Faraga armor on himself. Yon finds onto JH, but it does seem like he's going to be actually pretty isolated. But the rest of the members from the side of Bleed, they are ready to come in and jump onto Asteris whenever they find the opportunity to. But it doesn't seem like we have found that.
Yo. Look at the top lane. Gear and Seiji sneaking up to the top lane. Do they push this one out? I mean, if Asteris decides to commit for the Lord, there's a potential GG push that could happen in the top lane because there's two members. Seiji hits like a truck at this point. He would be able to clear it out. Yes, he's been spotted. Okay, it looks like Gear's going to make his way to the Lord at this point.
They can't afford to do that, I feel. Honestly, this team fight is going to make or break the game if Asteris manages to take the Lord or wipe out the rest of the members of Bleed. Seiji himself can't defend the base. They need to start grouping up as 5 as of this point in time. Yes, they got the top lane push, which is good and in favor. They also have the bot lane push and the mid lane push. Actually, all the waves are being pushed in towards Asteris' side of the base. Lord, Bleed should have the slight advantage to draw this fight out for the Lord.
Yeah, but Bleed has 4 immortalities right now. If Asteris decide to go in, it's going to be super messy. You need to ensure that you get the pick off. I would think that you maybe pop off some immortalities and get on out of there. But Bear now.
Bear. Perhaps Bear might actually lose his Faraga armor, or maybe not. Yon's HP is just dropping all the way down because of Chu. His damage is just pretty much crazy. Sagitnu, though, have already lost his immortality all the way in the hearts of the enemies from here in Asteris. The next one is going to be Gear. He's already lost his fire lights, but he's focusing all his damage down the Bear. Immortality popped, but he still has his Faraga armor. The Razor's Radiant is going to be ready and Tempsun, or perhaps not. Chu with the Blazing Duet. He's just going to be blinding down on the gear as well as Jay, but he quickly BMIs himself right out of there. With 2 members from the side of Bleed taken down already, Asteris is more than ready to hammer them down in a 5 versus 3 manner, with JH continuing onto a pursuit. He's not going to be giving Jay up just yet.
Okay, Bleed had like what, 4 immortalities? That's one way of just dealing with that.
He's definitely not going to give him up. He's not going to let anyone else down at this point in time. And now with the Drunken, unfortunately, Jay was not going to be able to get himself right out of there. Gear doesn't have Phylax. He's just going to be fighting back on the Kiwi and trying to get himself HP back up. But with that all said and done, his Gear taken down. And Yawn as well. The Asteris marches down in the middle lane and brings the core down.
That was such an epic game coming out from both sides. Yes, Bleed started off really shaky, but they looked as if they got their footing at the mid-game. Unfortunately, we're not able to close up the game. Congratulations to Asteris for solidifying their position right now, taking a 1-0 lead.
Okay, I feel like Asteris kind of threw the game to make it more interesting for the viewers. Right? Like, that's the only explanation for that, where they kind of, again, all jokes aside, they did kind of throw it. They let Bleed get back into that game. I feel like, you know, instead of getting that miracle team fight, which they did in the end to kind of close out that game, if they were, like, a little bit cleaner, they wouldn't have to get to that point. And I think that that's the difference between a Tier 1 team and a Tier 2 team. I'll let your own imagination put in which team is in which tier. But I'm going to go with Tier 3 Asteris because I'm such abstract.
I'm going to go with Tier 4 Asteris. I'm holler.
Well, look, guys, I still consider Asteris as a Tier 2, Tier 1
they're
team.
Tier 2.
So, in my opinion, Asteris has played this very well so far. You're right. I think they need to be a little bit cleaner when it comes into closing up their games coming into the next one. But for me, MVP so far, I will stick by my guns and actually say I think JH is still going to be the MVP.
All right, let's see what production has to say about that. I'm thinking it will also be...
Say it now! Oh, well, look, I said FMM or JH, so I'm technically
No, you can't say that. You didn't even say that.
I did.
You said JH.
You can look back at the recordings. I said it like 6 minutes into the game.
Did he say that? Such abstract.
Yes.
He did.
No. Wait, what?
Wait. Okay, nonetheless.
I have no idea what the question was. I just said yes. In panic.
Yeah, yes is the right answer, but yes is also the right answer to FMM being the MVP because he had 90% kill participation, 3-2-15 KDA. But the reason why FMM was also in the list in contention to get MVP was because of his zone control and initiation. We kind of saw this is a slightly different Minotaur style of playing in regards to Lolzy. Yesterday, Lolzy was playing the Minotaur as a disengager, as a prevention tool for the enemy team to come into his team. But in this case, FMM was the one initiating. He was the one taking the fight to Bleed, right? He was constantly flickering in Minoan Fury Q1 combo, right? This is a double knockup. That's a bouncy castle rolled up into one hero.
Yeah. I mean, it's very nice, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna see all of those things in the highlights. Let's check this one out and see exactly where he made those plays. FMN, that is.
Yeah, we see FMM. You see, that's one bouncy castle. There's 2 bouncy castles. The Bleed is not having a rest, man. He would just keep up the cardio, but with all the jumping that FMM is forcing them to do. Look at FMM's positioning, right? So he's constantly in front. He sees where Bleed is trying to engage, and then he Q1s into Minoan Fury into Q1 again, right? So honestly, FMM getting MVP here was not, I mean, I expected JH to get it, but I think FMM is also a really good call. You can constantly see FMM just supporting his team, taking one for the team as well. We saw that later fight, right, where he sacrificed himself in order for the rest of his team to escape, because if the rest of his team didn't escape, that would actually have gone to Bleed. The game would have gone to Bleed, I believe.
Yeah. And this fight right here, where Kiwi managed to get the Lord, I think was pivotal, right? Because they lost so many members. They were on the back foot. Yeah, you had the Lord, but Bleed, this is a part where they have to deal with the minions as well as the Lord, and they couldn't really push. They couldn't do that GG push. And so now, going into this one, I think there was a quick fight before this one, where now this is pretty much an unwinnable situation for Bleed. Like, it was just a matter of time for Asteris to pull that one out. But a great team fight, gave themselves a chance to get themselves back in this one. Because, again, we were kind of like, who's going to win this one?
It was a really, really close game. And like I said before, I'm very, very happy that this was the first game of the series. It shows how close these two teams are, and it shows that Asteris wanted it a little bit more, I could say. I mean, they look, honestly, the plays from the start to the end looked really, really good. Yes, it was a 30-minute game, but they should have been able to close it off in, I think, the 15, 17-minute mark.
Right. This is you talk about the psychology of each of the teams, right? Both drained, I would say. 30-minute games are a long one, right? And getting themselves in, it's great for Asteris, but this is one of those things where, like, okay, it took me this long to beat this team. Do I have enough energy and the right state of mind to do this 2 more times? I don't think Bleed is going to give up this series easily because, I mean, obviously the loser goes home. Everybody's playing for all the stakes at this point. So it's a situation where you got to settle down, go back into it, and be like, what do I need to do to get myself refreshed?
So what do you actually do to get yourself refreshed, Holler?
I would probably have some McDonald's, maybe a McCrispy, have the spiciness kind of wake me up a little bit, and I would probably, sit in my awesome chair and maybe just kind of chill out and maybe take a quick little 2-minute nap or so.
I love it. 2 ad-libs rolled into one. But let's break down the stats for you guys real quick. I think one of the things that Asteris needs to do is really I kind of take a little bit of a step back and realize how could they close the game out a little bit cleaner, right? So far, if you look at the stats, right, they managed to take 3 lords, they managed to take 3 turtles. So I don't think it's actually the macro plays that is causing them to look a little bit iffy. It's just the minor executions, right? The micro executions, sorry, that Asteris needs to work on. Bleed, on the other hand, they really came back strong. I have to give really a lot of credit to the side of Bleed for being able to come back from such a huge deficit. Keep in mind, that's a 10k gold deficit that they came back from. And in fact, when they lost the game, they're only 100 gold difference, right? So it was down literally to the micro. So Bleed, on the other hand, I think needs to work on the macro game for the early game. But in the late game, they just need to keep doing what they do.
Yeah. And this is one of those things where it's going to be a lot of fun when you're on the winning side in terms of the entire series, and then checking the VOD on this one, because there's a lot to learn. Both teams made mistakes. Nobody played a perfect game. This is a situation where you can learn so much from this game alone, right?
Yep.
And then going into this one, obviously, if you're on the losing side, you're like, I don't want to check out the VOD or whatever. Like like I lost. I don't want to to go through this again. But there's so much to even as the viewer home, even at us, where we can kind of watch in and just see exactly what teams are doing and how to not make those same mistakes is going to be huge in terms of your own gameplay.
Yeah, so what would you change for the side of Bleed? I mean, honestly, for me, in my opinion, Sagino needs to wake up.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sorry, man. I love you, but you need to wake up, because the thing is that 063 as one of your main characters is unacceptable for the team currently, and you are missing a lot of those final slashes, right? So I'm sorry, but I believe that Sagino needs to change something, whether it's a mantle or whether it's his actual gameplay, in order for Bleed to come back into this.
Yeah. Sagino, this is one of those times where you reach out to such Abstract and you let him know your thoughts, because he was kind of harsh to you. I'm just saying right now.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, what the heck, Abstract? Like, what the hell? I'm pretty sure that Holler is just going on in the background, just going to be hopping on and enabling Abstract at the same time, huh?
Yes. But I do agree. Kwasang, I do think that Sagino did miss some plays. There were some final slashes. I think we'll have Kindofu tell us the exact number of misses and how many heroes he hit. I think there's a lot of pressure on Kindofu for doing that. But I think that it's a situation where you can't do that. If you're at this level, if you want to proceed and you want to continue on, you're top 4, but this is you got to get to that next level, and you can't be missing any sort of opportunity. I would say that they're like layups in basketball, right? You can't be missing layups at this stage.
Yeah, that's 100% true. What?
Is it a 100% thing whereby when you do layups, you must get that?
They're high percentage shots. You play the percentages. It's a very
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree that layups have a pretty high percentage in going in, hooping in. Yeah, I knew that.
I don't know where this is going, but I want to put the focus onto Seiji. He's still the rich guy. gold per minute, 799. Right, Seiji, 100% kill participation rate as well as Gear. So the two of them looking strong, the two of them stepping up, as I mentioned before. Jay, highest damage dealt. You were questioning the Yves play, right, Hala? This is the reason why he picked Yves. 243k damage dealt during the full duration of the game. I'm pretty sure if you look at the full damage graph, it's gonna be. I think the second highest damage dealt probably isn't that high.
Look, I call players out so that they can perform, right? I was like, oh, why is he picking Yves? And you look at him, stepped up. That's all on me. I feel like I'm a coach. You're welcome.
Coach Holler.
Oh, you
Coach Abstract. Coach Abstract.
You had an opportunity. You had an opportunity.
Got out of the game way too early. But regardless, I'll say that Bleed definitely needs to have a do-over. You know, they went back to their team room now. It's about time for them to really reset their mentality.
Yeah, look, I want Bleed to perform well. You know, I did say 3-2 for Bleed.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's break it down further with Kundofu in his analyst corner.
All right, welcome back to the Tofu Academy. First and foremost, let me educate my little students here on the caster desk. He did not miss those final slashes. The final slashes were to clear the waves faster. Yes, it may seem a little bit unorthodox, but it was just to make sure they have better rotations. Nonetheless, he is still a threat, and I'm talking about Sagitnu. And now, this team of Asteris, if you're looking to be an MPL team, one of the things that you need to work on is your teamwork. And Asteris showed this to the best of their abilities. Let me walk you through how it happened. First and foremost here, I think, you know, we were talking about Sagitnu pretty much the entire game, right? But here is the true focus itself. It is actually all gonna start because of Sagitnu here. The first energy eruption by JH was monumental because it put him in a horrible position. Even after the vengeance of trying to get out, he actually comboed with Kiwi. That's the first combination that they laid down. So combo number one, they had Kiwi with the RWM, stolen RWM by the way, to keep him in place. At the same time while they're doing that, this allows Chu so much room. He's far from damage, Yon is running away, he's almost dead. Gear and the rest of the team are on the backlines as well. What's going to happen next is you're going to see FMM jump in, our MVP of the day, with a beautiful Minoan Fury, followed by a secondary combination, the last Insanity. Look at the line drawn. It is just free damage all upon the side of Bleed. And Aster is doing a very good job of controlling where Bleed can go at this point. So this is the first huge chunk of damage being laid down here. Of course, once again, Bear is in charge of pushing away deterrence. For the rest of the side of Bleed, no saving of Sagitnu. So sorry. My friend, you are going to die 6 feet under, and that's exactly what Asteris did. And at this point, Bear, yes, he does have the immortality, so he is able to, you know, be a bit more risky in terms of play. Here is the next big one. JH, he started with the energy eruption. He's going to continue that combination, catching out Seiji of all people. The goal laner on the side of Bleed getting caught out as well. And from there on out, it was just combination of pain over pain. Kiwi laying on the damage. The next part I want you to notice is Chu coming in with the Blazing Duets, getting a lot of damage on Jay. Now, you guys mentioned Jay did over 240,000 worth of damage. He's definitely a threat. And at this point, the BMI is saving not only Chu's life, but enabling them to finish the job on Seiji. And this chase down on the last part is the icing on the cake if you have it. Asteris here having JH chase down Jay as well as Gear. They are always alone. You know, you don't leave your friends behind, but when you play against Asteris, you have no choice. Asteris will make you feel the pain. Another stun by FMM. Once again, so much control coming out by Asteris, followed by another energy eruption, and the rest is history as Asteris lay on the control, lay on the pain, and lay on the wins as well. Now, this is going to be a first series of the first game of the series, and by the looks of it, Asteris have a very strong hold of this series. It's just game one, but we'll see. Can Bleed come back? Boys, it's back to you.
Well, my key takeaway from the Tofu Academy is that Purify is a thing.
True. We talked about it in the previous series too, and I think RSG has picked that up before, but maybe a tad bit too late. I mean, one of the games they did manage to have like 3 Purifies. Yep. That was great. They managed to win the game, but but we completely tossed that away for the next game, I believe. But main thing is there was Minotaur, you get Purify. No Minotaur, don't need Purify.
I mean, if you don't have Minotaur, you have Tigro, right? So
Yeah.
Purify is a thing. Purify should be used. That's my key takeaway from the Toku Academy. So thank you, Kendo.
Yeah. I think, you know, when you see the Tigreals, the Minotaurs, all these things, you got to worry about your positioning. You can't just be grouped up, right? You can't just make it a field day for him, let him have his highlights, so to speak. It's a situation where it's situational awareness. Like, where are things going? Everybody needs to be in the right spot. Positioning is key in team fights, and I felt like they were kind of sloppy in the end. And sometimes it gets very cluttered, and I mean, it happens in games, but you got to be self-conscious about that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud at this point in time, right? Like, does Bleed, does Bleed kind of transit into something more like assassin-style jungle gameplay to allow, you know, more of the lanes to open up pressure, something like maybe the Julian?
I mean, having a Julian is great. I mean, solely because of the fact that Julian is technically one of the skins for the Jujutsu Kaisen skin collaboration between Munten as well as JJK. So not only that, we do have Kugisaki Nobara that is gonna be on to who's that? Melissa. Yes, we got Gojo Satoru that is on
Xavier.
Yes, and then we also have
Yuji Itadori, the main character, man. How do you not know this?
No,
I was really
I'm
impressed.
setting it up for you.
I was really impressed until like missing
up.
up the final character, the main character as Yin.
I remember
Come
everyone,
on, man.
but probably like the main character.
Dude, I am so disappointed.
Fushiguro
in Yin.
Megumi.
But yes,
Yin is what's his name again?
Yuji Itadori.
Yuji. Yeah. And there is, of course, a change when it comes down to his skin, though.
Yes. Also, all the skins, I think most of the skins have been updated. And honestly speaking, they're beautiful, beautiful skins. I hope to see them on stream as well. Maybe we get to see some Yin action.
Oh,
it'd be really,
I highly doubt it.
I highly
doubt it. But it would be fun.
It would be so fun to see some Yin action on stream. But going into the picks and bans, the drafting phase itself, from Asteris' side, you see the Angela as well as the Faramis ban, and Bleed once again opting to ban out the Chip and the Harith. Honestly, I'd like to see Chip being dropped in priority in terms of the bans. We saw it work against Asteris actually yesterday, and actually I feel like Bleed could take a page out of I think it was Flash, right? That played against Asteris.
It was.
Yeah, so I think Bleed could take a page out of Flash's book and actually counter the Chip by picking heroes like the Minotaur to kind of block any kind of portal plays.
Yeah, I don't really think that Chip is that big of a priority, at least in Singapore. We don't really play very well when it comes down to Chip because we kind of like throw macro away at the same time. But who knows? Maybe another team would show us otherwise how to play Chip together with a team that really understands the macro like super well and not completely throw it out of the window. But for now, let's take a look at the rest of the bans. We do have Angela Faramis as well as Helmut that is being thrown to the banning pool by Asteris. As for Bleed, as we talked before, we have Chip, we got Harith as well as Luo Yi. Nothing exactly out of the ordinary, to be honest, but we do have Asteris that's just going to be focusing onto Moskov for their very first pick.
Yeah, look, Moskov I think is a really solid pick. We have seen Chu play the Moskov with some success. They are also taking that away from Seiji, right? Seiji is an excellent Moskov player. The question is, do we see Seiji back on the Roger maybe? No, we see them first picking Novaria as a priority for Jay or potentially Gear. We saw Gear playing the Novaria with success as well yesterday. So honestly speaking, Novaria, great first pick for Bleed as it's flexible in the roam as well as the mid lane.
That is true. So based on previous records, it is relatively fair to say that the Novaria is not just a mid laner. We can definitely see that possibility that it could be flexed over to Gear. But for now, just for conventional users, we can just assume that Novaria is mid that will be played by Jay. So, with that all said and done, we'll be passing the ball over to Asteris back again. So, we are just building the solid foundation of the team. We already have Moskov that's already out. So, let's just fill in a couple of gaps. I don't recommend them immediately picking up their roamer at this point in time, but preferably just picking up one of the mages is going to be a great idea. In the meantime, getting a jungle is also going to be a pretty good idea.
Honestly, surprised that not surprised that the Fredrin gets picked up by Bleed. Fredrin is of course, one of the most picked heroes in MPL SG, but Fredrin is also JH's main character, right? But we do see JH playing the Boxia this time around, and FMM picking up the Matilda. Matilda, very solid, very, very pivotal pick going into it, and we see FMM play with success as well.
Yeah, I really like these picks from Asteris, that is. The Moskov, he doesn't have to be in the fight, and I mean, he can join at any moment, assuming he hits a spear. But Matilda and Baxia are just like, hey, it's green light. We go. We're just going to fight. We're going to get in your face. We're going to do this. So now, I mean, you have options with carry. You can obviously just like dash away, but the Novaria is a little bit more static in that sense. How are they going to keep it alive? Maybe with the Fredrin, kind of peeling, providing a little bit of, tankiness, so to speak. But this is going to be a very fast lineup from Asteris, right? Where they just kind of want to, they have a lot of speed. They can get to anybody almost. So you need ways to keep yourself alive, right? And you need some sort of like a Minotaur-ish, somebody who can kind of control things for you.
I'm a bit silent at this point because I see the Valentina getting banned, right? So Valentina getting banned is very interesting because on the side of Asteris, they ban out the Faramis, and typically you pick the Faramis into the Valentina, and if you're banning out the Valentina, you want the Faramis.
Yep.
But banning out the Valentina means that you're about to pick someone with a very, very useful ultimate.
Yeah.
I wonder what Bleed is cooking at this point.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a great ban there, unless, again, to your point, maybe they have something up their sleeve. But the Yuzong is one of those things where I feel like this is probably a better ban here because Asteris, again, they just want to go at you, right? And having that Black Dragon form would be a huge issue, right? Because literally everybody's on top of you. You have nothing that you can do about it because they have so much mobility. But the Valentina ban, interesting. Again, we're gonna have to see what Bleed pick here because they're trying to protect something at the end of the day.
Farsa, perhaps. I know we haven't really seen Jay on the Farsa yet, but Farsa could be pretty good.
I'm shaking my head right now because I feel like Bleed right now already have, like, you have the Novaria, right? And you have Carry, which are very squishy. Getting any of those people from Asteris just jumping on you is going to be scary. Right now, you need a little bit more beef to kind of protect yourselves. You need, like, that tank, so to speak.
Now, I fully agree with you, but yesterday we saw Gear playing the Novaria as a roam, right?
Yeah.
This could be a potential poke versus dive composition. They have the Fredrin as a front line. They can pick one more frontline character, like maybe a, I don't know, like a Grok? Not a Grok, but...
So,
I'm even more confused now.
No. Okay. Like I don't think the Gear Novaria would have worked because you provide you have the Echo, you have some vision, but at the end of the day, you're really not going to do damage, right? And you're just going to get blown up, which everybody and their moms right now on Asteris are able to get on top of you, right? So it's not something that you want to be in. But the Kaja is a little bit different. You can kind of get that isolation. Maybe you get that pick off. You force the bad Circling Eagles or the Shield Unities to jump on you or try to force that sort of team fight that, maybe Asteris aren't comfortable with. So that makes a little bit more sense. But I think that they really need something that's kind of protecting the carry and Novaria at this point from the side of Bleed.
Vexana actually would have been really good in the hands of Jay, I just realized, because that gives you that one more beefy unit. It gives you the burst that you need as well with the Kaja.
I think... Okay.
Right?
Fine, it is an option.
Vexana would have been good into Bleed's composition, and Asteris taking that away.
Got it.
Right? Would have been just... It's now horrible for Bleed. Bleed opting to pick the Paquito instead.
Okay. Yeah. When in doubt, you take the guy without a shirt on, right? That's how I draft, no?
Definitely. I mean, the shirtless guy is definitely the way to
go.
But
the Paquito adds quite a bit, right? You have a little bit more control. You have the jab. You have ways to kind of tempo some of the team fight, right? And you got to slow down Asteris. Xborg kind of rounding out the draft of Asteris. I like that one. But, okay, this game 2, which draft do you like better, Kwazon?
I prefer Asteris' draft still.
Okay.
But Bleed actually having a solid pick and blow up kind of composition. You have a pick off. right? Because if Gear manages to go with the Divine Retribution, Sagitno can blow up whoever they take, but that would mean that Sagitno has to follow Gear or Gear has to follow Sagitno, right? And that's a little bit counterintuitive to what the Bleed wants to do, because Asteris, if they manage to outnumber Bleed, Bleed is just going to explode.
Okay, okay. And who from the side of Asteris do you think needs to have, like, the best game? Who's literally carrying this game?
Chu.
Chu? Okay.
Right, I mean, if Chu's positioning needs to be literally paramount, needs to be on point, because the thing is that if Chu gets picked off, yeah, they have Kiwi for damage, Bear, I guess?
Yeah.
But they're missing a lot of that front-loaded damage that, sorry, the sustained damage that Chu can do. Right, you have Bear who can blow up using the his Blast Insanity. You have Kiwi who with his first, second skills. But other than that, that's all your sustained damage that's going to be front loaded if you take away Chu.
Yeah. So literally, the strategy from Bleed is find Chu. We kill Chu, we win. That's as simple as it gets. Can Asteris protect Chu? It's going to come down to that one. I think this is going to be super important. But really, Gear and I think Yon and Sagitnu, those guys really need to kind of create the team fights. Start the initiations at the right time. Don't take any bad fights. Get yourself a chance, because you got to know where Chu is before you actually go into the team fight.
Not to mention, it's not so easy to take Chu, right? Chu is slippery. Moskov is slippery. Not only that, you also have the Matilda. I was going to say that as well. Thank you so much. Holler abstract / yes. But
can we call him the artist formerly known as Prince at this point? I don't even know. He's had so many name changes.
But yeah, allowed to actually remind everyone is the fact that Bleed's lineup currently is a very heavy on pickoff. They just want to pick up the enemies as much as possible. And let's not forget about the innate battery between the carry as well as the Kaja. The both of them is ultimately going to roam around together a lot once we reach the mid to the late stages of the game. And pretty much no one will be able to stop Seiji and Gear the moment that it actually happens. But for now, let's just focus on the present, as we do have the internal knife that's going to be jumping right down onto the adversaries here in Bleed, putting Yon down in a 1-for-1 trade. Asteris does definitely have a better trade.
Yeah, Asteris taking the turtle here, but giving up first blood. FMM still squishy, not level 4 at that point. Gear, I think, was level 3 then as well, so he wasn't able to do the Divine Judgment. But nonetheless, that's still not the worst situation to be in, still a tie at this stage. But Bleed Esports right now, I feel like they really need to have a pretty good early game. Get themselves some space for Seiji to kind of carry that game. But Circling Eagle.
Just going to be FMM. Just hoping that he'll be able to do a little bit more, but quickly got himself out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, there wasn't anyone to follow up on FMM's Circling Eagle, right? Yeah, he landed on 2, but without any backup, FMM would have just been fried chicken, I think, if he continued on trying to take on that fight against 2 members of Bleed. Right now, Asteris 500 gold up, thanks to the turtle that they managed to sneak in a little bit earlier. But if not, we have just some pretty standard gameplay happening throughout the map.
Yeah, pushing here. Look at if you look at Yon, he's invading the enemy jungle, making it difficult for JH to get anything going. But JH does have that level advantage, something sizable at this stage. Yon not getting anything, right? He was trying to invade, got thwarted, wasn't able to get any sort of XP. JH continuing to farm, getting fatter.
JH is cooking up a storm right now, but Sagitnu as well putting on pressure onto Bear, bullying Bear actually. The Furaga armor out of Bear currently. Bear in the armorless form or the naked form.
Yeah, Sagitnu, the good news about this game, game 2, is that you can't miss a Final Slash because you don't have Final Slash on your hero.
I mean,
you
can still miss the last insanity, but that would have been that would have to be a really big whiff. Hey,
okay, Gear. Getting gone on. JH, perfectly timed with the turtle. They do have the echo.
That's going to be working his way, but it doesn't seem like the rest of the members from the side of Bleed, they want to play things a little bit more quietly. After all, they are a pick-off comp. They can't just willy-nilly show themselves. But Asteris, they got to be real careful about this, as we do have a second Eagle just going to be part of it. And Bear, actually, somehow Bear's the one that has managed to take the turtle away from the side of Bleed. How did that happen? It wasn't even the last insanity explosion. It was just one of the hit stacks that somehow burned it to death. As such, Asteris now manages to clinch a very successful turtle take by bringing down Gear and Sagitnu.
That feels so bad.
That feels illegal, dude.
Can you imagine Yawn? He's like, yeah, you know what, Turtle's mine. You know, Retribution has been used. I'm gonna be fine. What? It got stolen?
Yeah.
Like just by one freaking heat blast from there?
It's not even a heat blast. Blast sounds like a burst, right? That's a heat spray.
Oh,
There's a
gosh.
flamethrower.
This is, by the way, the second
loss
turtle
loss
that's
on
been
a
stolen.
objective.
No, the second turtle that's been stolen. It's just I mean, I feel so bad for Yawn at this point in the game. But looking at the items, we see both gold laners already building the corrosive scythe, building into the Holy Trinity for the gold laners. Other than that, boots, tier 2 boots being built from across the board. Nothing too surprising there at this point in the game.
Okay, looking to crash onto Yawn, but it doesn't seem like the opportunity showed itself, at least for now. We're 6 minutes into the game. It does seem like Asteris, they are definitely scoring themselves up to bleed pretty nicely.
Still very early. But, you know, the 1.7k net worth lead from Aster is pretty decent, right? But in terms of the objectives, they've only taken the top T1. They have a bit of an opening there. The biggest thing is just pushing things out, putting a little bit of pressure elsewhere. That turtle's up in about 15 seconds. So Asteris, that's going to be the next big objective for them.
Yeah, look, I like what Bleed is doing, right? Bleed is grouping up currently, trying to get vision, like the map control for the top side of the jungle, as we see the turtle spawning in about 2 seconds. But they're just giving that vision control away now, right as I say that. A little bit puzzling.
Yeah, still a little bit puzzling, but not the end of the world. JH right now is going to start this turtle. Yawn, they see it as well. They're not going to go, but here come the reinforcements. They're looking to go for a flank. FMM going the long way around.
Does have the circling eagle from FMM. Manages to actually get a lot of the missiles actually hitting down the J, but not like it's gonna matter.
Oh, Yawn!
Finally!
Yawn, finally! Manages to take a turtle for himself in the steal attempt. Pretty good now, pretty good. As now Asteris continues on forward, wanting to get a quick little revenge for having their turtles taken away.
Yawn feeling a little bit vindicated at this point, saying, yes, if you can steal it, I can steal one as well. But look, Yawn still has to prove himself. He's still got one more turtle left to steal from the side of Asteris in order to make things a little bit more even.
Yeah, very nicely played. That's exactly what you want. You can't give things up for free. Yawn was, you know, by himself. It was only going to be him. Was he able to get fast pickers and like time it perfectly, and he was on point? Yawn really needed that, especially because that net worth lead would have just skyrocketed at that point. Just pushing it in, making things very difficult. But now Seiji,
ooh, immediately with the Divine Judgment plus Flicker's combination onto Bear, the battery is showing up pretty nicely. But unfortunately, all of that has been used completely, all of that was completely nullified over one thing, Firaga armor. As such, Bear, he didn't even lose anything while Bleed lost an ultimate as well as a battle spell. The FMM is just going to be jumping right in with the Circling Eagle, manages to connect onto 3. The rest of the members from the side of Asteris focuses on the 1 and has managed to bring Yawn down.
This is the power of team composition that Asteris has chosen to pick, right? They've chose high mobility heroes which is able to traverse the map at insane speeds so that they're able to just collapse on one member of Bleed or just collapse on Bleed, full stop, anywhere on the map.
is this what it's like to have friends? Because if you look at the top lane, all of a sudden, like, one guy, you know, Bear was getting gone on, and then he was like, I need help. And then 4 of his friends came, and they tried to save him, right? I've never been in that situation where that happens to me.
Well, there you need to find better friends, my man. This is also probably why we haven't played a game yet.
Or you can just ignore me like Abstract does.
I mean, honestly speaking, probably wouldn't. It's just you after all. But it's funny, right? When I saw Asteris collapsing, I just get the phrase, you know, everybody get in here.
Yeah.
Everybody get in here. Let's go.
All right, now the Lord is going to be up. Bleed right now, they need to find something, right? They stole the last turtle, so they're in a better spot. But the lanes, they really need to worry about where this Chu is. He can come in at any point, so they don't want to stray too far from the Lord. They want to make sure that they do, you know, put as much pressure as possible, get that so that Yawn can ensure that he gets that steal or the kill, as it looks like Yawn is kind of frontlining this.
Yeah, Yawn frontlining this, doing the Lord dance. both junglers at level 11. JH with a little bit of a EXP advantage. As long as he doesn't hit 12, it's not going to matter for this Lord fight. Litho being picked up by Bleed as well, so it gives them a little bit more vision control for the side of the Lord pit. Bleed conceal play.
It does seem like they're just going to go for the Divine Judgment on JH, but he's going to be knocked up together because of the Lord as well. And now we've got a Last Insanity coming in from Bear. Blast Yawn into oblivion and allows JH to take the Lord away. In the meantime, Sagitnu is so deep in. He's all alone. Flickers himself right out of the play. And FMM follows through, but unfortunately, the rest of the members from the side of Asteris is not looking for a continued pursuit. FMM makes his way down the middle lane, but Bleed themselves do not want to touch him.
Okay, Chu actually missed his spear, and that actually helped him because he's like, oh, okay, I can't fly in first class, so I'm gonna just kind of take the long way, and I'm gonna continue to push the bottom T2. He takes it down. Like, Asteris won the team fight without Chu. They were able to split push in the bottom lane, so that was a win-win throughout for Asteris.
Win-win, and they can't lose. That is disgusting. It seems like Bleed is the team that's bleeding out at this point. Asteris looking incredibly strong. And by the way, Yon took the full brunt of the Last Insanity coming out from Bear, which explains why he just exploded, right? So unfortunate to see.
Jumping in coming from the side of FMM, they did manage to pop the HP of Jay all the way down to half HP. Well, in the meantime, top lane is going to be taken down by the Lord as well. Not too sure whether they can actually successfully do that though.
Yeah, top lane looking strong at half HP still. Mega Creep still going in, manages to actually push down the set tier 2 turret for the side of Bleed. Guys, this game not looking too hot for Bleed at this point, but keep in mind, this is exactly what happened during game 1. 4.4k gold lead to the side of Asteris.
Look at the levels from Asteris, right? The fact that Chu is higher than Seiji, I mean, like, roll for roll, JH is higher than Yon, Bear over Sagitnu. Like, they're winning throughout. Getting to 15 first is obviously a huge advantage. Not only is the net worth lead, leaning their way, but this is a sizable lead. And Asteris are good even in game 1 where they understand how to play the early and mid game. They put themselves in a position to win. Can they close it out? It's like chess where you have a great early and mid game, but if you don't know how to close out the game and go for that checkmate, you're going to have a hard time. So I'm hoping that Asteris learn their lessons from game 1 and are able to do a much better job in this one.
Up to the top lane, Gear finds himself being stuck down onto the Tortoise's Passons. As such, Gear goes down without even using his Divine Judgment. There's a quick little pick-off coming in from Asteris. Funny speaking of that, because Bleed is actually the pick-off team instead.
Yeah. I mean, look, Gear had no business being there when he got picked off by Asteris. And honestly speaking, things aren't looking super great for the side of Bleed.
Okay, I play role myself, so when I see, like, I'm in situations where that happens, right? Where I get picked off and I'm in the enemy jungle, just whatever. But it's a situation where, hey, I can tell my team where the enemy is, right? They're on me, they're jumping. So you get a little bit of intel, and at the end of the day, I'm kind of the lowest level on the map. So in terms of value, it's probably not as much, right? Because I'm just the roam.
It's better me than my carry. That's the kind of idea that we have, right?
Yeah, what a team player, guys.
Yeah, position 5, man. It's all about position 5. You're gonna have to, make valuable trades and, think on the bright side.
Divine Judgment.
Speaking of the bright side, the Divine Judgment just gonna be connected down to the JH as FMM is down in deep a little bit with the Circling Eagle. Nice little guiding wind to actually send Bear all the way back home. They're gonna be A-okay for now, but Bleed takes center stage now. They do have the grasp of the Lord. 10,000 HP left onto the Lord. Yon focusing on through. He still don't have enough. Wait, no, he does have that Appraiser's Wrap that he can eventually bring it down. But here is the one that takes the Lord. You know what this suggests? That means Yon missed the Retribution again. As for now, Chu, that's going to be popping the Wind of Nature, hoping that he'll be able to run away. The Spear of Destruction just going to connect on to Yon. And unfortunately, Yon with the Appraiser's Wrap did not manage to land on anyone. As such, Bleed manages to bring the Lord down, but at the cost of, okay, not really at the cost, but Asteris, they lost the AH as well.
Okay, so Gear died early, gave intel, we made that joke, but then he made that miracle play right there, gets the Lord. That is something that I would not have done, okay? Let's be honest. Gear making that play, getting that Lord was actually huge. Now they're looking to turn this around. Look at the net worth lead, dwindling.
This is a repeat of game 1, guys. Oh my gosh, now we have an enhanced Lord knocking on the door of Asteris. just misses the charge, by the way. Excellent lost insanity from the side of Bear to ensure that the Lord was not able to touch the turret. But we still have minions knocking on the door of Asteris. Asteris tier 2 turrets are all being currently pummeled.
That's the one that I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. The battery between Kaja as well as Seiji is putting on into effect. As Chu is one of the only few people that can really clear waves effective enough. Bleed definitely needed to make that play there. And that is exactly what I want to see from Bleed.
That was one minor overstep by Chu, and he got heavily punished, was not able to use a Biz Walker to get out of there. Speaking of which, Aster still actually have Kiwi. Kiwi still being able to wave clear, but being pulled away from the team right now.
Oh, here we go.
The top turret.
He has another Divine Judgment. Wait, how long is the cooldown of that thing anyway? It does seem like the fleeting time is definitely putting in very good effect.
They did a lot of chip damage. Look at those T3s, all of them very, very low. This is a tough situation for Asteris. Again, they had that lead. Now the net worth, I just saw it switch to the side of Bleed. Kills don't matter in this game, objectives do. And Gear able to make those plays, finding that pick off. We talked about the importance of Chu and how he needs to stay alive. Him getting picked off like that, absolute disaster.
Honestly speaking, picking off Chu or picking off Kiwi, both are key players to remove. They are the ones that outputting the damage, right? FMM is your utility support. JH, Bear are your front lines. Yes, Bear can deal damage, but mainly soaking up the damage. As you see the damage dealt, Kiwi dealing the third most damage in the game. Actually, Chu not doing a lot of damage to heroes right now, but I expect this graph to change once he starts participating more in teamfights.
Chu's a grower, not a shower, right? I think at the end of the day, towards the late game, he's going to be on point, but I think that he hasn't gotten to that point yet.
I love it. That is true. That's true for Chu, and Chu definitely is going to show us how big he can go, you know, I mean, in terms of damage.
Yeah. I mean, he's still a ways away. He hasn't hit his spears to get himself into the team fights, right? So it's a situation where, like, you gotta get that pick off. Like, he's level 15 right now. He should be probably the highest in terms of net worth, and we'll see that. But he hasn't been able to just blow people up at this point.
Look at Gear. Gear is like, hi guys, I'm here. I'm still gonna survive and leave. Wow. That's a free Lord, by the way, going to the side of Bleed at this point in time. But I was having too much fun with the true jokes that Lord just got taken away instantly by the side of Bleed.
Yeah, made it short work of that one. It's going to push in the mid lane here. Now, Asteris, how do they get back in this game? What do they need to do? I mean, if we're looking at the lanes, they're all kind of pushing. The bottom lane probably could be fixed a bit, but like Asteris right now, they're playing scared. This is, again, not a good situation for them in back-to-back games.
Back-to-back games is what they're currently having to do. They have to play one more game just like this as well. If they don't, even if they win this, Lord shoving it in, top turret, bot turret.
The Star Shadow did manage to connect down onto Chu indeed, but for now, Bear is just going to be holding on to the front lines and trying to deal with this Lord as much as possible. But Bleed, it doesn't seem like they are very interested in trying to catching onto starting a fight, because Gear, he just won one person only. All he won is Chu, but Chu is playing real careful now. Observe his positioning. He's always going to be in between of two other members and always tag them long.
JH trying to guard that last inhibitor turret. If the last inhibitor turret goes down, they're going to have to play some tower defense. But Bleed has something to say about that. They're preventing Asteris from just defending that last turret. Bear having to use the last insanity to clear ads means that he's not going to have it for the next team fight. But last insanity cooldown really, really short.
Yep. Now the middle wave is just going to be pushing in. The bottom lane is losing out is Spark. The bottom lane inhibitor turret is probably going to go down real soon, and I don't think that Asteris will be able to hold that down for any longer. Never mind. With a sliver that is just left on this little turret, I'm pretty sure the Bleed will want to brute force their way through before finally moving back.
Yep, they managed to brute force their way into Asteris' home. They're like, guys, this is my property now. But they can't do much because they don't have the support of the minions. Bot lane is pushing in right now. Top lane has one cannon minion left. Yep, pushing that in as well. So honestly, minion waves pushing in from two ends. It does not paint a pretty picture for Asteris since the Lord is spawning in 37 seconds.
Okay, you say that Bleed took out all the T3s and then they claim that this is our territory, this is our property now? Like, let's talk to Potong Man later about this, because I'm pretty sure that's not how real estate works, okay? By the way, if you need to find a guy, talk to Potong Man. He's going to help you out in terms of all real estates that you need.
Mo-Man, you mean?
Mo-Man, Potong Man. That's his social. Right? I'm looking out for him. But nonetheless, I think this is a situation where, you know, Asteris need to figure things out, right? Bleed have kind of put a stake in the ground, so to speak, and they've claimed it as their own, but now Asteris need to bounce back. This Lord fight pivotal in this game.
No, but honestly, I don't think Asteris has anything to say about this Lord. If Bleed has anything to say about it, they're just going to take the Lord and knock on the doors of Asteris. But it seems like Bleed has a different idea from me, as you see 3 members of Bleed hovering the top lane. Sagitnu, Seiji, as well as Gear are hovering the top, trying to shove that down. We see Jay shoving the mid wave and Bjorn just doing the Lord dance. Actually, now that I think about it, it makes perfect sense. They're trying to play the map, not the game.
No, it's super smart. Yon doesn't have to go anywhere. Like, he's definitely going to be, you know, if Asteris wanted to go for the Lord, he could go for the steal, right? It was one of those things where Bleed push out the top lane. Look at Chu, all the way in the back in the base. Yes, he could potentially spear, but if they go for a team fight, has to hit it. He has to be there. So, very smart play by Bleed, understanding the state of the game, where the lanes should be at this point. And as I say this, looks like the Yawn will be going to start the Lord again.
Yeah, the Lord dance, as we love to call it. It's starting again. It's going to be here for a while as we see the waves pushing in. Sagitnu trying to shove in the top lane, I think. No, he's actually hiding in the bush. I think they're trying to go for picks, which makes sense because they are playing a pick composition, right?
Yeah, but this is a situation where Asteris, they're probably not going to just wander off into the top side. I mean, the Fenrir, they're leaving it alone as bait, right? They're like, okay, you know, Asteris moves around, they're going to take this. But Bleed right now, they're just hiding in the wings. They're not doing anything. They're not forcing anything. They just want Asteris to make that first mistake. They get that pick off, and then they can close out the game.
They just want Asteris to start to become greedy, especially for Chu. They want Chu to shove the wave and just go straight out.
How about Conceal?
Nah, I think the Conceal is just to go safely across the map, not to give vision away to the side of Asteris. We see potentially the Lord being brought down to like 4 HP before resetting. Wow, this is you can just feel the tension in the air right now.
Yeah. I mean, really, who makes the first mistake? Chu has to fix the lanes. He can't really fight for this one. So Bleed know that. But if Gear gets that pick off, and again, he does not want to go for Bear. That is not the target you want. But as I say that, he's going to back off. But Gear finds it.
There we go. It's just going to be Divine Judgment coming in. This is going to be connecting down on FMM. So the guiding wind is all going to be over. Sagitnu always to the back lines. He was just going to be focusing down on Bear. He still have his Spiraga armor. He's going to be fine. Chu is slowly making his way back into this fight. But the Lord is just going to be taken down for the side of Yon. And Asteris understands that this is no longer a fight for them to continue. They all marches back home and wait for the eventual dawning of the Lord.
I have to give props, right, to the side of Asteris. They knew when to turn the switch off and run the heck away, right? We saw Sagitnu actually trying to corral them back in and try to close up and clean up the rest of Asteris, but was not able to do that as they, literally turned the switch off and they were like, I'm out! I'm running away!
Yeah. No, I mean, it's disciplined play. And this is why Asteris are where they are, top 4, right? They're not making, it's like one of those things where if FMM were to get picked off and we're like, oh, okay, everybody go, let's take this fight 4 versus 5. Not a good situation, but Bear's still up in front.
Yeah, the Star Shadow was hoping they would be able to land on someone, but there we go, 2-man knockup. But it does seem like Gear will be able to get away with just a sliver of HP. JH will try to finish him off, but wasn't able to do that. Bear in the heart of everything. He's going to be the first one to be taken down with a 60 seconds timer onto him. The rest of the creeps are just going to be knocking onto the core, leaving it down to 30% HP. Asteris now holding on by a thin thread. Bleed, they know that this game has to end. They're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. As such, FMM is just going to go straight down. JH just going to be focusing himself down to the Yon, and now the immortality just going to be popped as well. Chu being gone down, but now it's just going to be Bleed focusing on the core, and they manages to go on the tie for 1-1.
Oh, that was so close. My heart was not stopping. My butt is still getting clenched. Oh, that was such a close game.
All right, we don't need to talk about people's butts. I'm just saying, right? That's like TMI at this point. But, you know, that was the game that they wanted, right? Bleed Esports, they wanted that in their game 1. They wanted to have closed that one out. They were able to do it in game 2. And really nice comeback play. This is what we expected from Bleed Esports.
Indeed. It definitely took a bit of time before Bleed eventually get themselves back in the game and back down, get their heads in the game. So it took time. And I truly hope that this is something that Bleed will be able to continue, can keep up, because it's kind of tough to see them as such a strong team.
Yeah.
Who have such great history. Only to just drop like that is heart-wrenching. So seeing them being able to take one game away from Asteris, in fact, if they're able to take 2 games, that's great. So at least, you know, they don't quote-unquote fall.
What about 3 games?
Sure. I mean, to be honest, I have my hopes up for Asteris. If they were to get all 3 games and actually knock Bleed away, I think that is definitely something that we would want to see from a qualifier teams, because we have never seen that before. But in the meantime, if a qualifying team is able to do that to Bleed in a 3-0, 3-1 fashion, I'm pretty sure the Bleed wouldn't be able to take that nicely.
Yeah, for sure. It's not nice getting completely swept away by a team, let alone a qualifying team. Not trying to, you know, throw any shade to Asteris, but seriously, if you get 3-0, it's never a good feeling, right? So honestly speaking, congratulations to Bleed for taking that one game down. I have full confidence in you guys to go 3-1, 3-2. But my MVP for that game...
You better say Gear.
Probably Gear, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's quite literally the winning condition of the team. They are playing pick-off for the very reason that they have Carry and Kaja. And even with Paquito is able to dish out quite a lot of damage throughout the entire game as well. So without Gear and without that Flicker Divine Judgment, they quite literally would not be able to reach the current win that they managed to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want, right? As your roamer, like, yeah, he got picked off that one time. We jokingly said that he was, like, providing vision for the team, but he was, like, every single Divine Judgment that he made was on point. They got the right guy, the right pick off. He made sure that he picked off Chu when he needed to have and could just control him. But Gear was clear MVP in this game.
I mean, he was able to do that in the later stage of the game. In the first part of the games, he was like pulling Bear, which I was like, but he has Furaga armor.
Yeah.
But definitely later in the game, he pivoted into picking the right people. I think when he was picking off Bear earlier in the game, it was just because he was there and they wanted to try for something a little bit cheeky, but that's perfectly fine. Gear, 100% the MVP of this game right now. Kill participation also 100%, by the way.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what you want, right? As the roamer, you got that control. Gear brings Kaja to that next level, right? That's exactly what you want as a roamer. I expect to see more of this. I don't think it's to the point where it's bannable, because Kaja is still something that you need to work around in terms of draft synergy. But, you know, it's something that you got to fear.
Yeah, for sure. Fear of perhaps getting me up on the stream, but fear of being pulled away by one person is definitely something that Asteris has to be fearful of next game. Perhaps banning out the Kaja. I mean, you said it's not a worth a ban, but I think it is, as we see the MVP highlights.
All right, so here we go. This is JH's. This is an interesting one. The first 3 objectives, they were like steals back and forth. There was just a lot of uncertainty, I would say, and Asteris really needed to have earned it, especially in the early game. But they ended up doing very, very well. But again, I don't know what it is about this team where they have gaps where they allow the enemy team to get back into games.
Honestly, I'm not sure if it's in Asteris' court, right? Because the thing is, Bleed also played this game very well. Once they managed to start taking those picks, right? Bleed was getting the ball rolling. Bleed was honestly had a really good showing, right? So I'm not sure if it was Asteris giving up the lead per se. Yes, 4K Gold is a lead, but Bleed was playing it to perfection towards the end of the game, right? We saw once they held the lead, they held onto it. They weren't going to let go. So honestly speaking, Not sure if it was actually in Asteris' court. It's probably Bleed playing super well.
Yeah. But this is what we wanted, right? You and I predicted a game 5. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get there. Like these are two. No, because you chose Bleed Esports.
Don't leave me hanging.
No, I'm gonna leave you hanging, sir, because you chose Bleed Esports.
Yeah, but Bleed Esports, if you look
Fine. We're gonna go to game 5, but nonetheless, I still think Asteris will do it. They're gonna come back from this game. I think that this is definitely a winnable game. Teams that do well in the early to mid games, generally speaking, have a higher win rate than the ones that come back.
I 100% agree with you, man. And honestly speaking, I love a little bit of this contention on the desk, right? I mean, we can't all be holding hands and singing Kumbaya because that makes for a boring show.
But I want to sing Kumbaya.
Go ahead, you can sing it right now. The floor is yours, my man.
Let's break it down with the stats. You called me out and you win. Bluff call. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so let's break this game down right now. If you look into the items, honestly, Wind of Nature actually being picked up for Chu stands out to me because it shows that he is really scared of the spinning light wheels and the light wheels coming out from the side of Seiji. Seiji actually opting for the Sea Halberd instead as the item difference, I think, between Chu and Seiji. Opting to remove some of the shields that I think Matilda provides. So, good choice, I think, from both sides of the goal lane.
Yeah. No, it's just very, like, if we're looking at stats, Kiwi, I don't even think he's died in the 2 games that he's played thus far. He's been very, like, the lone, like, the quiet, consistent guy from the mid lane, and that's really what you want, but it's coming back to that one pickoff from Chu, right? It was finding that opportunity, getting that pickoff, and then the game completely changed at that point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, Kiwi has the highest KDA for a good reason, right? He knows where to position, and honestly, I don't think Gear saw an opportunity to even Divine Judgment Kiwi, even if he could, right? If not, he would have probably targeted for Kiwi late in the game, because a late game Fixana hits like a freaking truck, man. Not even a truck, a train at that point. All right, but the thing is that Chu making that one mistake probably did cost his team the game. And I find it very, very interesting. For the first 2 games of this series, the team with more kills actually lost.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that they're so evenly matched. Kills do not matter. It's about how you play strategically, how you're taking objectives. Very important in this game, and you're seeing why. Like, it doesn't matter if you have like 5-0 or whatever it is. It's a matter of how do I get myself back in this game. How do I take those lords, at the right times? There's so much more to this game than just kills.
I love this series so far, guys. It is so close. You can cut the tension in the air with a knife or with your finger at this point, man. I can imagine both of them didn't win like landslide games, right? They didn't win games that they were like stomping the other team. It was so darn close. And I honestly don't expect to see that kind of game today.
I personally feel that there could be a chance that one game will become like that because of maybe like great start or bad start, the kind of thing going on.
But if you look at the first 2 games, I mean, Bleed was not doing well. They had bad starts. Can I remind you, it was a 10k gold lead in the first game. The second game was a 6k gold lead. Bleed was not doing hot early on, but they came back still.
Fair. Maybe. Then maybe on the next game, maybe Bleed just have a bad ending. They had back start, bad mid game, bad ending, and thus became a throw. That kind of thing can definitely happen. But I definitely do not want to see that going on for Bleed because they've had enough of that mental breakdown yesterday, to be honest. And the very fact that they managed to kind of like keep it close with Asteris for game 1, and in fact even winning game number 2, I find that a total win already. They should be back in their normal headspace and should be able to give Asteris a pretty good fight.
Yeah, and this is one where I think Asteris are going to get hit hard, right, in terms of psychology, right? Being able to win that out and then just kind of losing that in the end, it's a tough situation. Like, it's one thing to get stomped, but it's another to kind of come back.
Yeah, I love how you talk about psychology of the game because if you've ever been in a best of 3 or a best of 5 kind of competition, momentum is very, very key, right? So if you win the first game, stats show you're likely going to win the second game. But if you win the first game and you lose the second game, it's going to start flipping the tables. And the team that won the second game is then going to take over the momentum. And then suddenly, that second game team is going to start closing the rest of the games out because of that mental state that you've mentioned.
Correct. But Bleed need to do better, right, in the early game. You cannot be expecting to win this series all coming back, right? This is a situation where, yeah, it's great that you won, but this is one of those things that you cannot do again, right? You need to play much better in that early game.
Is the quote always be better? Is that a quote of the day?
Of course.
100%. Be better. But to talk about being better, right, it's interesting once again. Rich Guy going to the losing team. Chu actually this time taking the gold per minute lead, 804. Damage dealt still Jay. Jay is doing so much damage these two games. 240k, 209k damage this game. Jay is insane. He is pulling his weight in these past two games, guys. Honestly speaking, Bleed is showing up finally. We see Gear as well as Seiji also working harmoniously as a pair. Maybe the two of them are singing Kumbaya backstage, and that's what's working for them. 100% kill participation by Gear, by the way.
Looking at the 28% kill participation by Chu, I mean, I can technically understand that marksmen generally have lesser participation because they focus a little bit more on turrets and objectives and such, right? But at one point in time, maybe having too low is not too good. Because 28% just kind of assumes to me that he has been relying a lot on the Spear of Destruction in order to get himself into fights. And the moment he whiffs that, he's like, okay, let me just continue doing what I was doing. So it kind of puts your team kind of at jeopardy that you don't have the the backline that you need.
But the thing is that Moskov is able to do that, right? He's able to pivot either into team fights or to shove down the lane, right? So honestly speaking, I think Chu 28% kill participation, not too big of an issue. But I want to hear more from the Tofu Academy. Teacher Kin, take it away.
All right, welcome back to the Tofu Academy production. I'm going to request for a little bit more time. I have some golden nuggets to drop. This is half of a quote by Sun Tzu, right? Which is, if you know your enemies and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. And that's exactly what Bleed did. So let me give you a little bit of context. This whole game is just centered on FMM as well as Baxia, right? So with from the moment FMM gets that Flask of Oasis and with the addition of Baxia Mark, until the point Bleed gets all of the magic and physical pierce, such as your Divine Glaive, your Sea Halberd, and whatever other pierce you could have, Bleed was not going to have a good game. And that was the game plan that RL19 had for the side of Asteris. So at this juncture of time is where Bleed outran the time cap. And at this point, the reason why Gear is the MVP is because he only had one job. His job was to catch FMM. And if you take a look at this, this is how they broke it down. Number one, there are a lot of shields in this coming in the form of Bear as well as JH. So the first thing that Bleed did successfully was actually to chunk down Bear here. Who's going to be the first person to fall on the lineup from the roster on this side of Asteris? Right then there, we talked about Jay having so much damage, over 200,000 worth of damage, and this is where his value comes in. But this is the moment where the entirety of all Bleed fans and Bleed players were waiting for. It is at this exact moment where FMM took a step too far forward. Right in the faces of Yon, in the faces of Seiji, as well as Gear and Jay. Once that is down, you are out of your guiding wind. There's no more defense, there's no more additional shielding, and that's where Asteris lost all advantage, and it was just game on for Bleed. So it's a very clean and clear result for Bleed. They understood what they needed to do. They outlasted the competition, got the win from there, killed off the win condition, which came in the form of FMM. Now, that is all from me from this time for Tofu Academy. Boys, it's back to you. It is 1-1 right now.
1-1 is such an exciting time right now, even if you are a Bleed or Asteris fan. Super exciting. We've had great games so far, and I cannot wait to see how the rest of the series plays out.
It's essentially a best of three at this point, right? Like, yeah, I mean, you know, the whole psychological hits that both teams have taken at this point, but getting themselves into this one, you got to think about it. It's, okay, not the end of the world. We can afford to lose another game if we want, but obviously we need to bounce back. Game 3, it tends to find are the most pivotal in terms of what you want to do. Because again, you were talking about the fact that, you want Game 2, you get to roll into Game 3, right? This is a situation where Asteris, they need to turn this around. They need to stem the bleeding, so to speak. They need to win this one out so that Game 4, they have a much better state of mind going into Game 4.
Or I guess you could say that, you just hope that the bleed clots up, right? And then just not able to move and just becomes a scab, and then you can just flick it off.
Okay. That the scabs take a little bit of time. I don't know if we have that in a best of 5, but nonetheless, your analogy works. And no, I agree with you.
Yeah, no. Any thoughts from you, Abstract, going into this third game where we see Abstract, where we see Asteris face off against Bleed?
Honestly, I don't really have too much thoughts about it because it has been back and forth between Asteris as well as Bleed. They haven't really necessarily shown everything, like all the aces in their sleeves, perhaps, if they still have any. Now it's more of a survival of the fittest. They're gonna have to do whatever that they can in order to keep themselves afloat. And every score is gonna be a leading score.
All right, last thing before we get into the drafting phase, Abstract, I give you one chance to change your prediction.
3-1.
3-1 to?
3-1 for Asteris.
All right, perfect. 3-1 to Asteris is Abstract's new...
Maybe.
No. You've locked it in. No. You've locked it in. You may proceed. So going into the drafting phase, we have the chip ban. Once again, I still question this chip ban, bro.
Why? No, because there's so much, like the portal play, when you do it right and you have the right team synergy, it is just so powerful. It catches teams off guard. You have so much potential for the outflank. Very important. And there's a reason also why Asteris counterbanned that with the Lo Yi here.
Lo Yi is really good in the hands of Kiwi, so I was actually surprised that they're not forcing Bleed to ban it. I guess Jay also plays the Lo Yi very, very, very well. So that's probably why the Lo Yi got banned out. Kaja being banned out for the side of Bleed, though, is a little bit of a question mark.
No, it's not a question mark. They're like, Gear, you played it too well. We're going to ban it. It's just not fair.
You think that's...
I'm going to give the enemy... No, I don't at all. Obviously, they have something else in mind. But, I mean, Gear played it to the T, and that's exactly what you want to do in terms of the Kaja. So, it's one of those situations where we're going to try something new, and we're just going to ban it out. I don't think that, Asteris would have picked it up because they had their own first pick. They don't want Asteris to pick it up in the first phase.
Yeah, but the thing is, FMM also has a really good Kaja gameplay as well, right? So, I'm just probably why. I don't know. I'm still kind of poking the air at this point. But we do see bans of Faramis and Valentina being banned out for the side of Bleed and Asteris as the last bans. Novaria first pick. Edith and Fredrin first pick for the side of Asteris.
Yeah. Good first picks, right? Edith wants to go at you. You have a lot of potential for him to make plays. And it's somewhat like role, flexible, right? So you have an extra element from where Edith can be, right? So I do like that pick, but look at Bleed Esports going right back to the well, so to speak. Carry being picked up here. With the Akai, I like this combination here because Akai is also kind of flexible in that own way, and it has a lot of control, right? Which you need to do especially against when you're looking to protect the Novaria and the carry.
For sure. I'm actually surprised the carry got picked up so early. Yes, we saw Seiji have an excellent game with carry earlier on, but carry is not typically a gold laner that you want to show so early because carry has very short range, right? So carry can get countered and actually bullied out by the Roger. Roger indeed being picked up on the side of Asteris. True, playing the Roger pretty well as well. So honestly, the carry pick is a little bit confusing coming out from Bleed so early.
It's okay. It's a continuation of the last game, right? It's one of those things that we just have damage. We know what we can do. I mean, the fact that she has an escape, she has potential, right? And but if we're going to talk a little bit about this Roger pick from Asteris, I kind of like it, right? Again, Roger very, very highly picked. Yeah, that win rate is abysmal at 35%, but it fits in with what Fredrin and Edith want to do. Fredrin is going to start everything because he's so tanky. Edith is going to just back him up with the Earth Shatters, and then Roger's there literally clean up, right? He's the janitor. He's going to clean up everybody. So the potential for run at you monkey man style of play, the potential's there.
Monkey or Wolfman, I guess.
Yes.
Totally
yes.
Wolfman. Because Monkey Man is son.
Okay. Well, you know what I mean. The strategy, the brain dead of me run at you. I'm assuming that's how monkeys. I don't know.
Monkeys can talk now? Bro, where are you going with this?
Yeah. Have you not? No. Did you not watch Planet of the Apes? It's like
I actually haven't watched it yet. So there you go.
Okay.
So Bleed is banned out. Yuzong and Asteris has banned out the Arlott. Arlott evidently being target banned towards the Gitnu and Gear. I'm pretty sure Blade is pretty happy with Arlott being forced banned because they're like, look, we're gonna not have to deal with the missed slashes again, I guess. Air slashes.
Ooh, yes. There were many, and maybe they were doing them a favor. I'm not sure, but the ban here with the Grok, again, just being able to split up the enemy team or just slow Roger down, maybe cut him off. It could be a potential issue for Asteris. So I like that ban there, but. Bleed Esports, they need a way to just slow the tempo down a bit, right? How do you counter this run-at-you playstyle? You need more than just the Akai, so they're going to have to pick something up in this last phase here.
Yeah, I am very curious to see what Bleed has cooking up in their pockets. We see a Paquito being banned out as that last ban coming out for the side of Bleed. We've seen Bear play it, but in terms of split pushes and burst damage, Bear also can play the Benedetta, right? So Sagitno being the last ban is a little bit of a question mark, but we'll see what both teams have cooking in the kitchen at this point.
Yeah, I mean, last two picks, see where it needs to go, but I do like the Benedetta. Like, I feel like it adds a lot. It's going to run at you, and it makes it even more difficult for Novaria and Carry to get away. And Bleed know that, any sort of hero that kind of chases after them with the Yuzhong ban and the Black Dragon, the Paquito, like both of those are like, hey, we need to protect our backline. So any sort of potential heroes that can kind of jump them is going to be a problem.
Xborg once again picks up for Bear most likely. Yes, he could be flexed into the jungle, and but I doubt we'll see JH playing the Xborg. JH loves the Fredrin. It is his main hero. So it seems like Bear picking up the Xborg once again. Third game in a row, my man.
Yeah, it's one of the most contested ones. Who picks it up? To be honest, I felt like even decent on Bleed for the Xborg, so I think that's kind of why they kept it open. But, the Paquito and the Yuzhong probably bigger threats, so it makes more sense. And you had the potential of giving it up, and Asteris do pick it up, so it makes a lot of sense in this one.
Wow, but I'm really liking how Asteris' lineup is shaping up right now with the Edith Earth Shatter, with the Fredrin Energy Burst, I think, as well as the Lost Sanity coming out from the Xborg. All three of them have a lot of big round crowd CCs, and we see the Benedetta being picked up for the side of Bleed, as well as the Carmilla in the jungle, most likely.
Okay. You have a little bit of sustainability, you have some damage, and you have mobility, right? And all of those things are good at this stage. Because the counter to Asteris' somewhat tankier lineup is just, being really big and fat.
We saw the Carmilla being paired together with the Novara yesterday, which makes perfect sense, right? Paired up with the Star Shatter, Carmilla's ultimate is going to just connect all of Asteris together, and the damage is just going to spread massively in a team that wants to group up, but we see it, Guisen!
Wow, we haven't seen a Gusion in the longest time ever.
I'm speechless.
Wow. First time it's been picked, right? Zero bans, zero picks, zero bans.
Yeah, I believe we haven't seen a Gusion picked nor banned. And to add some extra spicing on top, Gusion is always played as a jungler in ranked games, but we are seeing Kiwi rocking the Gusion in the mid lane instead.
Almost in a must-win game, RL19, the coach of Asteris, whips out this pocket strat. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, but you see, the Gusion makes sense, right? If you're lumping all your enemies together, that's where Gusion really peaks, right? Because if you use the incandescence, he pulls everything in together. All his knives come in, and you just bring tons of damage to the opposite team. But we're gonna see right now, going into Game 3 of the lower bracket finals, it's gonna be Bleed once again versus Asteris. I am excited right now. My excitement is peaking. Seeing Kiwi on the Gushin with the Petrify, by the way.
Oh yeah, it is a Petrify. I mean, it's definitely gonna be a fun game for us all. Understandably, they needed the burst damage coming in from Asteris' side, and they identified that it's probably going to be a good idea for them to find a way to really deal with people on the back line, such as Seiji and as well as Jay. They do have Yon that qualifies kind of as a battery with Seiji. It's almost the same kind of thing, whereby they try to go for pick-off kind of strat, because as long as Yon is able to hit the heavy spin onto someone right to a wall, that's a good long 3 seconds lockdown.
I am completely speechless still at the Gushin pick coming up from Kiwi. Excited and nervous. I think for the side of Asteris, you see the Kiwi just exchanging a little bit of blows with Gear. By the way, Gear is not in the jungle. The Camilla is not in the jungle. Camilla is gone for Gear in the roaming position. So we are going to see Yon playing the Akai. There's so much going on this game, man. Yeah, so honestly speaking...
Oh, here we go! Jay!
Up, Kiwi!
Got caught by FMM with a quick little onwards, and that is absolutely fine and dandy. In the meantime, we do have the turtle that's going to be popping out within 5 seconds, and Asteris is more or less ready to take up this fight, because Jay, going down like that, puts him at level 3 and missing out one entire wave.
That's going to be huge coming in for the turtle fight. Oh, it looks like Jay manages to sneak in that last wave, but he does not hit that level 4. Okay, no, he just barely. Hit level 4. Barely hit the level 4, so he's going to be able to use the Echo to kind of spot out where everyone is. I hope the Observer brings it back to the turtle fight, because it is 100% happening right now.
Oh, so immediately with the heavy spin, Sagitnu gets himself the turtle here. And amazingly, Bleed has now gotten themselves with the first neutral objective. Asteris, though, with the first Gushin in SG, this is, well, there's quite a lot of things that they gotta have to prove for themselves.
All right, why is Yon, he was not using his Retribution on the turtle, and he just playing with fire almost, and letting Sagitnu, I mean, gets the steal, which is very fortunate for them, but that seems a little risky to me, no?
If you look at the cooldown timers, right, of both retries are actually used almost in tandem with each other, right? So I think when JH saw the Retribution so when Yon saw JH use the Retribution, they figured out might as well use it, leave it onto Sagitnu to secure. Maybe.
Okay.
Or maybe it's just, you know, the telepathy that went on between Yon and Sagitnu.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's very helpful for them, you know. But okay, let's talk a little bit more about this Chu Roger against the Seiji here. I feel like Chu needs to be a little bit more aggressive. As I say that, it looks like he kind of scurried off Seiji a bit, but who are you giving the advantage to? Chu versus Seiji?
Chu should be able to aggro Seiji at this point and push him off the map, but it seems like Chu is playing for his team, trying to move around the map as the window of opportunity opens up as the minions kind of clash in together at the top lane. A little bit of emote action happening from Seiji at the top side, but pretty much stock standard game so far, as we've been seeing, I think, in the past 2 games.
Kiwi taking a lot of damage here. He's going to help out with his Fenrir onto JH. FMM is going to make an appearance just to ensure that he's, you know, everything is protected, nothing fishy is going on, and JH is happily able to farm. But now this is the turtle. This is the one that they really kind of need to start pushing for. Because again, the early game, very important for Asteris, because that's their playstyle.
I'm looking at Kiwi to see whether he can show up, right? I mean, now he's looking, he's joining the fight. He does get spotted out by the Astral Echoes. Turtle being stolen by JH.
There's a lot of people just going to be knocked up right now, and in the meantime, Praise's Wrath coming from JH. He did manage to clip on quite a bit of people. Yon going down to the hands of FMM, losing out the Phylax. And such, it is going to be a single kill for the side of Asteris, while also taking the turtle for themselves.
600 gold lead thanks to that turtle fight happening in the bot side of the river. JH had something to say about the previous turtle. Manages to retribute. Manages to retry it before before Bleed could.
Okay, so now FMM is going to recall back to safety. A nice turn of events for Asteris again. The early game champions, I would say. But, you know, okay, Kiwi here. I thought he was going to get gone on by here, so he doesn't be careful. We haven't seen too much. Yes, he's 1-0-1, and, you know, he does have a slight, at least, XP advantage against Jay. But, you know, when do we see the Gujin, like, kind of, like, pop off? What does he need to get to that level?
He needs, I believe, if memory serves right, 3-item power spike followed by a team of them clumping together, probably being caused by an Earth Shatter from FNM or by the energy eruption from JH, and then from there do like a huge like 2, 3, 4-man ultimate and manage to just burst the entire team down.
Okay, so at least the Genius 1 is already built up on the side of Gujin. It's still great that the Genius 1 has been built up, so at least when it comes down to squishier members on the side of Bleed, it's a lot simpler and easier for Gujin to actually take them down. But the main problem when it comes down to being a mid-lane mage, at least for Gujin, is the fact that he actually clears waves extremely slow. So there must always be a constant rotation coming from the side of Asteris to come in and help Kiwi to keep him around the map and keep him very, very active. If not, Kiwi would not be in most of the fights. In the meantime, the Curse of Blood is just going to be activated only onto JH, surprisingly, while now we also do have the Heavy Spin just going to be racked up. The Appraisal's Wrath just going to be connecting, and Baron successfully gets a kill. JH follows up through with getting a total kill, and in the meantime, Energy Eruption connecting down Gear holds him down onto the spot, granting them a total of 2 kills and a single turtle.
That was not a fight that went in the way of Bleed. Asteris still showing us that they are the early game kings. Almost 2k gold ahead at this point. Bleed losing the members one by one, pretty unfortunate. Yon got caught by the full brunt of the lost insanity once again by Bear. Seems like a repeating occurrence.
Yeah, but one thing that Asteris hasn't done is taken that net worth lead and turned it into some sort of objective. All 3 T1s are still standing. Yeah, you've gotten some turtles, which is great, but you know, it's one of those things where you can further push, further choke them out once you take those objectives. As I say that, it looks like they've taken the bottom T1.
In the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Sagitnu stuck within of the second Tefan's turret. He's gonna go straight down, and thus far, I'm talking about Sagitnu. I haven't really seen him going around the map at all. No presence as a Benedetta, unfortunately, and understandably so, right? We're looking at a Asteris that really requires them to move around a lot. In the meantime, hold on a second, as now we are looking at FMM just going to be granting himself out of Phylax, but unfortunately, Seiji takes himself that 1 kill. A quick little flicker coming in from the side of Bear with the last Insanity, allows them to pick off 2 as they continue on onto Sagitnu. He did manage to get himself a quick little dash away, but Kiwi! That's what we want coming in from Kiwi. That's what we want coming in from Gujin.
I love it. I love it. I love the pickoff there. The potential was on point. They were chasing them down. That's the Asteris play style, right? Now, how do they turn this into a bigger lead? JH is looking to, you know, push the mid T1, but again, that's so important. Yeah, Seiji's down for the count, and he's back up right now, but this is the thing where, okay, you got to get something. You got to get more than just some kills at this point.
Yeah, kills, as we said earlier in the in between matches, don't really amount to anything unless you're able to do something with it, right? Asteris now has 2 turtles in their pocket, 2 turrets. Bleed has only 1 turtle in their pockets, but a Lord fight is about to break out. First Lord.
In the meantime, I believe that we do have Kiwi all the way down to the bottom lane wanting to get a kill down onto Sagitnu. It's not going to be all that easy, though. But back to the main battle that we're going to have to look out for, and that is going to be the Lord's Dance. Asteris is already posing themselves up in front of the Lord. The Lord's HP has managed to go back up to 100% already, as both of these teams have decided to reset that out all the way. Asteris, though, You're gonna have to take a bit of time and wait things out. Kiwi's HP is down to half HP.
Oh,
It's
conceal on
not
the backside.
gonna be easy for him to actually do anything for now. Sagino is just gonna be joining into the fray. FMM unfortunately completely blocked down and unable to do anything. Chu, however, did manage to get himself a killing spree while Seiji avenges onto Bear. Gets himself that one kill. Chu, I don't think they can continue on forward anymore. As such, Asteris would now take a bow and leave with a losing fight.
1-2 for the side of, in favor of Bleed. Gold lead has dropped slightly, 3k gold only in favor to the side of Asteris. I say only, but it's only 10 minutes in the game as well. So that's still pretty significant. But we have seen Bleed come back from worse, right? And oh wow, look at the damage being dealt by Kiwi, man. That's like 66% of Sagino's HP just gone with one rotation of skill combination.
It was decent. I mean, Asteris right there, probably not the best fight to take. I felt like it was very disjointed. There wasn't really any target prioritization. And the fact that JH wasn't the main initiator or the guy getting jumped on, that's the target that you want because he's just so tanky and then everybody else jumps on top of him.
Middle lane, Kiwi got himself caught by Bleed. And now Asteris, they are definitely not going to be looking forward to this upcoming fight, but now that the Lord is already lower than 10% or 50% HP, they really need to reset this. And if they are able to run away, it would be for the best.
I don't think Bleed is going to let them go that easily though. Lord is at 33% HP, but with Gyrick dropping below 50%, I think both teams are finally going to leave.
Nice.
Be with the Lord.
A complete reset for Asteris is exactly what they want. In the meantime, Bleed shouldn't have let it reset. Without Kiwi around, it's actually gonna be so much better for them. And CG and J, they literally don't have to worry all that much.
Look at Sagino. Sagino manages to take down the tier 1 turret, but he's being matched by Kiwi right now. Sagino should be able to escape from the 1-to-1 head-on confrontation. But Roll is currently enhanced, guys. This is the first enhanced Lord.
First to start, but JH is going to eat a meteor right there, and Bear's still up in front. Nobody's really committing to this one. They're looking for the perfect potential start to this. Gear thought about going for it, but he's just going to more provide vision. Bear gets a speed burst. I don't think he's going to go for this. And again, the Lord dance, it's a real thing, but with Sagino now making his way to the Lord, I think they will probably start something at some point.
Guys, take a look at how low JH is currently in terms of HP. He has to go and fight the orange buff right now to gain some HP because the meteors have just been hitting from Jay.
Yeah, where's the curse of blood? Where's the curse of blood? There we go. But unfortunately, he's just going to go straight down almost immediately. Sagino manages to get a kill down on the FMM with a 1-for-1 trade. But it's AG focuses on the Kiwi. But Chu, he tries to run away. The Lycan has managed to get himself away from the grasp of Bleed. And they now understand that Bleed is going to be a very tough contender to work with. And the Star Shadow almost connecting down to JH. Bleed found that opportunity. And now they will be moving on forward by destroying the first defense turret and the Lord.
Oh, Seiji, he's doing some damage. You gotta find him. I mean, we were mocking the fact that his range is somewhat short, but man, when you hit like a truck, it doesn't matter how far or how short your attack range is. It's enough. Seiji, his positioning has been on point. He's taken it over. And look at, yeah, Chu is 3-0-4, but if you're looking at that team fight, Chu is on the run.
I was just about to say, before this fight broke out, I was going to say that Seiji is 3-1-1, Chu was 3-0-4. Who is going to be actually more impactful in this fight? But it seems like the team fight painted the picture for me. Seiji showing off, like he's the #1 marksman coming into the playoffs, right? And this is the reason why. Even with the shorter range, he's still able to find his way, find his positioning in the correct spot so that he's able to output the most damage. And once again, the gold lead has swung over to the side of Bleed.
Yeah,
2k gold ahead.
Oh man, this fight.
The bottom lane, inhibitor turret almost going down. Now the heavy speed coming from the side of Yon. He did manage to blast it onto the Bear, but Bear did manage to run himself away. None of the members from the side of Asteris have managed to die just yet, but they did manage to drop down to an all-time low.
That was super close by FMM. Seiji was trying to blow him up. I mean, he's 5-1-1 for a reason, and I think that this is a guy where, again, if Asteris cannot find Seiji, like, they should really not be fighting. They need to ensure that they do this. And another thing that we've seen in team fights is that Kiwi is kind of getting caught out. He's, like, once he dies, then Asteris have a hard time really fighting. Again, you want JH to kind of be that front liner, and then him coming in on the sides and things like that. But the team fights have not gone their way.
Yeah, for sure, but you know, we can't count Asteris out just yet. You know, there's still the potential for Kiwi to just blow up the entire team. And keep in mind, Gear is actually pretty squishy right now. Gear doesn't really have a lot of defensive items built up yet. All I can see is that he has the Dom Ice as well as the Immortality built up, but that's it. He has a cape as well, but honestly, he's not that tanky as of right now, and he is getting blown up. He is getting caught out, but Camilla needs to be in the middle of things, right? So honestly, Gear is a little bit caught in between a rock and a hard place, but thankfully Seiji is there to cover him up, and he's able to take on the kills that, well, Gear was not able to continue on.
Okay. Bear right now, again, with JH, those guys are the frontliners. Chu and FMM have been waiting in the bushes for somebody to come in, not the right target. Yon, he gets, you know, to safety at this point, but Bear now getting gone on.
Bear got caught because everyone's just going to be hiding inside the zebras, but he's going to be okay. FMM is just going to be jumping over to the background, but unfortunately, Yon with the heavy spin pushes him all the way into Seiji. As now, Asteris losing their FMM, realizes that they no longer have that front line that they so desperately need.
That heavy spin was just a snap away. Yon ready with a quick button press and just throws FMM all the way into behind the mid turret. Oh man, that was immaculate timing coming out from Yon, but he does not have heavy spin for this Lord fight. Ultimate economy wise, Asteris has everything.
Has everything, but Kiwi, he's getting focused. He does dodge the final blow.
The electro final blow.
But the Lord...
Petrify has already been used. That's not going to be good. But maybe Asteris is just going to be taking the opportunity to do something. The last insanity going to be popped. JH takes the Lord. Bear's going to be taken down throughout the midst of all of that. Yon just going to be running himself right into the face of Asteris, but realizes that maybe they don't follow on through.
Honestly, that wasn't too bad, I think, for the side of Bleed. Yes, they gave up a Lord and one enhanced Lord, but right now they have full map advantage. Tier 3 turret broken down on the bot lane. Top lane, Tier 3 turret very, very, very low. And they still are very healthy in terms of turrets, right? They still have all their mid lane turrets. They've got this Tier 2 bot lane turret. But honestly, they should be able to deal with this Lord and just run away. Keep in mind, they have the carry, right? Carry can just shred through this Lord in an instant. Sagitnu.
Oh, maybe Shadow Blade swapped up and Sword Spike.
No.
He did manage to connect on the Sagitnu, but unfortunately, he did manage to get himself away from the grasp of the Kiwi. And now, with the heavy spin connecting on the FMM as well, Asteris loses too.
Oh, Sagitnu being that bait for the side of Blade, drawing Kiwi in. Kiwi thought he had enough damage, but he was a little bit lacking. 2, 3, and 5 right now on this Grecian. Grecian still questioning the pick. I mean, it makes sense on paper, but he's not able to execute it fully.
I wonder if it's just like not really comfortable with the hero because Bear.
Yeah,
Petrify!
Petrify just going to be connecting Chu as well as Bear needs to run for the hills. JH is going to be the only one remaining, or rather, Chu and JH the only one remaining as the Star Shatter connects down onto Bear. Kiwi is now back in the game, and Bleed understands that time is of the essence, yes, but they cannot be complacent. They now fall back and wait for the right opportunity to spring back in the action.
Shatters Bear's hopes and dreams just like that with the one skill. Man, the timing is on point. Jay is amazing and shows us why he's holding the highest, the trophy for the highest damage dealt in these past 2 games. Okay, well, look, Seiji is...
No, Seiji's been doing it. I mean, it's neck and neck, right, with Jay.
100%.
But Seiji has been... He like, literally set him up so that Jay could get the snipe out with the Meteor/Donut. Whatever that skin is. I mean, he was just completely like tearing it up. But heavy spin.
Oh, Kiwi being locked in again. Oh, being caught again. This is not good for Asteris. As long as Kiwi just keeps getting caught, Asteris lose a huge chunk of damage.
a huge chunk of damage indeed, and a huge chunk of damage was thrown back at Kiwi's face. Kiwi getting caught like that is not what Asteris wants. Honestly, this is a very, very surprising performance coming out from Kiwi. Kiwi, once again, typically has the highest KDA. I believe it's the second highest in the whole of MPL SG. So this is a huge surprise coming in into this game tree. But guess what, guys? For Asteris side, I'm just going to shrug this off, okay? Yes, it's the third game, but they still have 2 more games that they can come back on. And by the way, this game is not over yet.
Yeah, not over, but still not looking good. I mean, the net worth lead at this point.
Oh no, the onwards. Coming for FMM, didn't connect on anyone. At least Upshadow did manage to land on 2, but his XP is not looking good at all. As he immediately go for the Primal Raft, he didn't even manage to hit anyone at the point in time. And now Sagino and Gear, they want to focus down on the JHJ. His positioning, he really got really close to Bear. But now the rest of the members from the side of Asteris understands that they can no longer fight for that Lord.
Aster's having to play tower defense right now. All 3 towers stripped away from them. Lord going free to the side of Bleed. 5k gold leading in the 20-minute game. Guys, we've had 20-minute games back to back to back. These 2 teams are so darn close, and it's making things so exciting. If you look at it, I'm standing up on stream, and I don't think I'm going to be sitting down till the game's over, man.
Still neck and neck at this point. Obviously, Bleed have that advantage. Where can they potentially screw up? And I feel like with this Lord push, you know, Asteris right now, it's all hands on deck in terms of this base defense right here. But finding that opening, difficult.
Definitely difficult, as now we already have JH going down with the immortality as Seiji takes 1. The rest of Bleed, they march on. They are not going to be caring about the core just yet as Sagitnu brings Kiwi down. FFM's next, but perhaps what's not is going to be 2. As 2 goes down, the rest calls on as now the core is going to be taken by the hands of Bleed.
Cheers from the side of Bleed. That was amazing. Once again, Bleed was at the deficit. 4k gold lead down. By the way, 10, 6, and then 4. It seems like we're dropping. And honestly, Bleed is looking so much more in form. This is the Bleed that I knew going into the playoff stage. This is the Bleed that was playing in the regular season. And honestly speaking, they need to keep this up because my hopes and dreams of the 3-2 is still alive.
Still alive, as are mine. I think selfishly, I'm kind of more worried about Kiwi more than anything else because this was not a good game. And having a game like this, how does it shake you up, right? Going into this one, you need to win out the next 2 games to make me look good. And if he's not in the right state of mind, then we got a problem.
But look, Kiwi was trying something. Okay, I have to give credit to Asteris, right? Yeah. Asteris trying out something in this game. If they don't try it out now, they have to wait until next season to try anything, right? So to be fair, trying out the Grecian was not a bad call in my opinion. The idea was there on paper, and having him as the last pick, of course, makes things exciting for us to cast, right? And this is the right time to pull out the Grecian. But I want to focus on the win. Who is your MVP for Bleed?
Yon.
Really?
Yon.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, he had some amazing lockdowns, right?
It's all about lockdowns for this game. Like I said before, it's very similar to the previous game. They just want to pick off. But Akai definitely...
Yeah, I said it before it came out. I said it. I did. And the reason for this is that he was just doing so much damage. He was just blowing people up where you had to respect out with Seiji. They could not find him. I mean, he was 8-1-7. Like, they could not find him. And wherever he was just blowing, like, literally, he was like John Wick, killing everybody.
That's his job!
No, but the thing is that it's his job, yes, but will he be able to pull it off properly is a different story altogether, right? Because you could be John Wick without guns and you just get slaughtered. You can jump in and then you, oh wait, where are my guns?
Yeah,
right?
He was pretty well armed, right?
Yeah, so
he had his gun.
I have to say, with his light wheel, Seiji definitely pulled off this game properly. We talked about his positioning. We talked about how he was able to enter and exit fights when he needed to be, right? He needed to be where he needed to be, when he needed to be. Honestly, Seiji is the right MVP in my opinion. Yes, I have to give credit to Yon. Without Yon, Seiji may not have been able to pop up so well. So the best wingman, I guess, award goes to Yon in my opinion. But Seiji, congratulations. This is his peak form right now. 8-1-7 on the carry, 88% kill participation. We talked about marksmen's or gold lanes not having that high of kill participation. Seiji's proving you wrong otherwise.
How many percent was that? 88?
88%.
No, this just means that he's been very involved in team fights, and that is absolutely something that I love. As compared to Chu in the previous game, he had low amount of participation. So there is a stark contrast as to what happens when a team have their marksman versus a team that doesn't.
That is very, very true. As we look into this fight, I want everyone to pay attention to where Seiji is currently at, right? So Seiji enters the fight a little bit late. He realizes that the fight is losing, that they're losing the fight. He's trying to do as much damage as he can before dashing out. He's always at the outskirts of the fight. Right now, you see Seiji's doing damage, maximum damage to whoever's in front of him, right? So Kiwi gets blown up, FMM gets blown up, JH gets currently about to get blown up. Oh no, he survives. But look at where Seiji's at, right? He's not being too greedy.
Like, if we're looking at these highlights, you're seeing FMM go into the heart of the enemy team. And then he gets focused and he gets killed. I think that in terms of the way the team fight should have gone, JH needs to start things off. People need to go in. Or Bear, right? One of those two. Kind of started off so that they do this. But Bleed, super smart, understanding how to take the right team fight. They were on point in terms of priority, ensuring that, hey, FMM is just going to control you. Let's just blow him up. You have, you know, just the way that they kind of handled all that adversity was just really on point. Very well-coached team.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, this is, like I mentioned before, Bleed was playing like this as a team in the regular season. So this is what I expected to see from them coming into the playoffs. Now they're 2-1 in comparison to Asteris. Finally, the team with more kills finally won the game. But let's look at the item builds. Right now, I mean, Seiji pretty much a standard stock build with the Winter Trunken being built instead of the boots, or changed for the boots in the late game. Chu actually not being able to change his boots for immortality yet shows that Seiji was that much more ahead than Chu was.
Well, one other thing that I'm looking out for is the fact that Sagino is looking at about 13,000 gold as well. I will assume that he haven't really managed to get much gold to really change the boots away as well. Kami, we're looking at Benedetta. Benedetta can definitely not require boots. And just kind of like walk around completely bootsless, shoesless, and the kind of stuff. He still can be relatively fast. But to be fair, Sagitnu did manage to pick up a triple kill at the end of the game, so there is probably quite a lot of gold in the bank that Sagitnu didn't manage to use because the game was just simply over.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, I want to shift the attention over to gear, right? Not in terms of items build, but notice how well he was able to play around being blown up. You know, I think in the earlier part of the game he was at 144 at some point, right? But even then he was able to come back from that and became a 1-4-14. You know, so Gear, even though he was dying very early on, he was dying for his team, but he was able to make a comeback later on. And look, his items isn't fully complete either. You know, he had the Dom Eyes for the longest time, he had the Cape for the longest time, and the Immortality, but that's pretty much all he had until the late game. So huge props to Gear for making it work with what he had so far.
Just really well played. I think the itemization was on point as well. Gear, don't count him out, right? I think that even if he might have a rougher start, he's going to find ways to make an impact in the game, and you've seen exactly what he can do, right? The fact that he ended up 1-4-14, just, you know, miles, so to speak, in terms of the net worth, you know, like 2K over FMM, which is pretty sizable at this stage. For a 20-minute game, I would say almost an expected way of winning by bleed, right? Everybody just understanding their roles and playing to the T. Like, you could have kind of put almost anyone as an MVP because they really showed up that game.
For sure. I'm very, very interested in Chu actually picking up the Master Assassin emblem, actually. You know, 7% more damage to lone heroes shows that he wanted to go after Seiji, trying to get kills early from Seiji, but Seiji actually kind of out-predicting that because, you know, in lane, if you look at Roger versus the carry, in early game especially, the Roger carries a lot more of a kill threat, right? So I think both players recognizing that the advantages and the weaknesses they have, and Chu picking the Master Assassin showed how aggressive he wanted to be going into the game, but was not able to actually secure the kills early on against Seiji.
I'm sure that Seiji picking a full fighter emblem with the base common emblem made a very big difference in their laning potential as well. You know, being unable to die with the Brave Smite as well as the Festival of Blood, I'm pretty sure that it contributes a lot, which probably being why Chu couldn't get all of these kills. In fact, it could also be one of the main reasons why Kiwi couldn't get kills off of Seiji, because of all these intermittent healing that Seiji is capable of getting for himself.
Yeah, it was tough. They weren't able to find Seiji. And again, you know, Kwasang, you mentioned the fact that how Seiji's positioning was on the outskirts and he was like perfect, right? And he largely was with only one death. But I feel like Asteris need to do a better job. Like, you cannot be taking any sort of team fights if you don't have vision. You don't know where Seiji is. You should not be fighting. Or you need to find out ways for Chu or, you know, Kiwi to just get on him to just blow him up. Because you kill Seiji, and it's pretty much this team is going to fold, right?
Yeah.
With how much damage Seiji provides.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and the thing is, if we look at the stats right now on the screen, Seiji, rich guy, Seiji carry. Once again, he's playing carry, and he is the carry. 185k damage dealt, not as high as Jay in the previous 2 games. Jay this time taking more of a support, a utility kind of role, but Seiji really being the star and stepping up to the stage. And not to mention Gear also being that wingman for him. 14 total assists. It's kind of nutty right now. Seiji and Gear, remember we said 2 players need to step up today, right? We needed to see Seiji, we needed to see Gear, and I'm glad that the 2 of them have stepped up. And whatever they're doing in the back of the room is working for them, man.
Yeah. And I mean, this is what we wanted, right? Like a better early game, because it shows more dominance in terms of this league, right? Where they don't have to come back from everything. And yeah, they were slightly behind, and Asteris did have that, but Asteris were never even comfortable in the early mid laning phase, right? So they were playing kind of on the back foot. They weren't able to get themselves going, and I mean, Kiwi kind of started off rough, and you know, it's like a bad snowball for them, right? And Bleed were able to kind of take advantage of that fact.
It's almost like an avalanche, I think, for the side of Asteris, right? It wasn't really a snowball. One wrong step, and then they suddenly hear the rumbling coming, and then suddenly they get flooded, and they start screaming. Ah!
Yeah, tough situation, right? And they need to bounce back. And Asteris, there are, like that last pick, we were kind of like wowed by it. It had potential, but never really got going. So I think it's like it's easy for us to criticize the draft, but I think if you check the replays, we were kind of positive on it. I think hindsight is 20/20. But if they pick the same 4 other heroes and they just change that last one up, you know, I don't know to what, it would have made a difference, I think.
I don't. In my opinion, yes, it would have made the difference, but I think they wanted to try something new, and I think, like I mentioned before, it is the right time. For what they need to change, though, however, I think that's something that they're probably going to discuss, and I think RL19 is definitely going to help them and give them feedback about their picks and bans, and perhaps they're going to change some things. But speaking about feedback, if you guys want to help us improve, do remember to scan the QR code right there above Holla's head. Do scan that QR code, fill in the quick survey. If you have any feedback, improvements, suggestions, I think for us on the desk, we're also more than happy to listen to your feedback. So you can drop Holler a message at Holler TV or Such Abstract on the relevant channels.
True, yeah. Just send me the positive stuff. Such Abstract will be taking all the negative feedback. He'll compile it. He'll make sure that it's all dispersed to all the other casters, but he's the one you want to yell at.
Yeah. I take in the criticisms just so that I have the opportunity to be the one to yell at them instead. It feels better to be the one that yells at them instead. So don't worry, I'll be your voice.
Yeah, don't contact me at all, guys. Contact these 2. Okay, just remember that. But yeah, speaking about feedback and speaking about changing things up, right? I want to hear what Kindofu from the Tofu Academy have to say about the changes that Asteris perhaps needs to make going into Game 4 later on.
Alright, it's time for a little bit more of Tofu Academy this time. Yes, there was a lot of shouting and screaming. In fact, if you were here at the live venue, you could hear the screams of Sagitnu's name. And I just want to highlight this portion that kind of changed the state of the game for me at this point of the time. At this point, it looked like, Asteris could turn it around, and they were chasing heavily for the kills itself. But here comes the godlike play we've been waiting for. Sagitnu, whatever results you have taken in the first two games itself, you have redeemed yourself today. What a play here, a 3-man Petrify, allowing Bleed to really not just turn around the kills, but turn around the whole momentum and the mental state of your team as well. And from that point on, they went from taking a couple of kills to baroning the base of Asteris here. And at this point, there were a couple of things that I think now you should recognize that Bleed is a full-blown team that is ready and communicating with each other properly ready at this point, right? Jay here, of course, as we know, the main damage dealer, a lot of damage being laid down besides Seiji itself, allowing vision for the team to make sure that they get the next play, which I believe you'll be very happy to see if you are a Bleed fan here. Number 1, this headbutt by Yawn, catching out JH, if I'm not wrong, actually forces Chu to use his pounce to go back. He uses his wolf form to go back, which allows Bleed to have the luxury of actually pinning JH down, getting the damage in as well. At the same time, I want you to look at the combination provided by the roam, this time Gear, taking that Curse of Blood, catching FMM, Chu, as well as JH in that mix of it. Now, in the meantime, while this was happening, Kiwi actually landed a strike onto Seiji. So that was why we had the flicker Earthshatter coming in from FMM later part of this fight here. This is the one where he jumped in. And at this point, you know what? Seiji doesn't care. He has his immortality. He has quite a full life, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, up to like 80% of his life points were still there. So he didn't mind it. And at this point, Sagitnu is going to make a very small but very important play here. And he's actually going to use his skills to cut out the creep wave, allowing the Lord to stay alive a little bit longer and allow the team to just get the damage in as well. And at this point, it was just grocery shopping for Bleed. Let's see who do we want to get. And at this point, Chu, very happily gave a discount offer by jumping back into the fight here. This could have been nerves, but at this point, I feel Bleed, they have cemented themselves as the team that might come out of this series as the winners. And boy, do we have a series on our hands. Now, that's all the time I have right now. Boys, it's back to you at the caster's table. I'll see you next game.
Man, what a series we do have for this game. For today, man. I mean, I thought that the banger was supposed to be the first series where we see the two titans face off each other. But man, this is I'm excited.
This is spicier.
This is definitely spicier.
They're two very evenly matched teams, right? We kind of expected this, I think, in terms of predictions. We thought it was going to go to a Game 5. To be honest, I wasn't sure who to pick at the end of the day. I did flip a coin and went with Asteris in this one, but it could have gone either way.
Honestly, I just think that both these series that we have seen before is really starting to get a lot better. Like the first series tastes like Chicken McCrispy. The second series tastes like McSpicy. It just gets spicier and spicier.
Look, guys, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I put a 3 and 2 for Bleed, but let me share with you guys why I chose Bleed over Asteris. Because if you think about it, right? I think I was actually hyping up Asteris throughout the regular season, but in my opinion, the reason why I chose Bleed over Asteris was because they have been here before. Okay, so the thing about it is that yes, Bleed has a slightly changed lineup coming into this season. But the thing is that as he have been the coach as well as the players haven't been to playoffs before, they know what a BO5 feels like. For Asteris, yes, they have some veteran players, but this is their first time as a team coming into a BO5. Right, so people like Sagitnu, even though they weren't really playing super hot in the first game, they came back into it because they know that they still have a fighting chance. So in my opinion, this is why I put Bleed at a slight advantage over Asteris. And keep in mind, I also chose a 3-2 game, right? Because I believe that this would be a close match, and I'm glad that we are seeing that close match right now.
On that point, though, I feel like seeing as that Bleed is so quote-unquote been there, right? There's a lot more pressure on them. They need to perform, right? Asteris, on the other hand, community team, at this point, anything is gravy, right? Everything else is gravy. So this is a situation where I feel like the story of Asteris really, if they were to quote unquote upset Bleed in this one, I think would make a better story. But again, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. We just want to see some good MLBB, and we're here, and we're at Game 4. You know this one's going to be a banger as well. 20-plus minute game coming up. If you want to see teams duke it out like two heavyweights, this is the game for you.
Yeah, for sure. These teams are so close. They're so neck and neck with each other. And honestly speaking, I am hyped, man. I'm in it for the long run. We do see the drafting phase having started up already, so let's dive right into it. Asteris have banned out the Faramis, the Hellcurt, as well as the Valentina. And on the side of Bleed, we see the bans of Chip as well as the Loi. Last ban should be the Harith, I reckon.
Oh, right. Makes sense. Harith hasn't really been seen for this this ban yet. And there we go. There we go. It would be pretty funny if Bleed actually were to leak that Harith over to Asteris. But, you know, now that that's out of the way, what else do we have here?
You know what else was leaked? Angela.
Yeah.
Angela has been leaked through, and so far I believe she's something like the high 90s pick-up ban rate, even potentially a high 100%, right? So Angela being leaked here, the question is, does Asteris or Bleed pick it up? It doesn't feel like Bleed would pick her up. You know, they're not Gear more fan of the fighter type roamers, so I'll be very surprised if Gear picks it up. And no, we see Novaria getting picked up. Novaria actually being able to be played by both Kiwi as well as Jay and Gear. So Novaria is in contention. Angela's still up for picks, but I don't think Angela will be picked by the end of the drop phase.
Yeah, and I don't know. It has play. Obviously, it's very good. But you do need somewhat of a strategy around it. And Bleed right now going, you know, they're heavy hitters. This is what they like. Roger Fredrin right here. A lot of potential, a lot of flexibility, things that you want. And Yuzhong carry, instantly picked by Asteris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're looking to take away the carry this time.
I'm pretty sure that having a carry onto their side is going to be extremely great, since they are dealing with a Fredrin after all. Carry is a very good answer to Fredrin, and it really stops, really makes Fredrin think, do I really want to just dash in here? Do I really just want to do this? Do I really want to do that? Because there's always a probability that the Fredrin will just get caught out. So Asteris now, the only thing that they're lacking right now is crowd control. They are lacking of that by quite a far bit of a margin, and to a certain extent, wave clear too.
Yeah, definitely wave clear. And they're picking up the Paquito. They're just going with 3 of the best looking guys in the game. I think that there's some strategy too with that. But no, there's a lot of control, a lot of damage. Good things there, but they they're showing their hand, right? They just want to run at you. So how do Asteris respond with this?
At this point in time, Asteris just need to focus on what they believe is the most annoying things and the things that they can't answer to. Right now, tanky heroes is something that they have an answer to. Yuzhong can definitely deal with backline mages and so on and so forth. So at this point, they just need to blanket ban heroes that haven't been picked. Mage, for example, because they already have picked up Novaria for themselves. So having Fasa or Eve, these two heroes are arguably good because Asteris themselves have the high ground. As long as they ban the Eve as well as the Fasa, they are actually eliminating quite a bit of high ground for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, but you're kind of worried if you were, as Bleed, if you pick up like the Farza or the Eve, like the Yuzhong jumps on you, right? And getting to your back line, not great. Right now, Yuzhong, who are you going to grab onto? Who are you going to jump on, right? The Roger, he probably wants to be in your face anyways, so it's like, you need a mage, you need somebody kind of sit back, but you don't want to be too static, I would say. You want to move around.
Moving around kind of mage. I believe that if we want to look into that point of view, Lilia could also be another point of contention, since Lilia is arguably pretty strong in lane and gives the lane priority over to Bleed. Because Novaria, from a relatively far range, the Star Shatter can actually do quite a lot of damage. So clearing out the waves, no problem. But Bleed now, they do have a Roger, they have a Paquito. They generally can go for more of a pick-off strategy. They haven't really had much of the opportunity to pick up heroes such as a Franco because of the suppress. There could also be a chance that they could pick up a Cho for themselves. In fact, we have seen Jay play a Cho in mid before. So it wouldn't be too out of the question for us to see Bleed actually picking up a Cho for mid. But that also means that they need to supplement that with more damage somewhere else.
Yeah. But if they just go all melee, there are some gaps in this draft then, right?
Yeah, it will be difficult because of high ground.
Yeah. You're going to have a hard time there, and I think they do need to balance it out a little bit. They need to go a little bit more squishy / damage dealers. Mage is probably preferred at this point, but you need something to kind of round out your draft. Asteris right now, looks like they're kind of, What else? Like, you probably need some more beef on that team, right? Team Asteris?
Yeah, Asteris definitely need some beefiness. They need some crowd control. As such, heroes such as Tigreal, Akai, they are all pretty standard picks that we can definitely expect coming out of Asteris. What other tanks we can expect here? Edith has been banned, unfortunately. So I think going for conventional tanks may actually be a better idea. If they want to play the Carmilla, I will say that Carmilla is still a decent pick because the opponent has a Fredrin and is a very good target for you and carry to actually just focus down onto the Fredrin, which will eventually leak out to the rest of the team.
Yeah, but look at this Grok pick here. Okay, you got your beef with Akai and Arlott. Frontline guys that that can potentially, disrupt and push people around. So you have a lot of ways to kind of keep Carry and Novaria alive. Now, on the other end, Bleed Esports picking up the Grok, going with the 4-man, just run at you melee strat. I see some potential issues here.
And what is that?
What is that? Just 4 melee guys.
Of course. High ground is definitely the issue.
Yeah.
And there's no way that they... Okay, there we go.
There you go.
To target that, we do have a Sicilian that have pretty good high ground.
Yeah.
The bad impact itself have got massive amount of damage all across the board. So, and also, it does seem like this is the first official Sicilian game in MPL SG.
What's with these mid laners picking these off-meta picks? First we see the Grecian, then we see the Sicilian. Guys, we are in for a long game.
Even though this is like the first Sicilian in MPL SG Season 7, it doesn't feel too off of a pick. It feels as though we have seen it quite a lot in previous seasons or something along those lines, because Sicilian is a very hard hero. Or hard as in when it comes down to consistency as well as when it comes down to growth. Sicilian can definitely stack up quite a fair bit, and it's pretty scary and annoying to deal with once we reach the late stages of the game.
Yeah, Sicilian has a passive where he gains, I think, more mana as long as he hits an enemy hero with his skill, and the more mana he gets, his ability skill with that, right? So he's got to hit harder the more he hits his skills, and the later the game grows, the more his damage is going to grow. So we are in for round number 4, I believe, of MPL SG Season 7 of the lower bracket semifinals. We have Asteris versus Bleed Esports. Right now, the score is 2-1 to the side of Bleed if you are just joining us. And wow, if you're just joining us, you are in for a ride, and you need to go and watch the first 2 games.
First
3 games.
3 games. Yeah, I mean, like, look, every game has gone the distance in that sense, and it comes down to the micro plays, like the little late game decisions. And that's kind of what's turned this one on, is that it's been so interesting because you have something that's like, you're making mistakes, and how does the other enemy team capitalize, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, you don't have the stomps, you don't have the full control that you might see from, some of the other teams, but these are 2 evenly matched teams that really want it.
Yeah, being evenly matched is just so nice to watch because you're seeing some pretty high-level gameplay, I think, coming up from both sides. You see, yes, mistakes being made, of course, but you know, it's high gameplay nonetheless. And I'm excited to actually see the gold lane a little bit more because we see Seiji versus Chu. The tables have been flipped. This time Seiji on the Roger, but I have to give credit to Seiji. Seiji does look like the better Roger player overall, so I want to see how much of a difference it makes in this matchup.
All right, back in the top lane, Seiji and Chu. Okay, we're going to jump to the turtle here. Bleed Esports probably pushing back FMM. He does need to deal with this. Now, Akai is still up in front, JH that is. He will be scared away, I would think, but this is going to be a close one here.
The Astro Echo acts up as well as they have the spin, but unfortunately that's not quite enough for Asteris to do anything at this point in time as Bleed manages to take the turtle for themselves. But here comes the big black dragon coming in from the side of Baron, just going to be wrecking on havoc and should be able to build a decent amount of shower residue, but not quite onto gear just yet. As such, it is going to be expected of Baron to go down because it didn't really hit all of that shower residue for him to stay alive.
FMM died as well, so it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Bleed. By the way, they also got the turtle, so this time Bleed is taking the lead at 1.4k gold lead 3 minutes into the game. That is actually pretty significant for Bleed. We have seen them, once they got a lead, they haven't let go of that lead, and taking the lead this early in the game, Astra's not looking too great of a shape.
Yeah, and Bleed right now, we're seeing the growth of this team, right? We saw them struggle yesterday. They bounced back. They figured out how to win. They faced adversity even today. For the first 2 games, they bounced back and they got themselves back in.
As in the meantime, the final slash has already been suspended from FMM, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be too big of a deal. So now the rest of the members from the side of Bleed, they want to put a lot more emphasis down on the carry to try to make sure that carry don't get as much farm as possible. And in the meantime, also try to get a snowball going for Seiji too.
Snowball going for Seiji, but Snowball going for Jay as well. Keep in mind that this hero is going to keep growing, and he is going to grow exponentially the more he hits his skills. JH looks like he got caught out in position.
Immediately with the heavy spin, disengages himself to ensure that he's got the right passageway to go home.
Create a passageway to go home, I suppose, in this case.
He's going to make his own way. He's going to get himself into the jungle. Gear's chasing him down. And he's going to miss the barrier, though. So it looks like Bleed Esports, though, being the aggressors, pushing it out, like forcing them back, and then now turning this into hopefully what is looking to be a turtle here. But Gear just being like, he's been doing so much damage.
Yeah, so much damage coming out from the side of Bleed. We see Jay actually licking his wounds as he has to recall, but we see the turtle being taken away by Yawn. It's a free turtle at this point in time. 1.7k to the names of Bleed. Gear going really deep though.
Oh, just to go in for a single power of nature? Well, okay, the fact that he would be able to run away is not that big of a deal, as the Cyclone Eye sends him on his way back home.
I mean, he attracts so much attention. He had 3 of the enemy team from Asteris like forced onto him, and he literally just walks away. He zips on out of there. He's fine. So Gear doing what he should be doing as a roamer, attracting a lot of attention by being just like this nuisance.
I mean, look, that's what Grok does, right?
Yeah.
He goes in, and then he walks out whilst holding his first skill, and he just walks away. He's like, hey, guys, can't practice.
In the meantime, Sagitnu, he did manage to rack up quite a bit of damage on the side of Kiwi, but the final slash connects down to Sagitnu. Unfortunately, the Sanguine Claws from Jade did not quite manage to land onto FMM. Sagitnu goes in for a poke, but gets poked himself instead.
Gear, again, just dueling with FMM. You talk about the wet noodle fight earlier. It's almost similar. FMM and Gear just kind of going at it, and FMM is just like, just get me out of here, man. Get this big old beast away from me, man.
There's nothing they can do to one another at all.
Yeah.
They just slowly play around.
Yeah.
At this point in time, it's just Gear and FMM just feeling each other out. And they don't have anyone that can be conclusive in terms of damage unless Chu comes here. But Chu's positioning is actually pretty darn scary. But luckily for Asteris, Bleed actually don't have all that much of a crowd control they can really work with, unless Gear goes in for a surprise wild charge. But for now, speaking of surprise, the heavy spin is indeed a surprise, and that combination battery between the Arlet and the Archive presents itself with unlimited dashes that brings Gear down.
Gear playing with fire a bit too much, too often that is, and he did get caught out. Didn't really expect JH to commit the heavy spin, locks him in, make sure that they do get that kill. So now this is going to be an opening. Yon going in.
Immediately, FMM lost half of his HP already. Akai is still going to be holding on to the turtle while Bear immediately pops off with the Black Dragon Bomb. He's just going to be creating quite a little bit of menace, while in the meantime, we also have the last of the final strike just going to be landing on, bringing Yon down. Jade suffers down a lot more of that kill. But now FMM returns himself back into the fray. Was hoping that he would be able to do a little bit more, but unfortunately, he doesn't have any more dashes. Well, Kiwi lands the Star Shatter right down onto the Grog, but not quite enough to bring him down.
That was massive. There's a tempo swing still on the side of Bleed. Bleed is extending this lead. This is how you extend leads, right? When you are ahead. That's absolutely crazy. As we take a look in this replay, yes, JH managed to lock up Gear with his heavy spin, but he doesn't have the heavy spin for this fight. It would have been great if he could spin away Bleed for this team fight. But as you see here right now, yeah, exactly. The barrier was paramount for the side of Gear. Honestly, that was a very, very well played team fight for the side of Bleed, noticing that JH does not have his heavy spin for the turtle fight, went all in, and came out the winners of that fight.
It's scary that Seiji got 2 kills in that one. Jay has been quite amazing. I mean, he's got a 2-level difference against Kiwi. He's 0-0-5, he's been there. Just like the amount of AoE damage that he's been doing in team fights has been on point. Gear, again, we talked about the power of this guy, and his just positioning and the way he even positions the barriers, really, really next level, right? This is a guy you've got to be careful of.
I think the one other thing that's really scary is the fact that Gear is constantly in the opponent's jungle. That means that Asteris no longer have any form of privacy. Bleed will always know where Asteris are, and if they want to set up for anything, Bleed is ready to play their macro game. In fact, this is very reminiscent to how Bleed used to play last time. Having a Cho, having a Grog, they're just going in. Speaking of going in, it is going to be a burst of damage down onto FMM, and FMM couldn't even utter a single word before going down without a spark.
Yon with the disrespect, finds the recall button, makes sure it works, spams it a couple too many times, but now, again, back into the mid lane. Gear, you talk about the fact that, you know, Asteris has no privacy. I think Gear was actually even looking in the dressing room of Asteris, like, no privacy whatsoever. I'm just kidding, I don't want to go that.
No, but man, dude, I talk about real estate, right? Dude, Blade is just smashing their homes once again. Poor Asteris does not have a home to live in. I mean, look, the jungle is supposed to be the quiet place, or the place of, you know, perhaps extra farm they could take, but even that is being stolen away from them. Lord has been taken away by Yon. Once again, 7k gold lead for the side of Bleed. I have yet to see Asteris come back from such a deficit.
Okay, well, never say never. My prediction is still in play. I am a little worried, if I'm going to be completely honest. I do think Bleed are really, like, this is a team that's starting to, you see the growth, like, just how much better they've gotten, even from yesterday, just the way that they're playing. And Asteris are kind of playing scared. They're playing on the back foot. They're playing not to lose, which is not going to win you too many games.
Honestly, I'm extremely worried for Asteris because right now, Bleed's composition, one of their main damage dealers, is actually a late game hero. And the very fact that Asteris is not even at the late game yet, they are having so much issue. An issue it is at hand as we have JH already been taken down. Gear went in with a wild charge. It did manage to land on someone, but look at the Appraisal's Raft that it just managed to do quite a lot of damage. But for now, Yon is going to go straight down though. Ooh. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade between both of those junglers.
Sicilian is just outputting so much damage. And this is only mid-game, guys. We haven't even hit the late game and Jay is already chunking people down with his bats.
The answer to Jay actually is Bear, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Bear is capable of doing anything at this point in time. The amount of items that he have, I don't think that it really is anything at all. With the Dreadnought armor, Hunter Strike, as well as a single robe, he don't have that much that can really work for him. If he really wants to stand a chance, at least against Jay, then at least when it will probably only when he gets himself the radiant armor.
Yeah, and even then, look, he has to go through Gear, he has to go through Yon, he has to go through Sagito before he even reaches Jay. And Jay has, I mean, Sicilian's range with the bat impact is not, it's not small. He's able to bat impact people from distances away, and he can still group them up as well with the Sanctuary and Claws. Honestly speaking, the Sicilian pick into this team makes sense.
High octane play as we do have Yon that is just going to be starting in the fight first. We're using his retribution, allowing JH just going to be coming up from the northern side and just rushing on through with the heavy spin. But for now, Bear is just going to be fighting onto the back lines, and we are looking for that very specific play. But unfortunately, as I said before, without the radiant armor, you will not be able to do much to Jay. As such, Jay brings him down. Seiji continues on forward with a killing spree down onto the Akai, leaving Kiwi all alone as a Novaria to stop this upcoming push from Jay as well as Seiji.
Jay has also just picked up the Bloodwings. Honestly, this could just be a game-ending push, maybe?
No, it can't be. It can't be.
Not too early.
Yeah.
I'm just hyping it up, guys.
Like, could it potentially happen? No, sir. No. Hold your horses. We're not dead yet. But I mean, Seiji, look, 3-0-2. Like, his target prioritization has been on point. Like, forcing it out, FMM is 1-4-3, but Asteris, again, back foot. They have no way to get to the Lord. They have no room. The Gears barriers have been on point. They've been blocked out. Gears spotting out everything. Very difficult situation for Asteris.
Gear is the human ward that Bleed needed, right? And he's playing Grok, one of the heroes that can get in and out of places and still survive. Honestly, Gear is the MVP right now in my eyes. I mean, being able to provide so much vision to the side of Bleed gives them enough information to decide what they want to do, right?
This is interesting. JH is only at level 12. As such, his retribution level is way lower than Yon. But yet, Asteris went in to try to actually speed up that Lord process. In the meantime, I believe that the fight is about to start off as Asteris is just really getting themselves in and really just punching out on the Bleed. But the Lord eventually reset it. And Asteris, they're back to square one.
Honestly, I think this is Bleed trying to bleed Asteris out, right? They smell blood in the water. And the thing is, Sicilian with 266 stacks is massive. He's gonna be outputting so much damage with his bat speed and bat impact. Seiji's so low.
Bear, he's just gonna be jumping right in, but unfortunately he's not able to catch on to Jay. So what exactly can he do right now? Absolutely nothing! As Yon now have managed to get himself the Lord. So Gitnu gets a kill down on 2, leaving Kiwi all alone, all again. And Bleed, they are gonna be marching in as a absolute unit of 5. Even with a Star Shatter, Astro Echo, everything that they want to bring in coming from Kiwi, what can he possibly do? So Gear charges right in with the Wild Charge, and Bleed does the impossible and regained their mentality, getting themselves to 3-1, knocking Asteris out of the competition.
I just like to put it out there once again.
Shut up.
I called the.
Shut up.
I called the
Shut
team again.
Shut up. Shut up.
Congratulations to Bleed Esports for securing their spot for tomorrow. Right? Who would they be facing again? Flash?
RG. RG. No, I mean, this is a great confidence booster for Bleed Esports. I think that there's so much momentum. The guys are smiling right now. There's a sigh of relief. All of these guys are just kind of like, there's so much pressure, right? You need to perform. If you were to get knocked out and you were going to be the 4th place team, they would have had some struggles, right? That team right there, this is a much needed win. The fact that they won yesterday, they won today, and now they're going to move on to the losers bracket or the losers finals speaks volumes about the how tenacious this team is and how much they really want it.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. A great sportsmanship coming out from both sides of Bleed as well as Asteris. You see smiles from both players, even though Asteris just took the L. But huge congratulations once again to Bleed. It was a spot well deserved. And, like I mentioned before, I am glad this game went to a game 4. It could have been a one-way stomp. But, even all up until the last game, the first 3 games were super close, right? And I'm glad to see that Asteris still has some life in them. It's sad to see them go, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to come back stronger next year.
It's a start-started journey for Asteris. And as the qualifiers team, they have went far enough. In fact, we have been pinning a lot of expectations out of onto Asteris. And I wouldn't be too surprised if even for them, they are feeling the pressure of needing to beat Bleed because of the grand journey that they have or the grand goal that they have. In fact, Bleed is still one of the top dogs all in all because of their progress in the regular season. The only reason why a lot of us, be it the viewers or the casters, have got more of a
expectation.
Sorry?
Expectation.
Expectations, yes. From Asteris, it really boils down to the mentality of Bleed, which wasn't all that good yesterday. So, Bleed being able to come back from that mental breakdown and being able to reverse that altogether, I'll give them my applause.
Yeah, huge applause to that, right? And I think that was the big question that we had as casters going into this match, whether Bleed was able to recover their mental state coming into this match. And I just want to say, MVP for me, Gear.
Gear? Okay,
Gear.
okay. No, I see that as well. There's a lot of potential here.
Finally
wrong. Seiji, I mean, he got some nice kills in the end.
I mean, he's doing his
cleaned
job.
up. He's doing his job, but like, look, everyone's doing their job. Like, let's be honest,
doing
right?
their
Like,
job,
it's the kills that he got were pivotal at that moment. If he doesn't get those kills, this game might have gone a different way.
That is very, very true, but they wouldn't have gotten this far in the game if they didn't get the information that Gear was able to provide. But I'm not discrediting Seiji. Seiji was phenomenal this series, right? Seiji was absolutely phenomenal this series. He was able to carry the team on his back, bringing in all the kills that his team needed to get this far.
Sorry, Kwam. What was that forehead rub on Seiji just now?
Oh no! Nothing. That was a little bit of a mark on my screen. That's all.
No, okay, got it. Because only
like
from my
rubbing his head for
perspective,
good luck.
it was only from my perspective as you're talking about Seiji. You just happened to be rubbing on the forehead of Seiji. I was like, what the heck?
There's a little spot on my screen. That's all, man. I don't know what kind of fantasies you have, but I definitely don't have those. I just share in those fantasies as well. But yes, once again, huge congratulations to Bleed. I think both Gear and Seiji really stepped up to the plate today, and they really showed us why they are Bleed, right? Why they made it so far. And honestly, I'm happy to see Bleed in this kind of form as we see them into tomorrow. But let's hear from the mic check as we check it out.
What the?
We can.
Oh my god.
Guys, you're trying to kill me.
Yo, I need defense. Stun the Mino guy and go give vision.
No, come by Lord.
You want lure?
The extra base. No.
Come down, guys, bro. I'm a Kaja main, bro.
Try again.
Kaja main, bro.
The flag. I go bait him. No, trust me. Just I go bait him. I'm beating them. Just rush the law, guys.
Yeah, Lord.
Run, bro. I don't want anyone to look back. Run, guys. Hey, don't back. Help me, run.
Base.
Catch base. Back, guys. Run for your life, bro.
Hey, go show me. Yeah.
Nice.
I better my bro.
Let's go, Sagi. Nice, Sagi.
Go mid,
Out. Wait, out itu. Hey, guys, ini. Nice. Go top.
He's dead.
Bye.
Hey, see how.
Hey, your change. Do not. Change. Oh my god.
Oh, it's okay.
See how, guys, can just back.
Back.
Come. I start.
Wait.
I shot them. He's stuck, bro. Oh my god. Oh,
Okay.
bro. I'm stuck, bro.
Oh, death.
What do you say?
I'm deaf.
What?
I'm deaf.
What?
I'm deaf.
You're deaf?
I'm
Huh?
deaf.
You're
I'm
deaf? I don't know what's going on.
I couldn't quite hear you.
Excuse me? What? Excuse
Sound,
me? I couldn't
sound
hear anything.
warning
I'm
if
now
it
deaf.
wasn't too late. My ears kind of bled a little bit from hearing all that screaming, but I love the communication. If you actually hear it, right, besides the screams, you could hear Gear actually making the calls every single time.
Don't
Right?
turn
He's like,
back,
Huh? Sorry?
What did he say? Don't turn back, or something?
No, he's like, I'm a casual
don't let me
guys.
catch
I got
anyone
this. I got this.
turn back.
He's like, I got this, guys. No, but honestly speaking, right, Gear, huge props to you for being able to control all that energy from your team and directing it to the right people at the right time, right? You saw every single time he was saying, look, guys, trust me, I got this. I'm the Kaja, trust in me. Or, you know, we've got, for example, FMM got cut out. We're going to deal with that, right? So, honestly, huge props to him and the rest of the team for playing out this series immaculately. And look, yep.
Yeah, can we also talk about, I mean, Gear, like his comms are on point, his play was on another level. Seiji was MVP, but let's talk a little bit about Jay, right? The Sicilian pick, the first one in this season, and you're kind of questioning why isn't he picked more with how much damage he did. The fact that he was 4-0-10, almost like played a perfect game by Jay, and we didn't really even talk about him much. But I think that this is a guy that really needs to, like, he needs his time in the sun as well, because he literally carried this, you know, from more of a support mid lane.
Well, the thing is that if you put him in the sun, he's just going to burn to death. I mean, he's a vampire, man. So try to kill him. Jeez.
I'm talking about the player, like Jay himself, not the actual, you know, like, come on, man.
But yeah, 4-0-10 is indeed a very impressive scoreline coming from the side of Jay. Especially since we know that Sicilian is not necessarily the strongest mage in the early stages. Because what we want from mages is level 2 power spike. But here we have a random Sicilian, bad impact. What kind of damage is this? And then you pull out a Sanguine Claws and a bad impact again. Oh crap, I'm out of mana. So what kind of sustainable mage is this? So at least when it comes down to Jay, he understands what he gotta have to do in the early stages. He finds himself in the midst of a team fight and then back in the lane. He have a very nice, very perfect kind of balance between all of that. He knew when to be in for fight, he knew when to be back in for the lanes, and just ensuring that Bleed's timeline for a victory all the way until 0 minutes to 14 minutes is just immaculate.
Yeah. Flawless game. Like I think that Bleed really just stepped up. Like Sagitnu, like Yon, like the plays that they made, the objective and just how they controlled the fights, right? Every single fight from Bleed was like they had sentries at the right position so that Asteris could never get that flank or that potential steal because of just how their positioning was. Bleed played a very good game.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right, I think it all stems down to the information that they were able to gather from Gear, right? Because Gear being in the enemy's jungles, I would argue probably like 78%, 80% of the time, it gave them enough information to do what they needed to do without worrying about getting ganked.
One thing that as much as I don't want to, state this out because Kwa is the one that stated it, so I'm actually just giving him even more credit for it.
I'm not
as much as I believe that Asteris did a really good job throughout the entire season, I would say that it really boils down to that stamina. Asteris' stamina and their inexperience on the MPL SG stage definitely took a toll on them, I believe. We are starting to see them starting to lose their steam, and a player such as Kiwi, who had an impressive score all the way in the regular season, yesterday's games and such, but today we saw him starting strong, and then slowly it starts to climb down and down ever since we saw his Gusion coming in.
Yeah, and you talk about the inexperience, but Asteris, this is the thing about game one, right? They were winning, they let their team come back, but then they were able to pull it out, right? And it's one of those things where, okay, I feel great. But it took a lot more of a mental toll. Game two, they had the same situation, but they lost that one. So now you're in a situation where you're like, oh my gosh, are we going to do it again? And so we kind of struggled throughout. Game three, yeah, they had a slight lead, but they weren't, as the series went on, they got kind of worse and worse because of the whole shakeup.
It was 10K, 6K, and then 4K, and then they didn't even have a lead this game, right? So honestly speaking, like I said before, having the experience playing on the stage this large, right, goes to show the inexperience as a team. But keep in mind, guys, this is their first season. I have the utmost confidence guys, that these guys, this is not going to be the last time we're going to see this team as this shape, right? They're going to continuously evolve in the off season, and they're going to keep growing as players. Keep in mind, guys, this is their first season, right? I said that before. But can you imagine how they're going to look in the second season?
Yeah.
They're only going to keep growing from here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, look at this. This game didn't even touch the turrets. All the turret damage was being dealt by their minions. And even the sandbag, the person that took the most damage, was also Gear, which we usually see sandbag being given to the team that lost. But Gear took the most damage as he absorbed the most amount of aggro as he kept going into the enemy jungle, right? Jay, by the way, is the rich guy, the carry, as well as the best wingman. This man, I think this is the first time I've actually seen this where one person has taken 3 titles, by the way.
This guy is just quiet, dude. You can just see how quiet it is, but yet he's pulling so much strings behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy, Jay.
It's completely behind the scenes, but that's the thing where we need to give some, visibility to the guy because he was on point. The fact that he was able to do so much damage, provide so much AoE where Bleed just wants to run at you and they've all these melee heroes. Jay, that's exactly what you wanted. It totally rounded out the draft, and it's a perfect game by Jay.
Yeah, and honestly, the last pick, I believe Sicilian was the last pick, right? So it was the perfect choice of the last pick, and I wonder how long Bleed actually kept this in the back pocket, because that did not look like a first-time Sicilian player, man.
No,
it looks like he's been playing Sicilian for quite a while, so I'm very, very interested to see how long he has kept that waiting for the right time to pull it out of his pocket, right? But anyways, I think that is it from us for today. So thank you so much for coming down and watching us. We will be back tomorrow, I believe, bright and early with the morning cast.
Yeah, I think it's like 10 a.m.
See something like that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But for now, let's throw it over to the Tofu Academy. Kintofu, my favorite kind of tofu. Take it away.
All right, last lesson of the day at Tofu Academy. I mean, at this point, it does pay to have experience. Asteris, they had a very good run of the season coming in from the qualifiers all the way till the end, right here on the second day of the playoffs. Let's run through a little bit about what went down on that final fight itself. First and foremost, let's take a look at Gear here, who is going to commit that wild charge onto the jungler JH at this point. And right after this wild charge, you're going to see Asteris start moving as a contingent because they start to realize, hey, there is no wild charge, there is no AoE damage, we are safe to enter into the fights. And as you see, that is one big blunder for the team itself. They are going to start progressing in, and when they do that, there's a couple of things that happen at the same time. So they burn everything. The Guardian's Barrier is put there, which allows Sagitnu to actually get the flank down towards the backline. He's going to keep his eyes on both Kiwi and Shu as the day goes on. And of course, Jay. We're talking so much about him, about the bad feast, about the bad impact, and the sanguine claws as well. The claws catching so many people out, along with the bad impact, that major damage that has been at the forefront of whatever pain that Asteris has had to deal with for the entire day itself. And you're going to see how that works out itself. Bear did use his Petrify, but to no avail at this point. And this is where Bleed capitalized. They took the experience that they have. Being placed in this situation so many different times and getting it down. End of the day, they did kill off JH, which meant there was no contest for the Lord itself. They made it super clear for themselves. And this is where Sagitnu put the value at the early flank itself, getting down the damage onto both Kiwi and Shu as well, pushing them away from the fight. And with Bleed, when you put them on individual heroes running away, Bleed always got it, 100%. And that's the end of the day for Bleed. Now we're left with just the final 3, which we're heading into the third day of the playoffs here. We have the Crimson Army from Bleed. We have the Raiders from RSG. And finally, we have the Ninjas in Pyjamas coming out for the Blazers itself. Now that will be the end of me for this segment today. This has been Kindofu. With this, we will be passing it to Cheryl shortly, who's going to be conducting the interview. I'm not sure who's going to be the person they're interviewing. To be honest, whoever they're interviewing is going to be quite the gem at this point, because Bleed have taken this series all the way from the back of the room now, all the way to the top of the mountain as well. And let's go. I'll see you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much. Our favorite kind of tofu. Now here, if you guys are wondering who this is analyst Cody Banks that I have beside me. Now, as you guys know, when it comes to Bleed's support of coach and analyst, you guys are so decked with Coach G and then you. Tell us a little bit more about what did you guys do to prepare coming into this particular matchup with Asteris?
Basically, what we actually did is to realize more that we can actually follow the step-by-step structures of the game, and we can actually do the basic fundamentals. Just need to be calm and trust each other. We need to build the trust again, and whatever comes, whatever the results may be, we'd have no regrets, nothing to lose. That's it.
Right. So yesterday was a little bit of a shaky day when it comes to Bleed's performance. Now, coming into this game, what did you guys do differently?
What we actually did is to adjust some of the drafts and also adjust also with our performance and to have a team reflection on what actually happened yesterday. And to realize what's going to be the opponent's strength, and we need to focus more on our strength and realize more about our team composition. And everyone is actually contributing in the draft. So basically the team is actually having a teamwork, not just the coaches, not just the players, but everyone, including Potato, including all of us, putting a lot of efforts to make sure that we're gonna win this game.
Right. So, perhaps there might be a few words here and there from the interview segments that I've done that they say that, Bleed's drafts are kind of safe, predictable. What do you have to say about that?
For me, if it's actually predictable, that's fine, because at the end of the day, it's going to be the results will do that. Okay. So whatever be the basic, if it's actually an old draft or a new draft, so long that you can win that draft, that's totally perfectly fine.
Right. So the question is, do you want to win? It's not how flashy it is, it's getting the win.
It's getting the win. Because even old draft, new draft, old draft can actually win the game, so long that you can win the game.
Wise words. Now, winning this game, you guys will be meeting RSG. And this is going to be a rematch of what happened in match 2 in playoffs. So it's going to be a do-over chance. All right, in that match, RSG cleaned you guys 2-0. What are you guys going to do differently?
For me, RSG is actually a good opponent too. And we actually prepare when it comes to their strength and also their weaknesses. For me, I don't want to focus more into enemies. We want to focus more in ourselves. We want to focus more in our strength, because that's how we win today. So we're just gonna focus more on what we actually can do, and the enemy just gonna react on it.
Right, so not focusing on anything that you cannot control, but control what you can control.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay, now finally, is there anything you want to say to anyone or your supporters?
Yeah. At first, thank you so much to God for getting us here, another win for playoffs. Thank you so much, God Elohim. And also, thank you so much for your family supporting me. Thank you so much for Bleed Esports from Sir Ian, Sir Marvin, Sir Anthony, and also Potato and Coach G, who was always guiding us all the way. And also, I would like to have a special thanks to Sir Sean, who always actually guide us. Without him, I'm not actually possible to be here. That's why I really want to special thanks him. And also, I want to support my friends also in the Philippines who always chat me to motivate me and to support me. Even the Filipinos residing here in Singapore, like Joe. Thank you so much, Joe, by the way, and also Keisha.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, analyst Cody Banks. Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, that was Cody Banks, and congratulations to Bleed Esports for securing the win. Now, with that being said, and day 2 of playoffs being concluded, we have unfortunately said goodbye to one of the qualifying teams, and that is Asteris, who has made such significant waves right here at the Land of Dawn. Now, let's take a look at tomorrow's match schedule. So here on the screens, what's coming up tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen? The final day of MPL SG playoffs. Starting off the show bright and early at 10 a.m., we will see the likes of Bleed Esports duking it out with RSGSG. Now, and then we will head on over to the grand finals. For the winner of match 7 itself, we'll be heading over to duke it out with NIP Flash, the defending champions, happening at 5 p.m. Wow, it is an intense game, and right now we are down to our top 3 teams right here in Singapore, duking it out for the crown. That is MPL SG, in hopes of heading over to the MSC 2024 to represent Singapore on the international stage. Remember, the MPL SG Playoffs Grand Finals will be happening tomorrow, and we're located right here at our brand new venue, and that is Escape Ground Theatre Level 2, located here in the iconic hearts of Orchard Road. So stick around, join us, and also show your support on all of our Facebook platforms, YouTube, and even TikTok to stay in touch on all of the wonderful streams that we are having just for you. So remember, we'll see you tomorrow, Sunday at 10 a.m.